What if history's greatest conqueror was merely a pawn in a game played by shadows? The streets of Paris buzzed with ambition, but beneath the surface, a warren of intrigue twisted with malevolence, like a serpent coiling around its prey. The air thickened with blood and betrayal, the scent of gunpowder and dreams turned to ash. Napoleon Bonaparte, a man on the edge, poised to carve an empire from chaos, but were the strings of his fate pulled by unseen hands? The whisper of a prophecy flitted through back alleys like a moth to flame. The crown will be forged in treachery, it promised, chilling the bones of anyone who dared to listen. In the heart of this relentless ambition, where loyalty crumbled like stale bread, a clandestine society of philosophers and soldiers flipped reality on its head. Power? Just a mirage. What they sought was something more sinister, a map inked in blood, leading to a treasure far greater than gold. Power is only as strong as the secrets it protects, they chuckled, cloaked in veils of night. Clutching their secrets like a drunkard clings to his last drink, they moved through the shadows, their laughter echoing with madness. Was Napoleon the lion, or merely the fool in this grotesque masquerade? Each victory he claimed brought him closer to a conspiracy more intricate than the finest lace, leaving his enemies to rot in the shadows of his ambition. Do you know what it means to play the game of kings? They taunted, their eyes alight with a wicked glint. They reveled in the chaos, relishing each piece knocked off the board. Allies turned to enemies, promises turned to poison, trust was as rare as a lily in a swamp. And yet, a naive soldier, a mere footnote in history, stumbled upon the truth. He wasn't meant to see the parchment that revealed the game's true nature or the names of those who plotted against the emperor. But see it he did, an unholy alliance, a pact forged in desperation. Each word he read dripped with the weight of fate. Knowledge is a curse, the soldier thought, his heart racing, terror climbing like ivy around his spine. The walls closed in, and the shadows danced with delight. He was not alone, eyes watched him, hungry for his silence. "Will you keep the secret?" they hissed, their breath a caustic wind. With every heartbeat, the tension thickened. He teetered on the precipice of revelation and ruin, caught between the promise of a crown and the peril of discovery. Every choice, a dagger, every word, a noose. The empire hung by a thread, and the truth threatened to unravel it all. What lies behind the curtain of history? What murky depths await in the corners of this age of revolution? The clock ticks louder, the stakes rise higher. In this electrifying theater of ambition and deceit, only the fiercest survive, and the whispers grow louder. Are you ready to see what lies beneath? The air crackled with tension, thick with the scent of sweat and fear. Paris, 1789, and the cobblestones pulsed underfoot, echoing with the heartbeats of a restless populace. I remember the silenced cries that choked the streets, the sharp tang of blood mingling with the smoky haze of burning barricades. Shadows loomed large, and every face told a story of desperation, of betrayal, and of raw, unrelenting fury. At the center of it all, a man stood, a flicker of genius in a world teetering on the brink, Napoleon Bonaparte, his eyes dark pools of ambition, reflecting the chaos around him. He was a soldier, yes, but more than that, he was a dreamer. Dreaming of a France reborn, of a state rising from its ashes, yet haunted by the specters of the past. I remember how he clenched his jaw, the muscles twitching like a coiled snake ready to strike. He shivered with ambition, but the chill of doubt brushed against him, whispering that power was fickle, that loyalty was as fleeting as the wind. Yet, in that moment of turmoil, the streets sang a siren song, beckoning him to seize the moment, to become more than they had ever imagined. And then there was Josephine, caught in the crossfire of her heart and the world's chaos. I remember the way she wore her sorrow like a tattered cloak, each thread a reminder of a life lost to the revolution storm. Her laughter had once pierced the air like a sweet melody, yet now it was a distant echo, replaced by the haunting memories of a husband exiled, a family fractured. She stood by the window, the moonlight casting ghostly shadows across her face, her eyes a turbulent sea of longing and regret. Josephine understood the weight of ambition, yet she feared the price it exacted. Love and power danced a dangerous waltz in her heart, each step more perilous than the last. Then there was Camille, a young revolutionary with a heart ablaze for change, yet burdened by the chains of his own ideals. I remember his fierce resolve, the fire in his eyes that promised to sweep away the old regime, yet within him flickered a whisper of uncertainty. As he rushed through the thrumming streets, the fervor of the crowd ignited a flame within him that threatened to consume. But he often caught himself, wondering what this new world would demand. Blood? Sacrifice? He had vowed to fight for the people, yet in the dark corners of his mind, he questioned whether he would become a tyrant of another kind. The clock tower tolled ominously, each chime like a heartbeat, counting down to an unknown future. I remember the moment when it all began to unravel. The Bastille's walls trembled as the mob surged, a living tide of rage. The echoes of muskets firing mingled with screams, the cries of the oppressed merging with the war cries of the revolution. Josephine pressed her hands to her ears, the cacophony a symphony of madness. Her heart raced as if in sync with the chaos outside, torn between wanting to flee and a primal urge to stand with her people. And through it all, Napoleon watched, his gaze unyielding. In the chaos, he felt the stirrings of destiny. Every scream was a note in a grand symphony of change, and he yearned to compose the most daring of overtures. The streets were alive with turmoil, yet in that very tumult, he glimpsed the future, a future where he could wield the power to shape nations. The weight of history pressed down on him like the burden of a crown. I remember thinking, could he become the architect of a new empire, or would he be crushed beneath the weight of his own ambition? As the sun dipped below the horizon, the city transformed. Shadows deepened, cloaking secrets that lurked in the corners of every alleyway. I remember the feeling of dread as the mob turned, a beast hungry for blood, its eyes wild and unyielding. Camille found himself swept into the tide, swept along like driftwood in a storm. The ideals he had championed now spiraled into chaos, an uprising that threatened to devour him whole. "This is what you wanted," he shouted to the heavens, fists clenched. But the sky offered no answers, only silence. In the heart of the storm, Napoleon stepped forward, a figure carved from stone, his voice cutting through the roar like a blade. "We fight not just for ourselves, but for the legacy of France." Each word dripped with conviction, yet beneath the bravado lay a tremor, an unspoken fear of what that legacy might cost. He saw Josephine's face in the crowd, and a flicker of vulnerability crossed his steely facade. Would he become the monster that tore them apart or the hero who united them? The choice loomed like a specter, haunting him. The night echoed with cries for justice, yet what justice could one find in a world turned upside down? I remember the tension that pulsed through the air, the weight of choices yet to be made. Who would sacrifice? Who would bleed? As the clash intensified, the line between friend and foe blurred. The streets of Paris were a theater of war, and every player wore a mask, some of hope, others of despair. Josephine's heart raced, torn between the man she loved and the chaos that threatened to engulf them both. Her world became a maelstrom of feeling, love, fear, pride, and pain, all swirling together in an intoxicating dance. She longed for peace but was drawn to the very tumult that threatened to tear them apart. In that moment, she understood the enormity of love. It was a battlefield of its own, where one could emerge victorious or utterly broken. In the shadows, Camille grappled with his ideals as the revolution erupted around him. "Is this what we fought for?" he cried, yet his voice was swallowed by the clamor. His dreams of liberty transformed into a nightmare, the lines of right and wrong smudged into an indistinguishable gray. What good was a revolution built on the ashes of those who had fought and fallen? His soul screamed for clarity, yet all he found was chaos. And so, the night deepened, the very fabric of France unraveling at the seams. In the throes of that crisis, a new empire waited to be born, a phoenix ready to rise from the ashes. But would it rise in glory or in shadows? The clock continued to tick, each second a reminder that time was slipping away, and with it, the fragile hopes of a nation. In the swirling darkness, Napoleon, Josephine, and Camille stood on the precipice, each breath a countdown to their destiny, a destiny woven together by conflict, ambition, love, and a relentless quest for meaning in the madness. The cannon roared, a thunderous echo against the blackened sky, reverberating through the streets of Toulon, a city teetering on the brink of chaos. I stood there, heart pounding like the drum of war, watching as soldiers scrambled, their faces a blur of fear and determination, and I thought, *, this is it. This is my moment. Asterisk, but even in that frenzy, the shadows loomed larger than the fire. It was 1793, and the air chilled with the scent of gunpowder and impending doom. Napoleon Bonaparte, an unyielding spirit wrapped in a soldier's cloak, saw beyond the chaos. His dark eyes reflected a fierce ambition, ignited by the flames of revolution. He moved like a tempest, each command slicing through the din, rallying men to his side. I remember the grit on my palms, the cold steel of my musket, but more vividly, I remember Napoleon's voice, sharp and commanding, promising victory like a prophet of war. "We take this city. We fight for our freedom," he bellowed, and I, a mere soldier among many, felt the swell of loyalty rise within me, fierce and unbreakable, like the heart of a lion. And then there was Josephine, with her haunted gaze, a woman torn between desire and duty. She stood at the edge of a crowd, her beauty ethereal yet marked by shadows of sorrow. I could see her lips move, whispering prayers into the swirling storm, but the winds carried no solace. Her world had crumbled before her very eyes, yet she held on to hope, fragile as a spider's web glistening in the moonlight. In a way, we were all like Josephine, desperate for love, yearning for purpose in a world collapsing under the weight of history. Napoleon caught a glimpse of her, and for an instant, time froze. The battlefield faded away, and there were no cannons, no cries of the wounded, just the two of them connected in a moment that transcended chaos. But the truth clawed at the edges of that bliss. He was a man driven by ambition, haunted by dreams of conquest, while she was a woman haunted by the ghosts of her past. Their love blossomed amidst the ashes of revolution, a fragile flower in a garden of thorns. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an eerie glow over the battlefield, Napoleon's adrenaline surged. He charged forward, a whirlwind of chaos and brilliance, his soldiers rallying behind him like a dark tide. Each push toward victory felt like an intoxicating dance, a heartbeat that quickened with every volley fired. I felt it too, with a thrill, the dangerous high, but the ghosts of those who fell lingered in the air, and there was a chilling reminder, for every victory, there was a price. I remember the screams of the wounded, the smell of blood mingling with the earth, and the way Napoleon's face twisted with determination, a mask of raw intensity. He was a man of contradictions, a brilliant tactician yet dangerously impulsive, chasing glory like a moth drawn to the flame. And as I watched him, my heart swelled with admiration and fear, for I knew ambition could consume even the brightest of souls. Night fell, and the city of Toulon was illuminated by the glow of flames, a portent of what was to come. Josephine stood alone, a spectre against the light, her heart tethered to the man who chased shadows on the battlefield. Each whisper of his name felt like a sharp blade, cutting through the silence, an echo that haunted her every waking moment. She knew his dreams would carry him far, but would they leave her behind, a phantom of his glory? In the days that followed, Napoleon's genius flourished. He outmaneuvered enemies with the grace of a dancer, yet each victory deepened the chasm between him and those he loved. The weight of power tugged at him like an anchor, suffocating the softer parts of his heart. I could see the struggle, the tension of wanting to be a conqueror, yet yearning for human connection. He was not just a man, he was an idea, a force, a nightmare wrapped in ambition. I remember the night he returned victorious, the adulation of his soldiers swelling around him like a tidal wave. "I am your emperor," he declared, sweeping his arms wide as if to embrace the entire world. But in that moment, I noticed the flicker in his eyes, that haunting doubt masked by bravado. The cheers echoed in my ears, yet all I could hear was the whisper of fate. What would he sacrifice next? Josephine's heart raced, caught between love and fear, her pulse echoing the rhythm of a dark prophecy. She greeted him with open arms, but the warmth of their reunion was marred by the shadows of his ambition. With every kiss, she felt the weight of his crown pressing down on her, a reminder that he was destined for the heights, and she, just a fleeting moment in his grand narrative. The night stretched, thick with unspoken words and aching silences. Outside, the city thrummed, a living entity caught in the throes of revolution. Inside, the ghosts of their past loomed, haunting their fragile bond. I watched as Napoleon pored over maps, eyes blazing with visions of conquest, oblivious to the heart that ached for his attention. And Josephine, ever the understanding soul, stood by, a quiet strength overshadowed by the tumult of his dreams. That night, as the clock struck midnight, the world outside felt both vast and suffocating, a reminder of time's relentless march. I could feel the tension crackling in the air, a prelude to storms yet to come. The rise of Napoleon Bonaparte was just beginning. It was a symphony of glory and despair, each note a pulse in the heart of history, a harbinger of the chaos that lay ahead. In the shadows, the whispers grew louder, echoing through the corridors of power. Napoleon's fate was intertwined with Josephine's heart, a dance of desire and ambition that would lead them both into the depths of history. With every revolution of the clock, every heartbeat, the stage was set for a tempest, a collision of dreams and reality that would change the world forever. And in that moment, as I stood witness to their lives unfolding, I realized this was only the beginning. The air crackles with tension, heavy like the scent of gunpowder that lingers after a shot is fired. A gaunt figure in a tattered coat, Marie, stands on the edge of a narrow street, her heart pounding like a drumbeat of war. She grips a crumpled letter, an invitation to hope, to rebellion, that has ignited something inside her, something primal and urgent. The sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows that seem to stretch like fingers over cobblestones, whispering warnings of what's to come. I remember, she breathes, the sound of the Bastille stones crumbling. The memory floods back, vivid, electric. She was there, a child, laughing, holding her mother's hand. Not a care in the world, not a whisper of revolution. But now? Now, the laughter is replaced by cries, cries of the oppressed, cries of the hungry. Each wail cuts deeper than a blade. Across the street, Jean stands under the watchful gaze of a statue, its stone eyes filled with an eerie judgment. He is both a dreamer and a realist, a man torn between the intoxicating allure of liberty and the cold, hard truth of survival. He has spent too many nights wrestling with his own desires, too many mornings watching the sun rise over the market stalls that boast of bread but offer only crumbs. I remember, he murmurs to himself, the taste of freedom, as sweet as honey, but just out of reach. The world around him is a kaleidoscope of chaos. Colors bleed into one another, red banners fluttering like the very veins of the city, black smoke billowing from distant fires that dance in the night sky. It feels like the universe is holding its breath, waiting for the spark that will ignite everything. Marie steps forward, heart racing, her resolve hardening like steel. We cannot wait. Not anymore. Her voice, a shard of glass cutting through the night, resonates with a passion that both frightens and excites her. She is a woman on the brink of rebellion, of rage, of something far more potent than mere survival. She clutches her letter tightly, fingers trembling. It's an invitation to join the ranks of those who would tear down the old regime, who would dismantle the hierarchy built on blood and suffering. With the moon hanging low, casting ghostly light on her face, Jean's eyes darken with doubt. And what then, Marie? What happens when the dust settles? Will we be free, or merely trading one master for another? His voice shudders with the weight of his fear, a fear that grips his soul like a vice. He longs for change, but he is also terrified of the unknown, the void that freedom promises. I remember, he whispers, recalling the stories of his father, the way his laughter died amidst the rubble of promises shattered. I remember the taste of ash in my mouth, the bitter reality of dreams turned to dust. But Marie, unyielding, steps closer, her breath warm against the night air. Do you feel it, Jean? The pulse of change? It's alive. It beats in the hearts of the people. We are the storm, no, we are the lightning that will illuminate the darkness. Each word crackles with fervor, igniting something in Jean's core, though he fights to suppress it. Around them, the city stirs, restless and raw. Shadows flit between the buildings, figures in dark cloaks whispering secrets of rebellion, of blood-soaked streets where the cries of the fallen will echo eternally. The echo of a guillotine's blade reverberates through the air, an omen, a promise, a threat. I remember, Marie continues, her voice a fierce flame. The night our mother cried, her tears washing away the last vestiges of our childhood. We stood in the remnants of our home, and she spoke of dreams, of a life where we were not bound by chains of poverty. Those dreams are alive in me now. I will not let them die. Jean feels her words wrap around him like vines, squeezing tight, suffocating yet invigorating. he can't help but feel the swell of something, a hope, rage, a longing for justice. It is intoxicating and terrifying. He is a moth drawn to the flame, knowing the danger yet unable to resist the light. But then, a distant rumble shatters the moment, a gathering storm. The crowd has begun to form, the people, once whispers, now roar like a tide. Their voices blend into a single entity, a cacophony of despair and defiance. They march with torches held high, shadows dancing ominously against the walls, faces illuminated with fervor and fear. "Marie, we must, now," she interrupts, her eyes gleaming with a reckless fire. "We go now, or we lose everything. They cannot silence us any longer." With that, they plunge into the throng, bodies pressing together like the pulsing veins of a living creature. The air is thick with desperation and exhilaration. Each footstep is a heartbeat, a drum calling them to a new reality, a new possibility. The city becomes a living entity, alive with emotions, joy, anger, sorrow intertwined in a tapestry of humanity. The weight of history hangs over them like a shroud, but it is a shroud they are ready to tear away. As the crowd surges forward, Jean feels the heat of the torches, the scent of sweat and smoke mingling with something more potent, liberation, rebellion, the promise of a new dawn. Suddenly, time bends, the past and future collide in a violent explosion of possibility. "Do you see it?" Marie shouts, her voice raw and fierce. The stars are aligning. We are the change. And in that moment, Jean knows. He is not a mere spectator, he is a participant in history. The thrill of it washes over him, a tidal wave of emotion that pulls him under, yet lifts him higher. They are more than just individuals, they are a movement, a reckoning. The night stretches on, but there is no going back. They march into the unknown, hearts pounding, spirits soaring. Each step is a heartbeat, and soon, they will confront the very essence of their fears, their hopes, their dreams. This is not just revolution, this is transformation, an awakening that will echo through time, forever etched in the fabric of existence. "I remember," Marie whispers as they surge forward, "and this time, I will not forget." The cannon fire roars like a beast unleashed, vibrating through the bones of every man standing on the windswept cliffs of Toulon. Smoke billows, thick and choking, curling into the air like the ghosts of those who fell before. I remember the acrid tang of gunpowder, the way it burned my throat and stung my eyes, blurring the line between the living and the dead. It was more than a battle, it was a reckoning, a convergence of fate and ambition. Napoleon stood there, a figure both monumental and fragile against the backdrop of chaos. His eyes were storms, swirling with determination and something darker, a hunger that could swallow him whole if he faltered. I could see the flicker of doubt in the way he clenched his jaw, a flicker that would be swallowed by the flames of his ambition. He was barely 30, yet he carried the weight of an empire on his shoulders, the world's expectations pressing down like a dark shroud. And behind him, Martin, a sergeant with a heart stitched together with resignation and defiance. He wasn't a soldier by choice but by necessity, driven by the whisper of desperation and the echo of his mother's pleas. I remember the way he used to laugh, a bright spark in the grim darkness that enveloped us. But now? Now that laughter echoed hollowly, replaced by the harsh reality of survival. "We'll show them," he muttered, but even he seemed to question whether he believed it. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced like the specters of past battles, the air crackled with tension. Each heartbeat was an explosion, each breath a measured risk. The French fleet lay anchored in the harbor, a beast wounded but not dead. The British had come to claim Toulon, to snuff out the flickering candle of revolution, and we, the scrappy remnants of a fledgling army, were going to fight like hell to keep it burning. I remember the moment the order came, crisp as winter air, artillery to the heights. My heart raced. It was more than a command, it was a lifeline, a chance to seize the day, to turn the tide. We scrambled up the rocky terrain, the earth beneath us trembling with the weight of history. Clambering, we felt the sharp stones bite into our hands and knees, a reminder that victory was never given, it was clawed from the jaws of despair. The night was a shroud, wrapping us in its cold embrace, yet within it flickered the promise of fire. I could see Napoleon, silhouetted against the dying light, a titan ready to unleash his fury. His voice rang out, fierce and unwavering. "Tonight, we are not merely soldiers, tonight we are legends." But in the depths of that fervor, I caught Martin's eyes, glistening with fear and uncertainty. "What if we fail?" he whispered, the question a ghost that haunted us both. What if we failed? The thought twisted my gut like a knife, but I couldn't let him see my fear. Instead, I gripped his shoulder, hard, a silent vow that we would face whatever came together. As the dawn broke, spilling light like blood across the sky, the first cannon echoed, a roar that rippled through the very soul of Toulon. The British gunners fired back, their shots hissing through the air, each one a promise of death. And there we were, two men caught in the maelstrom, grappling with our own demons even as we fought external ones. Napoleon's voice cut through, a rallying cry that pierced the fog of despair. "For France! For liberty!" The words were like a balm, igniting something within the men around us, something primal and fierce. And I watched as they surged forward, hearts pounding, driven by the weight of a cause greater than themselves. But amidst the chaos, I couldn't shake the image of Martin's trembling hand as he gripped his musket, the way it mirrored the quaking of his spirit. "I just wanted to build a future," he murmured as the cannons roared around us. "Not this, not this." And with each volley, I saw the shadows grow longer, the faces of fallen comrades etched in the smoke, haunting reminders of the price we were paying for our dreams. I wondered, was this glory? Or merely a cruel joke played by fate? The ground shook beneath us, and suddenly it was a blur of chaos. Men shouted, cannons fired, and screams melded into the cacophony of war. A shell exploded nearby, sending dirt and despair flying, and I felt the air shift. Time slowed to a crawl, each heartbeat echoing louder, each breath a struggle. I glanced at Martin, saw the fear etched on his face. "Stay close!" I yelled over the din, but I wasn't sure who I was trying to save, him or myself. Then came the moment that would define us. As we charged up the hill, I felt it, the surge of something electric, an unyielding hunger for victory that coursed through my veins. The world narrowed to that singular focus, a laser beam of clarity amidst the chaos. I spotted Napoleon, a flash of dark hair and fury, and in that second, I understood, this was more than a battle, it was the forging of destinies. But then, just as suddenly, everything shattered. An explosion rocked the ground, and I felt the world tilt, the taste of iron in my mouth as I fell, the sky spinning above me. I saw Martin's silhouette, reaching for me through the haze, and I remembered how he'd laughed, how he'd dreamed. Don't leave me, he screamed, the sound piercing the chaos like a dagger. I struggled to rise, to push against the tide, but the weight of loss clawed at me, heavy and relentless. Time twisted, warped into a cruel mockery, each second stretching into eternity. In that moment, the heartbeat caught in the jaws of fate, I understood. We were all ghosts here, threading through the battlefield of life and death, forever chasing something just out of reach. The sun rose higher, glaring down upon us, a merciless witness to our struggle. I remembered Martin's fears, swirling like the smoke around us, and suddenly, I couldn't breathe. The battle stretched on, brutal and unyielding, and I realized that glory often masqueraded as bloodshed, that victory was not just a word, it was a price, paid in sweat and tears. And yet, as I stumbled to my feet, heart racing, I felt it again, a flicker of hope igniting within me. The tide was turning. I could see it in the eyes of the men around me, the way they fought, the way they pressed on against the darkness. I remembered Napoleon's fierce resolve, and perhaps, just perhaps, we could emerge from this crucible forged into something unbreakable. The battle raged on, a tempest of emotion and chaos, and within it, I felt my spirit rise, the weight of despair lifting, replaced by an unquenchable fire. We were alive. And as we pressed forward, I understood the burden we all carried, the dreams and fears entwined, pushing us toward that elusive horizon where destiny awaited. This wasn't just a siege, it was the beginning of everything. The air hung heavy with the scent of smoke and blood, a heady mix that clung to the walls of the crumbling fortress like an unwanted lover. The night was alive with the clash of steel, the screams of the dying. I remember the moment the world turned into a cacophony of chaos, where every heartbeat echoed like a war drum. Shadows danced in the flickering light, casting grotesque shapes on the stone walls, an eerie gallery of agony and desperation. I was there, crouched low in the shadows, every muscle taut, every sense heightened. Giovanni, my best friend since childhood, stood beside me, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fierce resolve. "We can't let them take it, Marco. We can't." His voice trembled, the pitch of a child yet wrapped in the skin of a man. I had seen him laugh in the sun, his face bright with dreams of glory and adventure, but now, in this hell, his hope flickered like a dying candle. I remember the battle lines drawn by the ghosts of our ancestors, the weight of their expectations pressing against our chests. The Italian campaign was not just a military strategy, it was our story, a page ripped from the annals of history, and we were the unwitting authors, scribbling our fate in blood. Every charge, every retreat, it felt like the universe was watching, judging our worthiness. As cannon fire erupted outside, the walls trembled with the violence of it all. Another sound, so haunting, cut through the din, a sob. It belonged to Isabella, the fierce-hearted daughter of the lord of this beleaguered castle. I remember her defiance, the way she brandished her father's sword as if it were an extension of her very soul. She was a flame in the dark, burning brightly against the encroaching night. But now, the fire was dimming, and I could see the doubt creeping into her eyes like a thief in the night. Would we fail her? Would we fail each other? "Marco," she whispered, and my name fell from her lips like a prayer. "What if this night is our last?" Her vulnerability tore at the fabric of my resolve. I had always seen myself as a protector, the strong one, the one who would drag them from the abyss. Yet, here I was, just as terrified, just as fragile. "We will fight, Isabella. We will fight until our bones turn to dust." But even as I spoke, I felt the weight of despair wrapping its icy fingers around my heart. The enemy was relentless, a tide of soldiers fueled by ambition, greed, and the bloodlust that came from years of conflict. I could hear their laughter, a cruel symphony that mocked our turmoil. Time warped in that moment, stretching and contracting. I remember the clock tower in the distance, its tick-tock a mocking reminder of how fleeting life was, how fragile our hold on it truly was. Each second felt like a lifetime, the anticipation churning in my stomach like a storm. The world outside was a battlefield, but inside, the war raged too, inside me, inside Giovanni, inside Isabella. "Look!" Giovanni shouted suddenly, pointing toward the narrow breach in the wall. There they were, shadows creeping forward, swords glinting like hungry teeth. My heart surged, a wild thing straining against its cage. "They're coming!" With a primal scream, we charged into the fray, adrenaline coursing through my veins like fire. I remember the taste of metal as I clashed against the enemy. Every strike felt personal, every life I took another thread fraying from the tapestry of this wretched land. I fought with the ferocity of a cornered beast, driven not just by honor but by the desperate need to protect what little we had left. But it was not just the enemy I battled. No, within the storm of blood and noise, shadows of doubt whispered in my ear. "What if you fail?" they taunted. "What if you're not strong enough?" Each swing of my sword felt like a defiance against those demons, a refusal to be consumed by the fear gnawing at my insides. In the midst of chaos, Isabella fought like a tempest. I remember the moment the enemy cornered her, their sneers as they advanced. Fear lit her eyes, but within that flicker, there was something fierce, an unyielding spirit that spoke louder than the swords clashing around us. I saw the moment she decided she would not be a victim. It was in the way she swung her blade, fierce and unrelenting, striking down foes as if painting the world anew, each swing a brushstroke of defiance. And then I saw it, the moment of vulnerability that would haunt me forever. Giovanni, surrounded, his back against the wall. I remember the look in his eyes, a blend of fear and unwavering loyalty, the depth of friendship laid bare in that instant. "Help me, Marco," he cried, and the world slowed. I lunged forward, desperation propelling me as I pushed through the fray. But it was too late. I felt the weight of loss in that moment, an anchor dragging me down into the abyss. The world erupted in chaos, sound and fury fading into a dull roar as I dove toward him, arms outstretched, but the shadows of war were relentless. The battlefield morphed into a nightmarish tapestry. I saw Isabella fighting still, her spirit unbroken, but her face, oh, that face, was smeared with the grime of battle, streaked with tears and determination. And I felt it then, the fragility of our lives hanging by a thread, our dreams unraveling in the heat of that moment. Time twisted, stretched, and in that chaos, I felt a familiar pain, loss creeping in, threading through my heart like a serpent. I remember the way it felt, cold and suffocating, an inescapable truth. We were fighting not just for territory, but for the very essence of who we were, for the dreams we had shared in laughter under the sun. The enemy surged forward, a tide threatening to drown us in despair, but there was a flicker of something beyond fear, hope, perhaps. Or was it madness? I saw it spark in Isabella's eyes, the fire igniting once more. Together, she shouted into the maelstrom, and her voice rose above the chaos, a rallying cry that cut through the despair like a beacon. And in that moment, we weren't just soldiers, we were a family, bound together by the threads of love, loss, and unyielding resolve. The Italian campaign wasn't simply about conquest, it was about the souls intertwined in this struggle, each heartbeat echoing through the night, a testament to our fight against the darkness. In the shadows of that crumbling fortress, the world outside fought for supremacy while within, we fought for each other, and the lines blurred between battle and belonging. I remember the taste of blood on my lips, the sensation of steel against flesh, but more than that, I remember the feeling of being alive, against all odds, caught in the grip of fate. And just like that, the night stretched on, our destinies entangled, the next chapter waiting just beyond the horizon, filled with uncertainty and the promise of dawn. A single, broken breath hung in the air, echoing against the ancient stones of the temple, swallowed by the oppressive silence that enveloped the night. Beneath the star-studded sky, heavy with the weight of history, Marwan crouched, heart thundering like a war drum, his fingers trembling against the cool granite. Shadows danced in the flickering torchlight, teasing the edges of his vision, whispering thoughts he wished to ignore. This was Egypt, a land that held secrets older than time itself, yet all he could think of was the suffocating pressure of ambition squeezing his chest, a relentless grip that felt like a noose. I remember the maps, he muttered, voice barely a whisper, tinged with regret. They looked so beautiful on paper, didn't they? So full of promise. Each word was a dagger, piercing through layers of hope and despair. He fought against the memory of laughter shared with his brother, Khalid, back in the bustling streets of Cairo, where dreams were woven from the fabric of the past and the shimmering mirage of the future. Khalid had always believed in the power of discovery. What if we find something that changes everything, he'd said, eyes alight with that fiery spirit that Marwan had admired, but now felt suffocated by. The mission was clear, excavate the lost tomb of an unknown pharaoh, a name buried under centuries of sand and sorrow. But with each shovelful of earth they unearthed, Marwan felt the weight of his own ambition threatening to bury him alive. He knew the dangers, the ghosts that haunted those who dared to disturb the sleep of kings. Was it madness that drove them? Or something more profound, a yearning that gnawed at the edges of their souls, whispering promises of glory? He looked up suddenly, and the moonlight spilled over the tomb's entrance, illuminating the carved hieroglyphs that told stories of love, war, and betrayal. There in the shadows, his mind flickered to the other member of their team, Ilara, a woman whose spirit was as fierce as the desert sun. She had an uncanny ability to read the whispers of the ancient, her eyes capturing the light of secrets long buried. Yet, beneath that fiery exterior, Marwan saw the haunted shadows, the weight of her own ambitions crackling like static in the air between them. "I can't believe we're here," she said, her voice breaking the stillness like the shatter of glass, beautiful, sharp, and unexpected. After all those nights spent dreaming, this is it. But there was something else, a flicker of fear hidden behind her excitement, as if she too felt the pull of the void, that chill that made the hair on the back of his neck rise. They were in it together, yet apart, bound by a shared quest but tethered by their own scars. Marwan took a step toward her, the ground shifting beneath his feet like the weight of their unspoken truths. "What if we find nothing?" he asked, the words slipping out before he could stop them, heavy with the unshakable grip of doubt. "What if this is all for nothing?" Ilara's eyes darkened, shadows spilling over her features. "It's not about what we find," she replied, fiercely. "It's about what we become in the process." Each word was a punch to his gut, a reminder of his own inadequacies. She looked so small against the majesty of the temple, yet the fire within her burned bright, illuminating the darkness that threatened to engulf him. And then came the tremor, soft at first, a whisper of something lurking below the surface. Marwan froze, the world around him fading as he locked eyes with Ilara. The vibrations intensified, a heartbeat of the earth, and his breath caught in his throat. "Do you feel that?" Before she could answer, the ground convulsed, and panic erupted. They stumbled, hands grappling for stability against the chaos, the walls of the temple groaning as if awakened from a 1,000-year slumber. It wasn't just the earth that trembled, it was the very foundation of their hopes, their dreams, the weight of their ambitions crashing down around them. "Run!" Marwan shouted, adrenaline coursing through him like wildfire. He grasped Ilara's wrist, pulling her toward the exit, but the darkness seemed to thicken, coiling around them like a serpent, constricting their movements, whispering fears that clawed at their minds. The flickering torches sputtered and died, plunging them into a suffocating blackness that roared with the fury of the ancients. And there it was, the echo of an ancient voice, resounding from the very walls of the temple, igniting the air with an electric charge. "You disturb the dead," it thundered, a chorus of souls rising from the depths. Marwan's heart raced, thumping wildly against his ribs, a primal rhythm that screamed for escape. The echoes of history filled the air, a cacophony of laughter and pain, the very essence of Egypt woven into the night. Ilara's grip tightened, her breath mingling with his. "We have to get out." But it wasn't just the tomb that held them captive, it was their own haunted pasts, the fear of failure, the crushing weight of ambition that threatened to drag them down into the abyss. As they stumbled into the light of the moon, the ground beneath them heaved once more, and suddenly, the temple walls split open, revealing a yawning chasm that seemed to beckon them with promises of unimaginable power and unspeakable horror. They were at the brink of something monumental, a precipice that swirled with the echoes of the universe, a void that promised both glory and doom. I remember Khalid's face, Marwan gasped, the way he lit up when he spoke of the past. Tears stung his eyes, memories fleeting like shadows at dusk. "What if I can't live up to that?" "Then we face it together," Ilara replied fiercely, her voice cutting through the darkness like a beacon. "The past will haunt us, but it is the future we shape that defines us." And as the ground quaked, threatening to swallow them whole, Marwan felt the weight of their dreams pressing against his heart, a haunting reminder that in this quest for greatness, they were not just excavating the bones of the past, they were unearthing their own buried fears, their truths laid bare beneath the stars. In that moment, with the shadows closing in, they stood on the precipice of something profound, bound not just by ambition, but by a shared struggle against the ghosts that trailed them, a destiny entwined with history's relentless march. Time held its breath, the cosmos watching as they took one step forward into the unknown, where ambition danced with fate, and the night promised both salvation and peril in equal measure. The clock struck 2. The shadows in the dimly lit Tuileries Palace danced like restless spirits, shifting uneasily, as if they were witnesses to an unspeakable truth. I remember the air thick with the scent of impending chaos, a mixture of sweat, fear, and the metallic tang of betrayal. I stood in the corners of that great chamber, heart pounding, pulse racing, grappling with the weight of history pressing down on my chest. A world poised on a knife's edge, ready to plunge into darkness or rise with glorious abandon. Napoleon Bonaparte, a figure cloaked in ambition, his eyes aflame with determination, strode through the hall like a tempest. Every step was a drumbeat resonating in my chest, a proclamation of war not against an enemy, but against time itself. He was a man caught in his own dreams, a lion eager to roar, yet haunted by the specter of failure. I could see it in the twitch of his jaw, the way his fist clenched, a storm brewing beneath the surface. He had to seize the moment, and I knew, deep in my bones, that this was not just a coup, it was the birth of something wild and untamed. But beside him stood Lucien, his brother, a man teetering on the edge of loyalty and desperation. I saw the conflict reflected in his wide, anxious eyes. This was more than a family affair, it was a battlefield of ideologies tearing at the fabric of their brotherhood. Lucien, caught in a whirlwind of loyalty to the Republic and allegiance to the man he loved, felt the weight of 1,000 expectations pressing down upon him. He was a reluctant soldier in this war of wills, and I could feel his heartbeat echoing mine, a frantic rhythm of uncertainty. I remember the first time we spoke of power, he had confided to me earlier, a wild look in his eyes. It was like talking about the stars, so far away, yet so tantalizingly close. Now, as he stood on the brink of treachery, I could see the childish dreams of glory dissolving into the harsh light of reality. The cosmos spun around them, taunting him, urging him to choose. But what choice lay in the shadows of betrayal? Lucien! Napoleon's voice cut through the air like a knife. A command, a plea, a desperate anchor amidst the storm. We do this together, or we do not do it at all. The tension hung between them, thick as fog, wrapping itself around my throat. The air crackled with unspoken words, a cacophony of emotion swirling like leaves in a tempest. I felt it, something monumental was unfolding, and I was but a silent witness, caught in the swirling tide of ambition and despair. Outside, the streets of Paris trembled with the voices of the angry and the hopeful. I could hear the crowd, a beast roaring in unison, a cacophony of dreams and disillusionment. They wanted change, they craved the taste of power, yet they were blind to the shadow creeping closer. I shivered, a deep chill running through my bones, realizing that the very heartbeat of the revolution was edging towards a dark crescendo. The people, once allies, now mere pawns in a game played by men blinded by ambition. The soldiers gathered, their faces a canvas of resolve and doubt, their hearts beating to the rhythm of the inevitable. I could see their eyes, reflecting the flickering torchlight, mirroring the chaos within their souls. They were drawn into this maelstrom, like moths to a flame, unaware of the price of their allegiance. The air was electric, charged with the weight of countless fears, fear of failure, fear of the unknown, fear of what lay beyond this moment. Tonight, we carve our names into the annals of history. Napoleon's voice thundered, sweeping through the room, igniting the spark of rebellion. I felt it pulse through my veins, a rush of adrenaline and hope. But beneath it all lay the unrelenting specter of doubt clawing at the edges of their ambition. What if history didn't remember them? What if they became merely ghosts in the shadows of time? Lucien's eyes darted to the door, a ghost of hesitation clouding his features. But at what cost? He murmured, the words escaping his lips like fragile whispers. It was then I realized the true depth of his conflict, his heart torn between the love for his brother and the gnawing fear of losing himself in the abyss of tyranny. The shadows around him swirled, mocking his indecision, embodying the very essence of his struggle. The moment hung suspended, like a clock frozen in time. I could feel every heartbeat, every breath, heavy with the gravity of choices yet to be made. The air trembled with the promise of violence, a dark promise that sought to envelop us all. Outside, the crowd roared, a living organism hungry for change, for liberation, yet blind to the claws of despotism lurking just beyond the veil. And then, in that charged silence, everything shifted. The mood crackled, tension snapping like a tightrope underfoot, and I could sense the shift in the atmosphere, the moment when resolve crystallized into action. Napoleon stepped forward, and with a fierce intensity that set my heart racing, he extended his hand to Lucien, an anchor in the storm. Join me, brother, or be prepared to face the consequences alone. There it was, that haunting choice, blood or freedom, loyalty or ambition. I could see the ghosts of their shared childhood flicker in Lucien's eyes, a haunting reminder of what once was. Would he embrace the shadows of power or step into the blinding light of morality? The weight of the world rested on his shoulders, and I held my breath, caught in the precipice of history. In that moment, suspended in time, drenched in raw emotion, I felt the world shift. The echoes of the past intertwined with the crackling energy of the present. The coup was no longer just a political maneuver, it had become a visceral tapestry of human emotion, a desperate dance of dreams and nightmares, love and betrayal. I was caught in the very heart of it, and there was no turning back. As the tensions erupted, the weight of their choices loomed larger than the walls of the palace, heavier than the hearts of men. It was here, in this crucible of ambition and despair, that the future would be forged. And with every heartbeat, every breath, the thrill of change surged through me, pulling me deeper into the abyss, where shadows whispered secrets, and the ghosts of history awaited their moment to rise. Thunder rumbled in the distance, a shiver of lightning illuminating the sky, casting jagged shadows against the cold, damp walls of the consulate. I stood in the center of a room heavy with tension, the air thick with the scent of sweat and desperation. Around me, men and women wrestled with their demons, eyes darting like frightened prey. Their faces were smeared with the grime of exhaustion, of endless nights spent arguing, plotting, and fearing the inevitable. I could taste the dread on my tongue, a bitter reminder that power belonged not to the righteous but to those cunning enough to seize it. A clock ticked in the corner, its rhythmic heartbeat echoing the pulse of chaos, a reminder that time was not a gentle friend but a thief, stealing moments, futures, and lives. I remember the way the light flickered, as if the very walls were whispering secrets of betrayal, of alliances formed in shadowed corners. I could almost hear the ghosts of ambition, past and present, swirling around us like a tempest, urging us toward an unseen precipice. That was the night I saw Clara, her eyes wide, reflecting the storm outside. She was a fervent dreamer, always seeking to reshape the world with her ideals, but here, in this crucible of power, those dreams seemed fragile, like glass on the verge of shattering. The consulate's walls bore witness to her struggle, her voice rising and falling in a symphony of hope and despair. "This is our moment, aren't you listening?" she demanded, her fists clenched, trembling with the weight of conviction. But conviction was a double-edged sword, and as I watched her, I feared that the very passion that ignited her soul was also fueling a fire that could consume us all. Then there was Marcus, my childhood friend turned political rival, standing across the room like a statue carved from ice. He was ambitious, sharp-tongued, and unforgiving, a man who wore his heart like armor. I remembered the nights we spent planning dreams under starry skies, sharing laughter that felt so innocent, so far removed from the grim reality we faced. Yet here he was, a wolf among sheep, eyes glinting with the promise of power. "Clara, you don't understand," he said, his voice steely, devoid of warmth. "Change requires sacrifice. It's not about ideals, it's about survival." The tension crackled between them, a deadly dance of fervor and fear. I felt like a ghost caught in their storm, watching as their ideologies clashed and collided, the air thickening with unspoken words. I remembered how Clara had once said dreams could change the world. Now, they felt like chains dragging us down, and I was the anchor. The door slammed open, and in strode Valmorn, the consulate's iron-fisted leader, cloaked in shadows. His presence loomed over us, a storm cloud ready to unleash its fury. His eyes bore into mine, and for a moment, I was back on the streets of our city, feeling the pulse of the people, their hopes and fears thrumming against my skin. But that was a different time, a time when I believed in the sincerity of our cause. Now, all I could see was the abyss stretching before us, an abyss that Valmorn would push us into if we didn't act fast. "We are at a crossroads," Valmorn declared, his voice a low rumble that sent shivers down my spine. "To reform is to consolidate power. Embrace it, or watch it slip through your fingers." His words hung in the air, heavy like a guillotine poised above our heads. I could see Clara falter, her dreams flickering like a candle in the wind. A moment of doubt, a crack in her armor. But Marcus seized the opening, his ambition sharpening into a blade. "We need to be ruthless, Valmorn. Show them the strength of our resolve," he said, a predatory gleam in his eyes. I wanted to scream that this was madness, that we were losing our humanity in the race for authority, but the words caught in my throat, choked by fear and uncertainty. Time slowed, each heartbeat echoing like a war drum. I remember the laughter we once shared, the reckless dreams of youth. I had thought then that our ideals would light the way through the darkness. Now, that light was dimming, smothered by the weight of ambition and fear. "Can't you see?" Clara shouted, her voice cracking with raw emotion. "This isn't about power alone, it's about the people. We can't abandon them." Her plea hung in the air, and I felt it strike like a bell tolling the end of innocence. The room held its breath, suspended in a moment that felt like eternity. But Valmont's cold smile was the response. "The people need leaders, not dreamers. It's time to decide where your loyalties lie." His eyes glinted with the intensity of a predator who smelled blood. The wall seemed to close in as I realized the depth of our peril. We were trapped in a web of ambition, and at that moment, I knew that our choices would reverberate far beyond this room, echoing through the lives of so many who depended on us. I glanced at Marcus, his face a mask of determination, and Clara, fierce yet faltering, and I could feel the weight of the world pressing down on our shoulders. There it was, all the crossroads. The choice lay before us, shimmering in the darkness like a star lost in a chaotic universe. I could feel my heart racing, the time slipping away with each tick of the clock that stood sentinel in the corner. The storm raged outside, thunder cracking like a whip, lightning slicing through the night. The walls shivered under the weight of our decisions. Would we be the architects of our fate or the prisoners of our ambition? And as I stood there, caught in the tempest of their dreams and fears, I understood the fragility of our humanity and the darkest depths of our desires. The consulate loomed around us, a silent witness to our unfolding tragedy, and all I could do was brace myself for what lay ahead, knowing that the storm had only just begun. I remember the thunder of hooves, the stench of sweat and fear permeating the air, a storm of chaos swirling around me. The cobblestones of Paris, slick with rain and blood, trembled under the weight of history, a history that was yet to be rewritten. In the flickering gaslight, shadows danced like the memories of the fallen. The air was electric, heavy with the scent of gunpowder and ambition, as if the city itself held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of wills. Across the cobbled square stood Elise, her eyes aflame with defiance, a woman caught in the crosshairs of a revolution. "You think you can simply impose your will upon us," she shouted, her voice a fierce crescendo, cutting through the night like a blade. She was the daughter of a merchant who had lost everything, her father executed, her mother vanished into the shadows of despair. The weight of her family's ruin clung to her like a shroud, yet here she was, unyielding. The people, her people, needed her now more than ever. But there was Antoine, her brother, a man torn between loyalty to his sister and a hunger for power that gnawed at him like a restless ghost. He was caught in the whirlwind of change, feeling the pull of ambition coiling around his heart, the allure of a future shimmering like a mirage. "Elise, stop! You'll bring ruin upon us," he pleaded, his voice cracking under the strain. The glint of authority in his eyes, a reflection of the very system they fought against, twisted their bond into something fragile, a taut string ready to snap. The Napoleonic Code was looming, a specter of legal reform that promised order but threatened to erase their very souls. In the dark, the ghost of justice loomed larger, its shadow stretching over the people of France. "We will be ruled by laws, not men," Napoleon had declared, but what did that mean when the very laws were crafted in a crucible of ambition and blood? "I remember when we used to dream of a better world," Elise whispered, her voice cracking as memories flooded back, laughter echoing through sunlit streets, fleeting moments of joy before the world turned dark. "But what good are dreams when they are crushed under the weight of tyranny?" Her words hung heavy in the air, a poignant reminder of innocence lost. Antoine stepped forward, the flickering light catching the sharp angles of his face, revealing not just the man he had become, but the boy he had once been, a boy who believed in the possibility of change, a boy who dreamed of justice. "You think I want this? You think I chose this path?" The desperation in his voice twisted like a knife in his gut, his own heart racing against the golden chains of power. But the city was alive, pulsing with unrest, and the cries of the people echoed like a haunting melody beneath the stars. Shadows whispered of the past, of the guillotine that had tasted the blood of the innocent and guilty alike. The streets were a tapestry woven from dreams and nightmares, and as Elise looked out, she saw not just her brother, but the ghosts of their parents, the specters of those lost to the tides of change. Each loss fed the fire in her soul, a fire that threatened to consume her. "The code will strip us of our dignity," she warned, her voice rising above the chaos, as if she could pierce the veil of fate itself. "It will turn us into mere numbers, mere cogs in a machine, robbing us of our humanity." Around them, the crowd surged like a living beast, fueled by passion and desperation. Faces illuminated by the ghostly light of street lamps bore witness to the struggle between what was and what could be. The air crackled with raw energy, the tension palpable. "Is this the future we want?" Elise murmured, though deep down, she feared the answer. But Antoine, oh, Antoine, the man caught between two worlds, his heart a battlefield where loyalty fought ambition, where love clashed with power. "I can't protect you if you stand against the tide," he said, his voice a whisper now, filled with something close to desperation. "You'll be crushed, Elise." And then it came, the thunderous sound of marching feet, the distant clang of metal, a reminder that time was running out. The revolution was marching towards them with relentless fury. The Napoleonic Code would either elevate them or bury them beneath its weight. In that moment, Elise felt an overwhelming rush of fear and resolve. She stepped forward, closer to the edge, where the shadows danced like phantoms, and the echoes of lost souls whispered warnings. "Then let them come. I will not cower before tyranny. I will not stand silent as my world crumbles." The crowd erupted, a roaring wave of emotion, their voices rising in a symphony of rebellion. In that feverish chaos, I could almost taste the desperation, a bitterness that mingled with hope, a yearning for freedom that transcended time. Antoine's heart raced, caught in the web of his sister's fierce spirit and the crushing weight of his own ambitions. "What if we could reshape destiny?" he murmured, eyes alight with the flicker of a perilous idea, the kind that could either ignite a revolution or lead to their undoing. "What if we became the architects of this new world? But at what cost?" As the night deepened, shadows stretched and twined, suffocating dreams and blurring the line between ally and adversary. Everything was in flux: law, love, life, a precarious balance on the edge of a knife. In the heart of Paris, amidst the chaos and cacophony, the Napoleonic Code was more than just a legal framework, it was the embodiment of a clash between old and new, a silent struggle echoing through the very fabric of society. The promise of equality was tantalizing, but the specter of oppression loomed larger still. And in that moment, as the clock struck midnight, the world felt both impossibly vast and achingly small. Time seemed to hold its breath, the cosmos watching, waiting, as the choices made would ripple through eternity. I remember the weight of the night, the lingering questions that hung in the air, the hunger for justice, the longing for connection. I remember the way the shadows of history intertwined with the flickering flames of change, an inescapable dance leading them deeper into the fray. With each heartbeat, the saga of Elise and Antoine edged closer to the precipice, the unfolding drama pulling me deeper, as if the very fabric of their existence was woven into my soul, begging to be felt and understood. In the simmering silence of the night, I could almost hear the echoes of the past, the whispers of the future, and the unyielding present, all converging into one singular moment. As the dawn threatened the horizon, the weight of their choices hung heavy in the air, a promise of what was to come, and what might forever be lost. The marketplace thrummed with tension, a cacophony of shouting voices competing against the backdrop of an uneasy silence. I stood there, frozen, as if time itself had paused, the air thick with dread. The pungent scent of rotting fish mingled with the acrid smoke from nearby fires, a stark reminder that life continued to chug along, oblivious to the storm brewing beyond the horizon. Conspicuous in its absence was the familiar sound of British traders, once a steady rhythm, now a haunting echo of what was lost. "What have we done?" I whispered, the words barely escaping my lips, but they were swallowed whole by the chaos around me. The continental system, a web spun from ambition and desperation, cloaked in the guise of economic warfare. Napoleon, a man both revered and reviled, had cast his shadow over Europe, his grand vision suffocating trade like a noose around the throat. My heart raced as if sensing the dreadful fate that loomed ahead, and I felt it, the pressure, the collective heartbeats of the people around me, each one echoing with fear and uncertainty. Across the square, I caught sight of Emily, her face pale but resolute, threading her way through the crowd with a fire in her eyes that belied her fragile frame. She was caught in the crosshairs of conflicting loyalties, a merchant's daughter torn between her father's legacy and the man she loved, a British trader. The irony was savage, love had become a treasonous act, a forbidden fruit that would rot her soul. Each step she took echoed the weight of her decision: would she stand by her father, who believed in the righteousness of the cause, or would she risk everything for a heart that pulsed with rebellion? I remember the moment she caught my gaze. A fleeting connection, a flicker of understanding. In that instant, the world around us faded to a soft blur, the tumult of the market silenced by the thunder of her choices. "What will we do?" she mouthed, and I felt the words crash against the wall of my heart like waves against jagged rocks. She was the embodiment of every choice unmade, every heart broken by the tides of fate. It was a question that echoed not just between us, but within the very bones of our society. What would we sacrifice for survival? And then there was Luke, my brother, an idealist cloaked in the garb of a soldier. He wore his uniform like a shroud, each thread woven with the blood of those who fought and died for a vision that felt increasingly hollow. The ghosts of his comrades haunted him, their faces etched into his mind, their lives extinguished for a cause that now seemed as flimsy as the paper it was written on. He marched through the square with an intensity that burned, a flame flickering against the wind, yet doubt clung to him like a second skin. "Do you think it matters?" he shouted, his voice a battle cry against the encroaching darkness. "Do you think the suffering will end if we blockade them? If we choke the lifeblood from their economy, will it bring back the dead?" Each word was a knife, slicing through the pretense of glory, revealing the raw, bleeding truth beneath. My heart ached for him, for the man he wanted to be and the soldier he was forced to become. His cries were a prayer devoid of faith, and I wanted to reach out, to tether him to the ground, to remind him that hope still flickered somewhere within us. But all I could do was watch as the flames of conflict ignited, commerce dying in the shadows, traders forced to barter with desperation. An elderly woman, her back hunched like an ancient tree twisted by storms, stood clutching a basket of moldy bread, her eyes hollow pools of despair. "We didn't ask for this," she cried, her voice trembling as if each syllable could shatter the brittle world around her. "We only wanted to feed our children." Her words struck like lightning, illuminating the faces of those around her, a mosaic of fear. I could see them, men and women ensnared in a vicious cycle of loyalty and betrayal. Each face I recognized, each story a thread tied to the tapestry of this war. I felt their pain, the heartbeat of the city thrumming beneath my skin as despair clawed at my heart. Emily and Luke were both mired in this haunted landscape, their choices leading them down paths that spiraled further into darkness. "Tonight," I said, my voice barely a whisper, "we meet at the old mill." It was a sanctuary, a place where the echoes of laughter once danced through the air, now stifled by the weight of unspoken fears. Under the cloak of night, we would gather, lovers, brothers, sisters, each soul seeking solace in a world fraying at the edges. I could feel the pull of the gathering storm, the fissures in our lives widening, the fractures threatening to swallow us whole. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an eerie glow across the rooftops, I took one last look at the square. It was a stage set for tragedy, the shadows whispering secrets of impending doom. I felt the chill of night creeping in, the world transformed into a realm of ghosts and echoes. The air crackled with tension, a prelude to the chaos that would engulf us. I remember clenching my fists, a resolve rising from the ashes of despair. The continental system was more than a mere tactic, it was a war not just of nations, but of hearts and souls. And as I turned away from the marketplace, I could hear the faint echoes of a drum, a heartbeat that called us to rise, to resist, to confront the darkness together. Tonight, the mill would become our refuge, or our reckoning. The lines had been drawn, and we were all caught in a tempest of fate. In that moment, I knew it was not just a battle for survival, it was a fight for everything we were, everything we had lost, and everything we might yet become. The air was electric, thick with a tension so palpable it clung to the skin like morning fog. I remember the way the grand hall of Notre Dame felt, sacred, yet suffocating. The vaulted ceilings loomed above like judgmental gods, whispering secrets in hushed tones, shadows dancing in the flickering candlelight. I could hear the solemn march of footsteps, each echoing heartbeat resonating with dread and anticipation. This was no mere ceremony, this was the moment that would carve history's name into the annals of time, anointing a man destined to alter the world. Napoleon Bonaparte stood at the precipice of his own ambition, a figure cloaked in contradictions. His eyes were dark, like storm clouds brewing on the horizon, imposing, relentless. There was a flicker of uncertainty behind that steely gaze, an unspoken fear of the weight of the crown he was about to claim. For all his bravado, I could see the trembling within, the ghost of doubt that haunted him. Was he truly worthy of the legacy he sought to forge? The room hung in a breathless pause, a collective heartbeat waiting for the inevitable snap. And there she was, Josephine, his anchor and his storm. The love that ignited 1,000 passions and bore the burden of 1,000 insecurities. I remember the way she stood beside him, regal yet fragile, her heart racing beneath layers of silk and lace. Her eyes sparkled, a mixture of adoration and fear as she watched him transform from man to emperor. But beneath that beauty, a tempest brewed, a haunting thought that reverberated within her mind. Would this power change him? Would he lose himself in the shadow of the crown? The moment arrived, a whirlwind of opulence and significance. The Pope, an elderly figure draped in vestments of gold and crimson, advanced toward Napoleon, the weight of tradition pressing down on them both. I could see the flicker of uncertainty in the Pope's eyes, a fleeting moment of doubt that flashed like lightning across a darkened sky. Would he bless a man who had clawed his way to power, stained with the blood of countless battles? The air crackled with history's judgment, as if the very walls bore witnesses to the sins of power. Crowned by God, the Pope intoned, the words echoing through the hallowed space, filled with both reverence and reproach. But I watched as Napoleon, with a sudden ferocity, seized the crown from the Pope's trembling hands. In that split second, he transformed from the pawn of destiny to its master. I remember the gasp that swept through the crowd, a collective intake of breath that felt like a gasp from the universe itself. He crowned himself, a defiance that sent tremors through the very foundations of tradition. In that moment, every soul in the hall held their breath, suspended in time. I felt the weight of history pressing down on my chest, a reminder that this was not just a coronation, but a fracture in the very fabric of power. Napoleon's eyes gleamed with a wild, vibrant ambition, a man shedding the last shreds of his humility, as if he could feel the cosmos shifting beneath his feet. The weight of destiny bore down on him like the relentless tide, and the world would never be the same. But Josephine, standing there amidst the glimmering gold and vibrant silks, felt the fraying threads of their love. How could she compete with the empire that was rising within him? Each beat of her heart was a whisper of despair, a reminder that the man she loved was slipping away, consumed by the ferocity of his own aspirations. I remember the nights we shared dreams of a simpler life. Before this crown, she thought, the memory coursing through her like a phantom pain. Before glory eclipsed love. As Napoleon turned, crown alight upon his brow, a new darkness loomed. The applause rang out, a cacophony of reverence and fear, each clap a thunderstorm rolling through the hall. In that moment, the applause felt hollow, echoing like the distant cries of the fallen. The shadows grew longer, the light dimmed, and I could see in his eyes a flicker of the man he once was, a soldier, a lover, a dreamer. But here he stood, an emperor adorned with the trappings of power, and with each passing second, the man I remembered faded further into the abyss of ambition. The ghosts of his past seemed to swirl around him, whispering echoes of doubt and regret. What have I sacrificed? He wondered in the quiet moments before the storm. He felt it, the weight of every life lost, every dream dashed in his relentless pursuit. But the crown gleamed brighter than the souls he left behind, a siren call he could not resist. And then, amidst the applause and the grandeur, a crack began to form. Josephine could see it, the fissure in their hearts that mirrored the gulf of power growing between them. With every cheer, her heart cracked a little more, the sound resonating like shattering glass, each piece cutting deeper into her soul. "Will you remember me, my love?" she whispered silently, lost in the rhythm of the moment. The coronation was a storm, chaotic and magnificent, consuming all in its path. Joy and heartbreak collided, an emotional tempest that left no one unscathed. I could feel it in the very air, the bittersweet taste of triumph tainted with loss. In that grand hall, history was etched in flesh and blood, but in the depths of their hearts lay an uncertainty that no crown could dispel. As the ceremony reached its crescendo, the shadows around them grew restless, whispering foreboding secrets of what was yet to come. Time twisted and curled, each second stretching into infinity, each heartbeat echoing the inevitable. This was just the beginning. The crown settled heavier upon Napoleon's brow, yet his heart felt lighter and, at once, impossibly heavy. Some truths are better left unspoken, but in that moment of blinding glory, I saw them both, two flawed souls caught in the relentless gears of fate, each one tethered to the other by the fraying strings of love and ambition. The world shifted, but they remained trapped in a dance of shadows, a dance that would lead them down a path neither could fully comprehend. And I remembered the whispers of history, the way they lingered long after the final curtain fell. The applause faded, but the echoes remained, an unending rhythm of triumph and despair. The night wore on, the crown gleaming, But within the hearts of those two, a storm brewed, a tempest that would forever alter the world, and haunt them both for eternity. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and blood, as if the sky itself wept for the souls lost on this grim battlefield. Mud squelched beneath heavy boots, each step weighed down with dread. Shadows loomed, warping the flickering light of torches like ghostly fingers reaching for the damned. I stood amidst the chaos, the clamor of clashing steel echoing in my ears, heart racing, a wild drumbeat of fear and anticipation. I remember the silence before the storm, a heartbeat, a breath held too long. Then, the clash, the brutal symphony of war igniting. I could see him, Napoleon, a figure cloaked in the aura of destiny, his eyes fierce with the fire of ambition. Those eyes, brilliant, penetrating, held the weight of 100,000 lives. He was a titan forged in the crucible of battle, but within me, an unyielding question pulsed like a wound, at what cost? Then there was Lord Nelson, the British lion, fighting the waves and the shadows alike. A man driven, but tormented, each victory a reminder of his solitary path. I could see the way the setting sun reflected in his gaze, a fierce determination, yet tinged with a sadness only the bravest of hearts could know. Courage and despair danced together, forging an alliance of their own. I thought of the oceans he sailed, the storms he weathered. What did he feel now, standing on the precipice of this war, knowing that the waves of fate were crashing down upon him? Time stretched and warped, moments became memories before they even happened. I remember, oh, how I remember, the cries of the wounded, the haunting whispers of men who once laughed over mugs of ale, now reduced to shadows of their former selves. I could see their faces, etched with fear, their eyes wide as they faced the unknown. Memories played tricks, intertwining the past and the present, like smoke curling around my mind, an intoxicating reminder of what was at stake. The battlefield was a theater, and we were the unwilling actors, each life a fragile thread in the tapestry of war. I could feel the weight of choices pressing heavily on my chest. In the distance, cannons roared, and I flinched, as if each explosion struck my very soul. What did it mean to fight for glory? What was glory but a fleeting shadow, a cruel mistress that lured men into the abyss? I felt the pulse of history around me, an unyielding force, as if time itself clamored for remembrance. A figure stumbled nearby, a soldier, bloodied and broken, clutching the remnants of hope in his trembling hands. I rushed to him, but he looked through me, lost, haunted by the specters of his fallen comrades. I remember, he gasped, the laughter, the promises, now only echoes. His words seared into my mind, a reminder that each battle claimed more than just bodies, it seared scars into the very essence of our humanity. There was something strikingly familiar about this struggle. It reminded me of the absurdity of life itself, a grotesque dance where each step could lead to glory or demise. War felt like a carnival, but the laughter was hollow, the attraction sinister. As cannons fired again, I felt the jolt of reality wash over me, the curtain of illusion torn away. This was not a game, this was survival. Napoleon's silhouette cut through the haze as he rallied his men, a prophet of destruction and glory. I could hear his voice, booming with fervor, promising victory as if it were a magic trick, a sleight of hand, a promise that hung in the air like a noose. Did they believe him? Did they think he bore the weight of their dreams as he led them headlong into the fray? Or was he merely a man, drawing shadows around him as he danced with fate? Somewhere nearby, the spectre of Lord Nelson cast a long shadow, his presence felt even in the chaos. There was an electricity in the air, a tension that crackled between them like lightning. Who would prevail? Who would stand on the ashes of this battlefield, crowned in victory or drenched in despair? The world seemed to hold its breath, teetering on the edge of an abyss, waiting for the inevitable clash. I felt a jolt, a sudden surge of adrenaline as the army surged forward, a wave crashing upon the rocks. Fear and exhilaration intertwined in a wild embrace. I charged alongside them, a mere spectator caught in the tide of history, yet a part of this grand, horrific spectacle. The ground shook beneath us, and the air was alive with the smell of gunpowder and the cries of the dying. And then, in the heart of it all, a crushing realization dawned upon me, our truth as sharp as the blade of a sword. This was more than just a battle, it was the confrontation of ideals, of dreams and nightmares, of humanity's wretched and beautiful soul. I felt small, yet monumental, a single heartbeat amid the cacophony of war. The clash was imminent, I could feel it in my bones. As swords met shields, as cries of valiance intertwined with screams of anguish, time splintered, the past, the present, the future collided in an explosive moment. I thought of love, of loss, of the laughter that had been, all the things that made us human, now overshadowed by the monstrous machine of conflict. And yet, amid the storm, I remembered, each heartbeat was a testament to resilience, each breath an echo of hope. For in the darkest moments, even a flicker of light could ignite a revolution. Time was unyielding, and in this chaos, we were all bound by the same yearning, the same fears. As the clash of titans raged on, I felt it settle deep within my chest, a relentless ache, a lifelong reminder that within the depths of despair, we find the raw, unfettered pulse of life itself. The battle stretched on, a relentless tide, and I stood anchored in the storm, a witness to the clash of wills. In the echoes of history, I found my truth, a depth of emotion, a weight of existence, eternal in its resonance. As the shadows danced around me, I knew, in my heart, that this was not the end. No, this was only the beginning, the tremors of destiny still to come, the continuing saga of those who dared to dream, to fight, to remember. The air crackles, heavy with the dread of 1,000 hearts racing in the chill of dawn. I remember the horizon, smeared with the colors of an angry sky, as if it were bleeding. Time stands still, yet it feels like the world is about to shatter into a million pieces. The campfires flicker, shadows dancing like specters, and the smell of damp earth mingles with the metallic tang of impending death. Here, on this field where emperors and commoners alike would taste the bitter ash of fate, I can't shake the feeling that something cataclysmic is about to unfold. The rumble of hoofbeats echoes in the distance. Napoleon, they say, rides with the weight of destiny on his narrow shoulders, the sun glinting off his brass buttons like mocking stars. But who is he really? A man cloaked in ambition, fraying at the edges of sanity as he commands thousands with a mere flick of his wrist. I watch him, and I can almost see the ghosts in his eyes, the ones that whisper sweet nothings of glory, yet scream of ruin. I remember the stories of his rise, each one sharper than the last. A man who played with the lives of others as a child plays with toy soldiers, unyielding, relentless. Across the field, Prince Karl stands, trembling, not from fear, but from the weight of expectation pressing down on his chest. I see him holding his sword, knuckles white, as if it could slice through the very fabric of time itself. He is a man caught in a storm, a marionette pulled by strings of duty. What do you do when the world expects you to be a hero, yet you feel like a coward? I see it in his eyes, his torn between the honor of his lineage and the haunting knowledge that history has a cruel sense of humor. It laughs at heroes who fall, at men who bleed under the weight of crowns. And there's me, a mere whisper among titans, watching this grand tapestry unravel before my very eyes. I remember the stories I read as a child, tales filled with gallant acts and noble sacrifices. It's all so much simpler in stories, there's always a hero, a villain, and a happy ending. But here, in this moment thick with anticipation, all I can see are the shades of grey, the confusion of choices made in desperation. The cannons are loaded, and the air vibrates with the tension of an unplayed note. I can feel the earth beneath my feet, pulsating like a heartbeat, the whispered cries of those who came before me echoing in my mind. I remember the history books, how they gloss over the carnage, the blood spilled like paint on a canvas. Yet here, it's real. It's visceral. These men with dirt-caked faces and tattered uniforms will soon become ghosts, their stories etched in the soil of Austerlitz. The first shots ring out, a thunderclap that shatters the silence. Chaos erupts like a violent storm, and I can't breathe. I see Karl's face twist in panic, a fleeting moment where the prince becomes a boy again, lost amid the cacophony. In his heart, he yearns for the safety of his mother's embrace, the sweetness of laughter that now feels worlds away. But there's no retreating, no safety in the arms of a mother's love when the world demands blood. His sword glints in the dim light, and I can feel it, the weight of it, the burden of decisions made under duress. Napoleon, too, is caught in a tempest of his own creation. The battlefield becomes a canvas splashed with horror and heroism alike. I remember the tales of his victories, his smile flashing like lightning. But now? Now, there's no time for reflection, no time for the heroics the world demands. A man becomes a monster in the heat of battle, and I can see it creeping into his eyes, a familiar madness taking root. The cries of the wounded pierce the air, mingling with the smell of gunpowder and sweat, and I want to cover my ears, to drown it out, yet I'm anchored to this moment, forced to witness the fragility of man. Death lurks behind every shot, every scream. I remember my own vulnerability, the way it gnaws at my insides, a dark creature feeding on fear and despair. And then, as the tide of battle shifts and surges like a storm-tossed sea, I catch a glimpse of something beautiful amid the horror, a fleeting connection, a shared glance between Karl and Napoleon, two men who should be enemies but for a heartbeat are just men. In that instant, the world around them blurs, and I feel the weight of their shared humanity. The ambition, the fear, the longing for meaning in the chaos of war, it binds them together like invisible threads. But this moment is fleeting. The roar of a cannon breaks the fragile spell, and they are thrust back into their roles. The weight of the crowns they wear pulls them under, the echoes of history demanding sacrifices that could drown them both. I feel it in the pit of my stomach, the realization that this battle, this day, will become the stuff of legends, not for the glory it promises, but for the heartbreak it births. And then the ground shudders beneath me, as if the earth itself mourns the loss of the innocent. I remember the faces, the stories trapped in those eyes, the love that once defined their youth, now lost to the brutality of war. It's a dance of death and despair, a ballet of broken dreams and hollow victories. As evening descends and the shadows lengthen, the battlefield transforms into a tapestry painted with despair. The cries fade to whispers, and amid the carnage, I realize there are no winners here, only survivors. I stand on the precipice of history, and the weight of it presses against my chest like a vice. I remember those who will be forgotten, the names that will fade, the families who will break under the strain of their loss. The battle rages on, but I am lost in the haunting beauty of it all, the bittersweet reminder that even in the darkest of moments, humanity flickers like a candle, fragile yet unyielding. We are all caught in this cosmic dance, just cogs in a machine that grinds mercilessly toward an uncertain future. I can't look away, can't turn back, as the chaos unfolds, and the stories of Karl and Napoleon intertwine like vines choking the life from a tree. This is where time has no meaning, where the past and present collide in a tapestry woven with pain, pride, and a flicker of hope. I stand, a witness to it all, my heart pounding with the weight of memories yet to be made. It doesn't end here, it never ends. The battle continues, the cries echo in the twilight, and I am ensnared, a captive of my own emotions, waiting for the next heartbeat, the next moment to unfold. The air hung thick with the scent of smoke and despair, a haunting reminder of war, as the sun dipped behind the silhouette of the forest, casting shadows that felt too eager to consume the last vestiges of light. It was at this cursed hour that the world teetered on a knife's edge, the wayward whispers of peace tangled in a web of betrayal. I remember the clamor, the echo of hoofbeats pounding on cobblestone, a relentless drum that matched the frantic rhythm of my heart. Soldiers, once proud and defiant, now moved like specters, faces drawn, eyes sunken, haunted by the ghosts of comrades lost. There stood Alexander, the Prussian general, a man carved from granite yet trembling beneath the weight of his own choices. His hands, once steady, now shook as he gripped the parchment of the treaty, ink still wet, like an open wound. "Is this what honor has led us to?" he muttered, his voice barely a whisper, yet it pierced the air like a battle cry. The treaty, a fragile lifeline, was just a piece of paper, a promise of calm amid the storm, yet it felt more like shackles than salvation. I could see the conflict gnawing at him, the bitter taste of betrayal lurking on his tongue. How could he reconcile the ink on that page with the blood staining his hands? Across the campfire, under a canopy of stars that felt too distant to offer comfort, stood Anton, a soldier who had once been a poet. His dreams of glory had been stripped away, leaving only the raw, aching need for vengeance. "We are surrendering to a tyrant," he spat, each word laced with venom. "A wolf in sheep's clothing. Have you forgotten the fields drenched in our brother's blood?" His eyes glinted with something wild, a cauldron of rage and fear, boiling over, threatening to consume him whole. They were friends, once brothers in arms, now divided by visions of what could be and what should never have been. The night grew denser, as if the very fabric of reality was shifting. I remember the silence, heavy and suffocating, a pause before the storm. The flickering flames danced, casting grotesque shadows that played tricks on our minds. Around us, the world felt alive, a mirror reflecting our chaos. The trees whispered secrets only the dead understood. I could feel the tension wrapped tightly around us, knotting in my stomach. What price would we pay for this temporary peace? With every breath, I tasted the bittersweet tang of hope, an insidious thing, promising light while hiding daggers behind its back. Alexander's resolve wavered. He wanted to believe in the possibility of change, a world reborn from ashes. "This is the beginning," he said, his voice breaking. "We must believe in a future." But the future felt like a ghost, elusive and mocking, slipping through his fingers. Anton's laughter shattered the stillness, a harsh, skeletal sound. "And what future is that, my friend?" "One paved with the bones of the innocent." The fire crackled, drawing our gazes like moths to a flame, as if it held the answers we so desperately sought. The world around us felt alive, breathing in rhythm with our heartbeat, wrapping us in a shroud of intimacy and terror. I watched as Alexander's shoulders slumped, the weight of the world pulling him down, while Anton's fury ignited like wildfire. They were two sides of the same coin, wrestling with demons that left scars deeper than any blade. In the distance, the clattering of dishes echoed from the makeshift camp, a stark reminder of normalcy amid chaos. A woman, her face weary but determined, served the last of the meager rations to the soldiers. "We need you alive," she insisted, her voice a brittle thread of hope that connected us all. I saw the flicker of something in Alexander's eyes, a glimmer of realization. "We fight for them," he murmured, almost to himself. "But at what cost?" I could feel the walls closing in, the air thickening with unspoken fears. The night deepened, wrapping its arms around us, a cloak of impending doom. The peace was an illusion, a fragile bubble that threatened to burst. The clock was ticking, each second a reminder of the inevitable confrontation lurking on the horizon. Just beyond the trees lay the ruins of our past, ghosts of battles fought and lives lost. The weight of history pressed down upon us, a burden too heavy to bear. "Promise me," Anton's voice cut through the darkness, raw and pleading. "Promise me we will not turn our backs on the living. If we must fight again, let it be for them, not against them." The fire crackled, sending sparks into the night sky, little stars fighting for their place among the cosmos. I saw the pain in Alexander's eyes, the flicker of hope and dread battling for dominance. "I promise," he whispered, but the promise felt fragile, like spun glass, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. And so we sat, three souls intertwined in a web of conflicting desires and haunting dreams. The world outside continued its relentless march toward chaos, while we clung to our fragile peace, a peace that felt more like a prison than a promise. Time slipped through our fingers like sand, and I wondered, in the depths of my heart, if we could ever truly escape the shadows of the past. In that moment, the darkness whispered back to me, a chilling reminder that even the brightest hopes could harbor the darkest fears. The treaty, that fleeting moment of respite, felt like a cruel joke, a shadow of betrayal that lingered just out of reach. I remember the weight of that night, the bittersweet taste of hope mingling with despair, a fleeting moment that would soon be lost to the echoes of history. And as the dawn threatened to break, I knew this was merely the beginning, a prelude to a storm that would sweep us away, leaving nothing but echoes of what once was. The sun would rise, but peace was a fragile thing, and I could already feel the winds of war stirring just beyond the horizon, ready to engulf us all once more. The air crackles with the static of unshed blood, each heartbeat a reminder of the chaos unfolding in the streets of Madrid. I remember the scent of gunpowder mingling with the sour tang of fear. It clings to the cobblestones like a second skin. The city is a wounded beast, howling beneath the weight of an unseen hand, and I stand frozen in the shadows, clutching my trembling fingers around a rusted musket. I can hear it in the distant echoes of cannon fire, the cries of men, and the strangled sobs of women who dare to dream of peace. It's a symphony of agony, one I can never unhear. In this moment, I am not just a soldier, I am Alejandro, a man burdened by the ghosts of decisions that haunt me even in the darkness. Every life I've taken has carved a hollow space inside me. I can still see their faces, the young boy with the bright eyes, the old man who pleaded for mercy, the woman who screamed as I pulled the trigger. I remember their pain, and it gnaws at my soul. Each scream is a reminder that war has a price that cannot be paid in gold but in the sleepless nights that follow. Across the plaza, I catch a glimpse of Clara, her dark hair whipping wildly in the wind, eyes aflame with determination. She's not just a figure on the battlefield, she's a lighthouse in this storm of despair. I've watched her rally the women of Madrid, her voice rising above the din, fierce and unyielding. "We will not be silenced," she shouts, and her words pierce the air like arrows, striking deep into the hearts of men who would break her spirit. But Clara carries her own burdens, the secret love for a soldier whose life hangs by a thread, the fear of losing everything she holds dear. I see it in her eyes, the flicker of vulnerability hidden behind the mask of strength. But we are all haunted here, aren't we? I think of Diego, my brother in arms, who once laughed as he recounted tales of glory, now reduced to murmurs of despair. His laugh has been replaced by the shadow of loss, a void that seems to expand each day as the war drags on. The weight of his memories crushes him, he can no longer see the man he used to be. "Alejandro," he whispers, his voice barely a breath, "what have we become?" I want to mend his brokenness, to pull him back from the edge, but the abyss is deep, and I am powerless to save him. As the dawn casts its pale light over the city, I find myself at the heart of chaos. Gunfire erupts, and the earth trembles beneath my feet. I plunge forward, adrenaline coursing through my veins, each step a battle between courage and fear. The screams blend into the rhythm of my heart, a frantic drumbeat urging me to fight, to survive. The faces of the fallen flash before me, a haunting parade of ghosts marching to the cadence of death. I sidestep a fallen soldier, his lifeblood pooling like a dark lake around him, and it hits me, the fleeting nature of life. In this moment, I am a mere whisper against the cacophony of destruction. But I remember Clara's words, "We will not be silenced." I clench my fist, a spark of rebellion igniting within me. I won't let their sacrifices be in vain. I push forward into the fray, the musket now an extension of my will, each shot fired a plea for redemption. The world around me is a blur of motion, soldiers charging, cannonballs soaring, and the cries of anguish that pierce the very fabric of my being. I remember the warmth of home, a distant memory now, where laughter once filled the air. But here, in this grim theater of war, the laughter is drowned out by despair. And yet, in the midst of it all, I catch a glimpse of Clara, her silhouette shimmering amidst the chaos, a beacon of hope. "Stay close!" I shout, but the noise swallows my voice. She's a tempest, charging forward, rallying those around her, and I can't help but admire her bravery. I want to reach her, to protect her from the horrors that lurk in the shadows, but the tide of battle separates us. The ground shakes beneath me, and I stumble, falling to my knees. I look up, and for a fleeting moment, I see her looking back at me, fear and determination intermingling in her gaze. But the moment evaporates as a deafening explosion rocks the plaza. I'm thrown backward, hitting the ground with a bone-jarring thud. Pain radiates through me, a sharp reminder that I am still alive, yet I feel the world spinning around me, time unraveling like a frayed thread. The echoes of battle fade, replaced by an eerie silence. I remember, what is it to fight for something greater than ourselves? What is it to stand firm while the world crumbles? I stagger to my feet, heart pounding, and rush toward the smoke, searching for Clara, for Diego, for anything that could anchor me. I reach for my musket, feeling its cold metal against my palm. But as I push through the haze, I am met not just with the aftermath of war but the chilling realization that lives have been irrevocably changed. Ghosts linger in the air, memories etched into the very fabric of this conflict, whispering tales of love and loss in my ear. In the heart of the chaos, where shadows thicken and time bends, I see her, Clara, arms raised, commanding the remnants of our shattered squad. She is a warrior painting hope on a canvas of despair, but I also see the cracks in her armor, the way her courage falters, a mirror reflecting my own fears. "We can't give up," she cries, and I am drawn to her, pulled by an invisible thread of shared struggle. But something shifts in the air, a tension that coils tightly around us as darkness looms. The weight of all that we've lost crushes me, but I refuse to yield. I see Diego, blooded and grim, his spirit flickering like a candle in the night. For the fallen, he murmurs, eyes hollow yet fierce, and I realize, this is not just a fight for survival, it's a fight for the memories we carry, for the dreams we refuse to let die. And so we charge into the fray, two souls entwined in this relentless war. The storm rages on, the chaos swirling like an endless sea, but we are not alone. We are bound by the thread of humanity, fighting not just for ourselves but for those who came before us, and those who will follow. In the heart of darkness, we forge our path, and the echoes of our struggle will reverberate through time, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. The wind howled through the skeletal trees, their branches clawing at the grey sky like desperate hands reaching for salvation. In the dim light, shadows flickered, dancing on the edge of sanity, whispering secrets of doom. I stood there, heart pounding, breath caught in my throat, as the world seemed to hold its breath, teetering on the brink of an abyss. It was here, in this desolate moment, that I remembered, a distant echo of laughter, a promise made long ago, now drowned in the growing tide of chaos. Anya was crouched beside me, her fingers trembling over the worn map that we had pored over countless times. Her eyes, once bright with dreams of a future, were now dark pools of fear. "This can't be happening," she murmured, the words barely escaping her lips. I wanted to believe her. I wanted to wrap my arms around her, to shield her from the encroaching storm. But the truth was a jagged knife, cutting through the fragile fabric of our hopes, revealing the harsh reality. The invasion was no longer a distant threat, it was here. I could hear the distant rumble of engines, a low growl that sent shivers down my spine. Each sound was a drumbeat of impending doom, a signal that something unspeakable loomed just beyond the horizon. The air was thick with smoke and tension, a palpable weight that pressed against my chest. I squeezed Anya's hand, trying to anchor myself in this moment, but it felt like grasping at smoke. "We have to move," I urged, my voice barely a whisper, as if speaking too loudly would attract the attention of the shadows. Across the clearing stood Victor, his gaze fixed on the horizon, a fortress of resolve even as doubt flickered behind his eyes. He was my brother, my protector, but guilt gnawed at him like a relentless beast. "I should have seen this coming," he said, his voice low and haunted. "I thought we had time." The weight of his words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. I remembered the nights we spent at the fire, dreaming of a life unburdened by the spectre of war. Now, those dreams felt like ghosts, fading before the dawn of a new reality. I could see the tension in his shoulders, the way they knotted with strain. Victor had always been the brave one, the one who wore his heart like armor, yet in this moment he was a man stripped bare, vulnerable against the storm. "We need to go," he insisted, but I could hear the tremor in his voice, the fracture beneath the surface. He was terrified, and it made me more afraid still. As if on cue, a heavy rumble echoed through the air, reverberating deep within my chest. The clouds above darkened, as if the heavens themselves mourned the choices we had made, the paths we had taken. I looked at Anya, her face was pale, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination. I remembered how she had laughed at my silly attempts to impress her, her laughter like a balm to my wounded heart. Now, that laughter felt like a distant memory, buried under the weight of what was to come. "Don't lose hope," I whispered, though my own heart trembled with uncertainty. "We can find a way out of this." But even as I spoke, I wondered if my words were nothing more than a fragile illusion, a thin veneer over the truth that lay waiting to swallow us whole. Victor's eyes flicked to the trees, the shadows that loomed like specters. "The forest will hide us," he said, almost to himself. "We can lose them in the underbrush." The words were hollow, a fleeting comfort against the encroaching dread. I could see the gears turning in his mind, the desperate calculations that weighed the risks against our dwindling options. A rustle broke the silence, a sound that sent a jolt of adrenaline coursing through me. My breath hitched, and I clutched Anya's hand tighter. The shadows shifted, dark shapes moving with a predatory grace, and I felt the world around me pulse with a life of its own. Time was unraveling, each second stretching into eternity, and I could almost taste the bitterness of despair on my tongue. "Run!" Victor's voice sliced through the tension like a blade, and in that instant, we were propelled forward, three figures sprinting into the abyss, hearts pounding in tandem. The forest swallowed us whole, branches snatching at our clothes, the earth beneath our feet threatening to give way. I could hear the heavy footsteps behind us, an ominous reminder that we were not alone, that the darkness was closing in. I glanced back, a fleeting moment of terror bursting in my chest. The silhouettes loomed, relentless and unyielding, shadows chasing shadows. Panic clawed at my throat, and I fought to keep my feet moving, to keep Anya close. The world blurred around us, a cacophony of fear and adrenaline, and for a heartbeat, I wished for the simplicity of laughter, the ease of a moment without dread. "Keep going!" Victor shouted, his voice breaking through the chaos. I could see the determination etched on his face, and it ignited a spark of hope within me, a flicker that dared to defy the darkness. I pushed forward, driven by the need to protect Anya, to shield her from the tumult that threatened to consume us. As we plunged deeper into the abyss of the forest, the air thickened with an unsettling silence, broken only by the sound of our labored breaths. I felt the weight of the world pressing down, a relentless tide of despair threatening to drown us. The shadows clung to the trees, whispering secrets of despair, taunting us with the inevitability of what lay ahead. Time twisted and turned, moments stretching into infinity, and I found myself recalling flashes of laughter, the warmth of a fleeting embrace, the dreams we had woven together. I remembered the way Anya's eyes sparkled under the stars, the promise of a future that now felt like a cruel joke. Shadows danced at the periphery of my vision, and I realized that the ghosts of our past were not merely memories, they were the harbingers of our fate. With every step, we raced toward the abyss, a confrontation looming on the edge of our reality, a reckoning that would force us to confront our deepest fears. The world around us pulsed with a dark energy, the forest closing in, and I felt a primal instinct surge within me. We would fight. We would resist. We would not let the darkness claim us without a battle. As the shadows thickened, I allowed myself a final glance back at the fading light, a flicker of hope swallowed by the encroaching gloom. The clock was ticking, the hour of reckoning drawing near, and with it, the certainty that everything we had known would soon be unrecognizable. But in that moment, as we plunged into the depths of the unknown, I felt an unyielding resolve take root deep within my soul. This was not the end. It was merely the beginning. And the storm was just gathering strength, ready to unleash its fury upon a world unprepared for the tempest that awaited. The air hung thick with smoke and despair, a bitter reminder that life could flicker out like a candle in the wind. I remember the stillness before the storm, the eerie calm that wrapped around us like a funeral shroud, whispering secrets of impending doom. There, amidst the chaos, stood Andrei, a man undone by honor, his blue eyes a haunting testament to the weight of duty. He gripped the hilt of his sword, knuckles white, as if it were a lifeline thrown into an ocean of blood. I remember the smell of gunpowder, acrid and suffocating, clawing at our throats as we prepared to meet our fate. The horizon quaked with the thunder of distant cannons, each boom a heartbeat of death approaching. Andrei's breath came in short gasps, a mere mortal caught in a celestial drama where gods played with lives like pieces on a chessboard. He was torn between the man he wanted to be and the soldier he had to become. Each choice felt like a guillotine's blade, slicing through whispers of love, laughter, and the warmth of home. Tatiana, his sister, was not far from him. Her spirit danced at the edge of despair, fierce and unyielding, like a tiny flame flickering in an endless night. She wore her bravery like armor, but beneath it was a heart that ached with every pulse, torn between pride and fear. She clutched a tattered letter from their mother, the ink still fresh with hope, every word a reminder of a world beyond the blooded fields. "I should not be here," she whispered, her voice trembling like the leaves in a storm. Each syllable was a prayer, a curse, a declaration against the cosmos that conspired to drown them in this sea of suffering. I saw her gaze drift toward Andred, her brother, a warrior bound by oaths heavier than the steel he bore. The invisible tether between them crackled with unspoken words, a bond forged in childhood dreams now overshadowed by the grim reality of battle. The ground trembled beneath us, a living entity, hungry for sacrifice. I remember the way the sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the battlefield as if the heavens themselves were weeping for the souls that would soon be lost. Andrei took a deep breath, the weight of his sword heavy on his side. He turned to Tatiana, his voice strained but resolute. "We fight for our home. We fight for each other." But the words felt like ash in the air, choking out her hope. What if home is just a memory now? Her eyes were pools of fear and longing, searching for a light in the gathering darkness. Then it came, an explosion of sound, a cacophony that shattered the fragile peace. Orders barked like wild dogs, men scrambling to their positions, their faces masks of terror and resolve. The world erupted into a frenzy, horses reeled, men screamed. Andrei's heart raced, the rhythm of war pounding in his ears. They were not just soldiers, they were fathers, brothers, lovers, and all were at the mercy of fate's cruel hand. In moments like these, I remember the ghosts, the souls of the fallen lingering just beyond our sight, the haunting reminder of the thin veil between life and death. The shadows whispered of those who had come before, their laughter replaced by cries of agony. Andrej charged forward, driven not just by duty but by demons that clawed at his conscience, a visceral need to prove himself. I could see him grappling with the weight of his own existence. Was he a hero or a fool? The battle raged on, each clash of steel a heartbeat, each cry a prayer unanswered. I could feel the earth swallowing men whole, their lives extinguished like candles snuffed out too soon. I remember the chaos as if it were a symphony composed of grunts, cries, and the sickening thud of bodies hitting the ground. Tatiana fought alongside her brother, her heart racing as adrenaline coursed through her veins. Each pull of the trigger felt like an act of defiance, a desperate stand against a world that sought to erase them. Yet, she was not just a soldier, she was a sister, a daughter, a woman haunted by the thought of what lay beyond the battlefield. "Andrej," she screamed, her voice a lifeline through the storm, but the din swallowed her words, leaving her isolated in the chaos. An explosion rocked the ground beneath them, sending both of them sprawling. I remember the searing pain in her chest as the world spun, the fleeting thought that this might be the end. But within that darkness, she found a flicker of resolve. She would not let fear consume her, she would face it head-on, even if it meant standing on the precipice of oblivion. Andrej crawled toward her, battered and bruised, the sight of his sister igniting a flame within him. He pulled her close, urgency racing through them both. "We can't give up." His words were a desperate plea, a fierce love wrapped in the raw edges of fear. They had to fight, not just for their lives, but for the ghosts that whispered their names, for the dreams that sparkled in the ashes of war. Around them, the battle surged like an angry tide, each wave claiming lives, the ground soaked in memories that would never fade. I remember the fleeting moments of clarity in the chaos. Eyes locking across the battlefield, understanding that every breath was a gift and every heartbeat a reminder of what was truly at stake. In that heart-stopping moment, time seemed to stretch, the universe holding its breath as each choice became a matter of life and death. Andrej surged forward, a warrior determined to carve a path through the hell that surrounded them. Tatiana followed, her spirit unyielding, the bond between them a beacon in the darkest of nights. But the battle was far from over. The cries of the wounded rose like a requiem, and the shadows of the fallen loomed larger, ever present as if the very soil called for its sacrifices. The Battle of Borodino was not just a clash of armies, it was a crucible that would consume their very souls. And so, they fought, sisters and brothers, warriors and dreamers, caught in a tempest of sacrifice and stalemate. The echoes of conflict would ripple through time, leaving scars deeper than the earth could ever know. And as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, the battlefield held its breath, waiting for the next act in this tragic tapestry of sacrifice. The wind howled like a banshee, a mournful wail that echoed through the skeletal trees, their branches clawing at the slate-grey sky, begging for mercy. Beneath the relentless gusts, the frozen ground crunched under booted feet, each step a battle against the biting cold that seeped through thick wool and leather like icy fingers grasping at the heart. I remember the moment vividly, the way the air tasted sharp and metallic, a harbinger of blood and despair. The world around us was a white abyss, a mocking blank canvas that had swallowed hope whole. "Keep moving!" "Don't stop," shouted Nikolai, his voice snapping like a frayed wire, frantically cutting through the frigid silence. He was a hulking figure, once proud and strong, now an emaciated shadow of himself, driven by fear and desperation. His eyes, once bright with dreams, were now sunken pits, reflections of lost comrades and countless dead. I could see the tremors in his hands, he gripped his rifle like a lifeline. The weight of their loss sat heavy on his shoulders, suffocating as the chill clawed at our necks. I stumbled behind him, dragging my feet through the snow, each step a reminder of our grim reality. "Nikolai!" I gasped, my breath a cloud of vapor that dissipated into the grey. "We need to rest," the words left my lips, a weak plea that hung in the air like a doomed promise. The retreat had begun weeks ago, but it felt like a lifetime. Every day, every hour, had blurred into an endless cycle of suffering. I remembered the warmth of home, the laughter of my sister, Anna, who used to dance in the courtyard under the sun. How could I have been so reckless? How could we have thought conquest was a road paved with glory? Rest? "Do you think the cold cares for our fatigue?" he barked, his voice a whip, but his eyes flickered with something softer, a flicker of understanding buried beneath layers of anguish. "You want to die here? In this hell?" The truth of his words bit deeper than the frost. Amidst the chaos, I caught a glimpse of Sasha, her breath visible in tiny clouds, eyes wide with fear. Her spirit flickered like a candle in the wind. Once a fierce warrior, she had fought with the heart of a lion. Now she was on the verge of collapse, her body weary, her resolve crumbling like the ice beneath our feet. "Nikolai, we can't lose her!" I shouted, desperation clawing at my throat like a ravenous beast. The bond between them was a lifeline, forged through fire and blood, and now it hung by a thread. "Stay close," he yelled, urgency spilling from his lips, but I could see the cracks in his facade, the way his heart twisted with each labored breath she took, each faltering step he had to prop her up for. We pushed onward, the ghostly trees closing in, the shadows narrowing around us like the jaws of a trap. I could feel panic rising, twisting in my gut, but it was the silence, the oppressive silence that gripped us all, that was the most chilling. I remember moments of clarity amidst the chaos, flashes of our lives before the war, when laughter echoed through the halls instead of gunfire. When was the last time I felt the warmth of a hug, the gentle brush of a friend's hand? "Keep your head up, Sasha," Nikolai urged, his voice cracking, desperation leaking into the edges of his tone as he leaned closer, the warmth of his breath mingling with the cold that suffocated us. "You're stronger than this. Remember the village? The way you rallied the children during the harvest." "Stop," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread. "Those children are dead now." Her gaze turned inward, spiraling into darkness, and I felt a deep ache in my chest, a longing to pull her back from the edge. I wanted to scream at the world, to rage against the unfairness of it all. But the cold was unforgiving, and our time was running out. The trees loomed ever closer, shadows merging with the night, and I could feel the ghosts of those lost whispering through the wind. They were specters, echoes of our pasts, realities we had abandoned in pursuit of glory. I remembered their faces, the boys who had bravely marched into battle, hearts buoyed with promises of victory, now just names etched into our memories. As we trudged on, a sound sliced through the frozen air, a distant crack. A tree, groaning under the weight of ice, fell. It was a grim reminder of our own fragility. I remember the way Nikolai's hands had held my shoulder, steadying me when I almost faltered, when the weight of the world pressed down too heavily. "We're not just fighting for ourselves," he had said then, his voice earnest, his eyes blazing. "We fight for each other." Now, that promise felt like a curse. The cold gnawed at our resolve, and the biting wind carried the scent of despair, a bitter perfume that clung to our clothes like a shroud. I could see the way Nikolai's shoulders slumped, the way Sasha's legs wobbled beneath her. They were fighting against ghosts in their minds, the faces of friends they had lost, a past that refused to release its grip. "Look!" I gasped, my heart pounding with a flicker of hope as I spotted a faint glow in the distance, a fire, maybe? A flickering promise of warmth, of safety. But the closer we drew, the more the shadows danced, taunting us, whispering secrets of what lay ahead. "Is it real?" Sasha's voice trembled, a haunting echo in the biting wind. "Or just a mirage? Does it matter?" Nikolai replied, determination hardening in his tone. "We have to try." I remember that night, the swirling chaos of emotions, the hunger gnawing at our bellies, ghosts swirling around us, and the biting cold threatening to consume us whole. We stumbled towards that flickering light, edging ever closer to the brink, where hope met despair in an agonizing embrace. Together, I whispered, more to myself than to them, though I felt the weight of their unspoken agreement in the air. The fire beckoned us like an oasis in the desert, but as the darkness enveloped us, I couldn't shake the feeling that a reckoning was coming, a confrontation not just with the enemy, but with our very souls. The wind howled again, and in its chilling cries, I felt the echoes of history, a reminder of lives lost, dreams shattered, and futures uncertain. The harsh winter was unforgiving, a merciless judge, and we were mere pawns in a game much larger than ourselves, each heartbeat a reminder that the only certainty we had was the cold that would either break us or bind us together in our shared torment. As we drew nearer to that distant light, the echoes grew louder, shadows converging into figures from our past, dancing between the trees, watching, waiting. The harsh winter had not yet finished its brutal work. The air crackled with a tension so thick it felt like a living thing, coiling around the soldiers who stood in the moonlit clearing, a grim congregation beneath the weight of fate. Shadows danced in the flickering light of campfires, their flames eager to consume the darkness, but the night was alive with the whispers of the damned. I remember the taste of fear, a metallic tang that lingered on my tongue as I gripped my sword, the hilt cool and familiar against my palm. We stood at the edge of annihilation, hearts beating like war drums, pounding against the chest like a fevered prayer for survival. Elias, a boy of 20, barely a man but already burdened with the weight of a soldier's soul, was the first to break the silence. His eyes, haunted and wild, darted between the trees as though they were conspirators hiding the enemy. "They're coming," he breathed, the words barely more than a whisper, yet they echoed like a death knell. I watched as he clenched his fists, the knuckles white against the darkness. I remembered the boy with the laughing eyes, the one who dreamed of glory. Now, that boy was a ghost, replaced by a man consumed by dread. I felt his pain, an ache in my own chest, as I recalled the dreams he once shared with me over the crackling embers of our fires, dreams now reduced to a nightmare painted in shades of blood. And then there was Margaret, fierce and unyielding, standing like a pillar of defiance among the wavering spirits of our company. Her hair, the color of autumn leaves, caught the light, but there was no warmth in her gaze. She was a warrior, not because she wanted to be, but because the world demanded it. I remember the way she held her bow, taut and tense like a coiled serpent waiting to strike. "We fight for our homes, for our families," she declared, her voice carrying the weight of 1,000 whispered promises. "We fight against tyranny." But inside, I saw the cracks in her facade. Each breath was a battle, each heartbeat a reminder of what was to come. I wanted to tell her that courage is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to face it, but the words caught in my throat like a splinter. A rustle in the darkness made us all flinch. My heart raced, pounding in my ears like the ominous ticking of a clock counting down to our doom. The fog rolled in, thickening like smoke from a pyre of lost hopes, swirling around us, obscuring the boundaries of safety. Shadows twisted, morphing into shapes that could be our salvation or our executioners. I remember the flicker of doubt. What if this was the end? What if the world we knew turned to dust before our very eyes? Then came the sound, a distant rumble, like the growl of a beast stirring from slumber. I felt it deep in my bones, a primal instinct urging us to flee, yet we stood our ground, anchored by something greater than fear. It was hope, a fragile thread weaving through our hearts, a promise that we were not alone in this fight. Elias muttered prayers, words tumbling from his lips like scattered leaves, while Margaret's eyes shone with a fierce determination. I wanted to reach out, to grasp their hands and forge an unbreakable bond against the impending storm, but the fear of what lay ahead held me back. As the night deepened, we gathered around the fire, the crackling flames casting flickering shadows that danced like specters in the dark. I watched Elias, his face illuminated in shades of orange and gold, and felt a swell of emotion, a mix of pride and sorrow. He was so young, too young for the horrors that awaited him. I remembered a time when innocence wrapped around us like a warm blanket, and we laughed at the absurdity of life. They bathed once a year, I would joke, so romance was earthy. Laughter felt like a distant memory now, lost in the cadence of war's drum. Margaret broke the silence that hung heavy in the air. "What if we fail?" Her voice trembled, a cracked facade threatening to shatter. "What if we fall?" "It doesn't matter," I replied, forcing my voice to steady. We fight anyway. But inside, I felt the gnawing fear, a beast lurking in the recesses of my mind, teasing me with visions of despair. What if we fought and lost everything? What if our names became whispers lost to time? The moon hung low, a silent witness to our struggles, as we prepared for the dawn that would bring a battle like no other. I remember the way the world felt suspended, as if time itself held its breath, waiting for the first clash of swords to shatter the stillness. The horizon was a promise, a cruel reminder of the fragility of our existence. And then, the first light broke through, a pale finger of dawn stretching across the sky, igniting a fire within us. It was here, in this fragile moment, that I felt the swell of emotion rise within me, a tidal wave of hope crashing against the shores of despair. We were more than soldiers, we were a family, bound by the shared weight of our fears and the flickering flame of our dreams. I looked at Elias, at Margaret, and I saw in their eyes the reflection of my own resolve. The earth trembled beneath our feet as the enemy approached, a dark tide rising from the shadows, but we stood firm, hearts beating as one. I remember the echo of a single heartbeat, a harbinger of the tempest to come. The air was thick with the scent of inevitability, of blood and betrayal, and as the first clash rang out, we plunged into the chaos, a maelstrom of emotions, a symphony of war. As swords clashed and arrows soared, as cries of anguish mingled with shouts of defiance, I felt everything shift. In the midst of chaos, I found clarity. This was not just a battle, it was a reckoning. Each moment was a heartbeat, each breath a prayer. The world spiraled around us, a whirlpool of hope and despair, and we were caught in its grip, fighting for our lives, fighting for each other. And as the shadows lengthened, as the darkness crept closer, I could only think one thing: this was just the beginning. The air crackled, a pregnant silence stretching over the fields of Leipzig, as if the very earth held its breath. Soldiers stood, hearts pounding like war drums, eyes locked on the horizon. It was September 1813, the cusp of something monumental. In the distance, a shuddering sound rolled, cannon fire, deep and thunderous, echoing like the growl of an awakening beast. The moment hung heavy, soaked in the anticipation of bloodshed and sacrifice, a prelude to chaos. I remember the chill that gripped my spine, the scent of gunpowder mingling with the decay of autumn leaves. The world felt suspended, caught between the whisper of destiny and the howl of despair. It wasn't just Napoleon marching, it was a tide of nations rising against a man who believed himself invincible, a man who had woven himself into the very fabric of Europe, stitching hearts and hopes into his imperial dream. In the midst of this storm, I found myself standing alongside Johann, a soldier from Prussia, his brow furrowed with doubt, eyes haunted. "What do you think will happen?" he asked, his voice barely more than a breath. Fear wrapped around him like a cloak, tight and suffocating. I wanted to tell him that we'd prevail, that courage would triumph over tyranny, but the truth twisted in my throat. The shadows of history, full of the ghosts of shattered dreams, loomed larger than any promise. "Victory or death," I replied, though the words tasted bitter, a grim reminder of too many battles lost. And then there was Elise, a nurse tending to the wounded, her hands trembling as she wrapped bandages around the mangled limbs of men who had once dreamed of glory. She wore the weight of their pain like a shroud, eyes glistening with unshed tears. "They don't even know why they fight anymore," she murmured, voice thick with anguish. "They've lost themselves in this madness." Her hands were stained with blood, some dried, blackened, a testament to her tireless devotion, while other stains were fresh, the crimson stark against the pallor of her skin. I wanted to comfort her, to remind her that all sacrifice held meaning, but the words felt empty in the face of such suffering. Instead, I held her gaze, a silent vow binding us against the tide of despair, as the sun began to dip low, casting the battlefield in a hellish glow. The time was slipping away, the clock ticking ominously, each second a reminder of our fragility. I remembered the stories that had been told around fires, of heroes and legends, of the glories of war. But here, in this moment, the reality was a cacophony of fear and desperation. Men were not carved from myth, they were flesh and blood, hearts pounding, dreams shattered under the weight of a single command. With each thunderous boom of cannon fire, I felt the ground tremble beneath my feet, each explosion a cruel heartbeat of war echoing through the void. I could see them, the French, their flags snapping in the wind, a sea of blue and grey, and with them came the ghosts of their ambitions, spectres clawing at their heels. They marched forward, confident, yet I sensed an undercurrent of something darker. Was it dread? Could it be that even the might of Napoleon felt the creeping whisper of doubt? And there it was again. The silence before the storm, a lull that lured us into a false sense of security. I caught Johann's eye, his fear now a palpable thing, a living creature that gnawed at his insides. "What if we fail?" he whispered, voice trembling as if the admission might shatter him. I wanted to scream back at him, to shake him free of his doubts. What if we don't? But the truth hung heavy, a weight I could neither ignore nor cast aside. Elise was suddenly beside us, urgency radiating from her like heat from a fire. "We must prepare. They'll come for us, and we cannot falter." Her voice was a lifeline, a tether pulling us from the abyss of despair. But even as she spoke, I could see the uncertainty flicker in her eyes, a mirror to our own fears. The sun dipped further, casting long shadows as the first clash erupted, the sound a cacophony that shattered the silence like glass. The world exploded into chaos, men screaming, metal clashing, the earth quaking beneath the weight of 1,000 souls entwined in a desperate dance of life and death. I was swept into the surge, adrenaline surging through my veins, heart racing, the world narrowing down to the point of my sword. I fought, but every blow felt like a betrayal, every life taken a dagger to my soul. In the throes of battle, I glimpsed Johann fighting alongside me, his face a mask of determination and fear. I wanted to scream for him, to hold him close, but the tide of bodies surged around us, a relentless sea dragging us deeper into the maelstrom. And Elise? I had lost sight of her, but I could feel her presence, a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. Her laughter rang in my ears like a distant chime, reminding me of brighter days, of humanity amidst madness. A memory flickered, her smile, the warmth of her touch as she tended to the wounded. I pushed forward, each step a prayer, each swing a desperate plea for survival. But the night was falling, dark and oppressive. The stars blinked into existence, distant witnesses to our struggle. I remembered the tales of old, the gods watching over us, but in that moment, it felt as if they had turned away. A chill swept through me, an omen of the turmoil yet to come. I found myself thinking of the ghosts, the ones we fought alongside and those we left behind. Would they haunt us? Would our names linger like echoes in the halls of history? The ground trembled again as the battle raged on, a cacophony swallowing reason. And in that moment, I knew this was not merely a fight for land or power. It was a battle for the very soul of humanity, the thin line between hope and despair. And finally, as the first light of dawn broke the horizon, illuminating the chaos, I felt the haunting truth within me: the fight was far from over. The nations had united, but would it be enough to challenge the spectre of tyranny? The shadows loomed long, and the storm had only just begun. The wind howled like a restless spirit, a banshee's wail echoing across the stark landscape of Fontainebleau, where shadows twisted like the memories of a great man's fall. Outside, the world was an expanse of misery, the dark clouds gathering as if to mourn a king, a warrior, a ghost. I stood in the grand hall, walls laden with the weight of history and heartbreak, where once laughter rang like the sweetest music, now muted to a dismal silence, thick with tension. Napoleon stood before the assembled nobles, a tempest caught in a fragile human frame. His eyes, fierce and burning, flickered with the remnants of ambition, yet they mirrored a man teetering on the edge of despair. The clock struck noon, each chime felt like a dagger, marking the final hours of an empire that had danced too close to the sun. The flickering candles cast dancing shadows, revealing the faces of those who once adored him, now turned to husks of loyalty, wavering in a storm of uncertainty and fear. "I remember the roar of the cannon," he said, voice trembling yet defiant, "the thrill of conquest, the taste of victory like ambrosia on my tongue." Each word sliced the air, a desperate plea and a declaration woven into a single breath. But now, I am to be sent to a prison of my own making. The bitterness dripped from his lips, sweet yet poison-laced. Across the room, Josephine lingered, her heart a fractured mirror reflecting his anguish. She held her breath, each second stretching like an eternity. What words could bridge this chasm of regret and longing? The flame of her love flickered, battling against the winds of fate. You were never meant to be just a man, Napoleon, she implored, voice a fragile thread. You were destined for greatness. Greatness is a cruel mistress, my dear, he shot back, his bravado cracking like thin ice beneath a heavy boot. And now, she has abandoned me. The weight of his words hung in the air, thick and suffocating. I felt the walls tremble as Napoleon's fury erupted. He was the lion cornered, teeth bared, but the hunters had come, and now the pride was scattered. The whispers of betrayal fluttered around him like moths to flame, each noble a potential traitor, each glance laced with suspicion. I could see it in their eyes, they were waiting, holding their breath, a collective prayer for his fall. And then, silence. The kind that cracks your soul open. The kind that makes you question every choice you've ever made. I could almost hear the ticking of the clock in the background, reminding us all of the relentless march of time, of how quickly it could turn from a friend to a foe. I remembered when he had risen from the ashes, a phoenix draped in military glory, the invincible general whose very name sent shivers down spines. But now, he stood like a statue, chipped and weathered, a monument to the hubris of man. Exile, he spat, as if the word itself was a curse. A marvelous gift for the architect of my own destruction. Josephine stepped closer, tears pooling in her eyes, hands trembling like leaves caught in a storm. You won't go alone, will you? The plea hung in the air, heavy and desperate. I will follow you to the ends of the earth, my love. Her gaze bore into him, a lighthouse in a tempest. But Napoleon turned away, a flicker of vulnerability crossing his face. You must remain here. Your life, your happiness is worth more than my shattered dreams. The conviction in his voice faltered, revealing the cracks of a man who knew he was losing everything, including the one person who had ever truly understood him. The tension crackled, a live wire, as the door swung open. The council entered, faces cold as marble statues, ready to engrave his fate in the annals of history. Each man wore the mask of a judge, their hearts encased in ice, their loyalty a fickle flame. They would dictate his future, and he would become a mere footnote in a world that had once bowed before him. Your Imperial Majesty, one of them began, voice dripping with feigned respect, it is with a heavy heart that we, enough. The roar burst forth, a lion's defiance echoing through the vaulted ceilings. You come to strip me of my cloak, to strip me of my name. This is not a council, this is a funeral. He turned, his eyes ablaze, a tempest raging inside. You think you can bury me in the sands of time? You think I will fade away? But deep within, I saw the flicker of doubt, the fear of becoming a shadow, another ghost haunting the corridors of power. The clock ticked on, relentless and mocking, as I felt the weight of history bearing down, squeezing the very air from the room. I could sense the ghosts of every fallen soldier, every betrayed ally, every lost dream, drifting around us like phantoms, whispering their regrets in a language only the damned could understand. And then, with a final breath of defiance, Napoleon turned back to Josephine. I will not let this be the end. I will rise again, he vowed, though his voice trembled, revealing the cracks beneath the bravado. This is not defeat, it is the beginning of a new chapter. The door closed behind them, the echoes of their footsteps fading into the distance, leaving Josephine standing alone in that vast chamber, a fragile figure against the ruins of a collapsing empire. Her heart beat like a war drum, a symphony of love and loss, reverberating through the hollow halls. I remember being drawn into her gaze, feeling the raw ache of her longing, the fear of what was to come. The world outside was steeped in chaos, but here, in this fragile moment, the battle was internal, raging fiercely within her breast. She was not just losing a husband but a piece of herself, a fragment of her heart buried in the ashes of dreams. And as the final echoes of the council faded into the ether, I stood there, watching, feeling the world shift beneath my feet, a moment suspended in time, where love and ambition collided, leaving behind a wreckage of emotions too profound to contain. The clock continued to tick, each second a reminder that they were on the precipice of something irrevocable, something that could change not only their lives but the fate of nations. The night loomed ahead, thick with the promise of despair and hope, both intertwined like strands of fate, and as they stepped into the darkness, I felt the weight of history pressing down, urging me to follow, to witness the unfolding of a saga that had only just begun. The wind howled, a fierce beast clawing at the hearts of men standing on the edge of history. It carried with it the scent of salt and desperation, the promise of blood and glory. I stood on that trembling precipice, a ghost among the living, feeling the tremors of something monumental. My heart thundered, each beat echoing a name long silenced, Napoleon. He was returning, and the world trembled at the thought. I remember the whispers, the hushed tones that scuttled through the streets like cockroaches, his coming back. The air was heavy with disbelief, laced with a nervous thrill. A red sun dipped low, casting long shadows that danced against the cobblestones, mocking us. In that twilight hour, fear and excitement intertwined like lovers. I was caught in the grip of it, an anxious spectator in a drama far too grand for my humble existence. The ghosts of the past swirled around me, their eyes glinting with memories of battles lost, souls shattered, and dreams turned to ash. Then I saw him, a figure emerging from the mist, cloak billowing like the wings of a raven. Napoleon, the very embodiment of ambition and fury, striding toward us with the weight of his own legend. Each step he took sent ripples through the crowd, faces pale with a mix of adoration and dread. Young men gripped the hilt of their swords, hearts racing like wild stallions. Old veterans whispered tales of glory, their eyes misty with nostalgia. And there I was, caught somewhere in between, feeling the pull of history's tide, drawn toward the storm. I remember the old soldier, Pierre, his voice trembling like the leaves in the wind. "This isn't a man returning," he rasped, his rough hands trembling as he spoke. "This is a tempest. He will sweep us all away." Fear painted his face, but I saw the flicker of something else, hope, perhaps. It made my stomach churn. I could see it in the way he clenched his fists, the way he held back tears of longing. How could a man be so afraid and yet yearn for the past so fiercely? The war had left him with scars deeper than the wounds on his body, and here was the man who could heal, or destroy, what remained. As Napoleon drew near, I caught the glint of his eyes, fierce, almost manic, like a wolf caught in the moonlight. In that moment, I felt an electric pulse, a promise of something beautiful and terrifying. The crowd erupted, voices rising in a symphony of chaos and longing. "Vive l'Empereur," they cried, as if their very souls were bound to him, drawn like moths to a flame. I could taste the fervor in the air, sweet and bitter. It was intoxicating yet terrifying, like a lover's kiss that promised both ecstasy and destruction. But even among the cheers, a sliver of doubt crept in, twisting in my gut. I caught a glimpse of Elise, her face pale and drawn, standing at the back of the throng. A figure from my past, a shadow that haunted my dreams, the woman who had loved and lost, and now seemed as broken as the world around us. Her eyes, once bright with hope, now reflected the darkness of what might come. She had known the price of ambition, the cost of loyalty. Her heart was a fragile thing, and I could see it teetering on the brink. "Don't do this," I wanted to shout to her, my voice lost in the cacophony. But the words would not come, and instead, I watched as her gaze followed Napoleon, a moth fluttering toward a flame that could consume her whole. What pull did he have over her? I felt my own heart ache, a visceral pang of regret and jealousy. "Elise," I whispered in the silence of my mind, but she couldn't hear me. She was already lost, caught in the web of history that was tightening around us all. The crowd surged like a wave, a tide of bodies pressing forward, and I was swept along, helpless to fight it. The air crackled with energy, the tension palpable, a heartbeat in the chest of the universe itself. Each face screamed a different story, hope, despair, ambition, fear, and in that moment, I was engulfed by the sheer weight of emotion. This was the crescendo of chaos, the moment before the storm broke, and I could feel the world tipping on its axis. Then, it happened. A gunshot rang out, sharp and cruel, slicing through the roar of the crowd like a knife. Time froze, and the air turned electric with shock. I saw Pierre stumble, his body hitting the ground, a broken marionette severed from its strings. The world erupted into screams, chaos unfurling like a dark flower. Elise's scream cut through me, a sound laced with pure terror, and I felt the world crash around us, the dreams we held disintegrating into dust. "Run!" I shouted, the command ripping from my throat as I reached for Elise. The crowd surged back, panic blooming like a dark flower, and I pulled her close. "We have to get out." But she stood frozen, her eyes wide with horror, tears streaming down her cheeks. She was lost in the chaos, in the weight of what was happening, and I could feel the grip of despair tightening around us both. The shadows danced around us, whispers of the past rising like smoke. Was this the end? The darkness clawed at my heart, but I wouldn't let it steal her away. "Elise, look at me!" I demanded, force breaking through her haze. "We fight for tomorrow. We fight for each other." And then, as if summoned by my plea, a flicker of resolve sparked in her eyes. Together, we pushed our way through the throng, the world exploding around us in a tempest of confusion. The ghosts of history were clawing at my mind, but I refused to let them win. The storm was here, and we would endure it, together. Every heartbeat thundered, resonating with the chaos of the moment. The shadows loomed larger, threatening to swallow us whole, but as long as we fought, we would remain. Each step we took was a defiance against fate, a refusal to let the darkness claim us. The echoes of the past whispered their warnings, but we were bound together, an unbreakable thread in the fabric of history. In the cacophony, we were alive. In the chaos, we were ready to confront whatever awaited us. The night was dark, but the dawn was coming, and we would meet it head-on, hearts pounding in unison. We would not be mere echoes of the past. We were alive, and we would fight. The air crackled with tension, a living thing, heavy and electric. A distant rumble echoed across the fields, like the growl of a predator lurking just beyond the corner of your vision. The sky, slate grey and bruised, seemed to swallow the light, casting an eerie pallor over the scene, where men huddled together, bodies trembling with anticipation. Rain drizzled lightly, yet it felt more like the tears of 1,000 souls mourning their inevitable fate. The Battle of Waterloo wasn't just a clash of armies, it was a reckoning, a final confrontation that would redefine the very essence of humanity. I remember the chill of the damp earth beneath my feet, the weight of my musket, a companion that felt more like a curse as I clutched it tightly. Each heartbeat thudded in my chest like the war drum of our impending doom. I stood there, locked in a moment that felt both eternal and fleeting, my mind racing through fragments of memories, my mother's laughter, the scent of fresh bread from the bakery down the lane, the warmth of a lover's embrace. I was not just a soldier, I was a tapestry of every moment that led me to this very precipice. Across the line, I caught sight of Pierre, my brother in arms, though not by blood. We had fought together, laughed together, shared secrets and fears under the cover of night. His eyes, once vibrant and filled with the fire of youth, now seemed hollow, reflecting the void that surrounded us. I could sense his conflict, the battle raging within him as fiercely as the one before us. He had a son, an innocent boy barely old enough to understand the world, let alone the horrors we faced. What would happen to that child if Pierre did not return? "Do you think it will rain?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper, almost drowned by the cacophony of war. "Doesn't matter," I replied, trying to inject a note of levity into the thick atmosphere. "When they carry us home, I doubt anyone will notice." A dark chuckle escaped from him, but I could see the fear lurking beneath the surface of his smile. We both knew that this battle was a crucible, one that would forge or destroy, and none of us could predict our fate. Something shifted in the air, a foreshadowing that sent a shiver down my spine. The clouds swirled with purpose, pregnant with a storm that seemed to reflect the chaos waiting to erupt on the battlefield. I caught sight of Wellington, tall and resolute, his presence a beacon amid the shadows. He exuded an aura of indomitable strength, like an ancient oak standing firm against a hurricane. But beneath that exterior, I sensed a crack, the weight of history hung upon his shoulders, a burden that threatened to crush him into the soil he swore to protect. And then, the silence shattered. The piercing sound of a bugle cut through the air, sharp and clear, like the blade of a guillotine descending with merciless precision. My muscles tensed involuntarily as the first wave charged forward, driven by a primal instinct that coursed through their veins. The earth shook beneath our feet, a harbinger of chaos. I could barely hear my own thoughts as the gunfire erupted, a symphony of destruction that sent chills racing up my spine. I glanced at Pierre, who had already moved, his body responding to the call of duty before his mind could catch up. I followed, adrenaline surging, our feet pounding the sodden earth as we rushed into the maelstrom. The sky split open, and the rain began to fall, thick, heavy droplets mingling with the blood-soaked mud beneath us. Every step was a battle against the sucking ground, every movement a desperate prayer for survival. "Keep moving!" I shouted, but my voice felt small and fragile against the roar of cannons and the cries of the wounded. I saw men fall, bodies twisted and broken, their dreams extinguished in an instant. I felt the weight of despair wrap around my chest like a vice, squeezing tighter with every passing moment. I reached for Pierre, but he was swallowed by the chaos, a fleeting shadow in a world spiraling out of control. The clash of steel on steel rang in my ears, a brutal melody that echoed the cries of the dying. I ducked beneath a swing, feeling the rush of air as a blade barely missed my throat. Time warped, seconds felt like eons, stretching and contracting. I remember the taste of iron as I bit my lip, the familiar metallic tang mingling with the rain. My heart raced, a drumbeat of fear and defiance, urging me forward despite the overwhelming odds. But there was a moment, a heartbeat, a breath, when I caught sight of a figure in the distance. It was Pierre, grappling with a soldier twice his size, fury and desperation etched across his face. Time slowed as I reached for him, my voice lost in the chaos. "No! Pierre!" My heart screamed as I pushed through the crowd, the surge of bodies like a tide pulling me back, but I fought, clawing my way to him. The world faded around us, it was just the two of us, locked in that eternal moment, love and fear colliding in a violent embrace. I could see the tension in his muscles, the glimmer of hope flickering like a candle fighting against the wind. I surged forward, fueled by the instinct to protect, to save. But the reality of war was cruel and unforgiving. A gunshot rang out, sharp, brutal, and slicing through the air like fate itself. I froze, time fracturing once more as I turned to look at Pierre, the realization dawning like a cold wave crashing over me. His eyes widened, a question hanging in the air. "Why?" was all I could think as I rushed to him, my heart shattering at the sight of his lifeblood spilling onto the ground, each drop a piece of my soul leaving with him. I felt the chaos swirl around us, but in that moment, all I could see was him, his smile, his laughter, the boy who would never know his father. I grasped his hand, feeling the warmth leave his body, the light dimming in his eyes. "Stay with me," I urged, but the words felt hollow, echoing in the void between us. He began to fade, slipping away like grains of sand through my fingers. "Remember," he gasped, his voice a whisper against the thunder of battle. "Remember me." And then darkness enveloped him, a shroud of silence that swallowed the screams around me. I was left standing alone, a soldier amidst the chaos, a heart broken by the weight of this final confrontation. The battle raged on, the world crumbling into shadows, but in that moment, I realized the true war was not on the field but within ourselves, between love and loss, hope and despair. As the echoes of conflict continued, I stood there, a ghost among the living, yearning for a world that would never be the same. The wind howls through the hollow chambers of a once great palace, a ghostly lament that wraps around the rafters like a shroud. I stand in the grand hall where shadows dance, flickering in the light of torches, whispering secrets of fallen empires and broken dreams. Napoleon sits at a table, his fingers tracing the grain of the wood, deep in thought or perhaps despair. The air is thick, heavy with the weight of 1,000 unspoken words as he stares into the distance, his eyes glazed over as if searching for something lost, a kingdom, a legacy, purpose. The taste of defeat lingers on his tongue, bitter and acrid, a reminder that everything he built is crumbling like dust in the wind. "Where do you go from here?" Josephine's voice breaks through the silence, a haunting melody echoing in the chambers of his mind. She stands at the doorway, a silhouette against the flickering torchlight, her presence a bittersweet reminder of love intertwined with ambition, of passion snuffed out by the cold hands of betrayal. "Is this it? The end of the road?" He looks up, those once commanding eyes dimmed and weary. "What's a man without his crown?" he replies, the weight of his own words pressing down on him like a leaden cloak. I remember the cheers, the victories, the power coursing through my veins. Now I'm just a shadow, a relic of what once was. Each syllable drips with sorrow, a melody that echoes through the vast emptiness of the hall. Josephine steps closer, her heart aching for the man she once adored, who now stands on the edge of oblivion. You are still Napoleon, the one who stirred nations, who changed the world. You can't let them define you by your failures. Her voice rises, passion igniting the air between them, yet it fades almost as quickly as it ignites. But he shakes his head, a silent dismissal. And what is a hero without a story? I see the end of my narrative written in the ink of exile. The word hangs in the air like a ghost, haunting and ominous. Exile, St. Helena, a name that tastes like iron in his mouth, an island prison draped in the cloak of eternity. In another corner of the palace, a young soldier, Pierre, leans against the wall, watching the two with an intensity that makes his heart race. He idolized Napoleon, once believing in the glory of the empire, the fervor of the revolution. But now? Now he feels like a helpless bystander in a tragic play, the curtains about to fall, leaving only darkness in their wake. He feels the weight of his own disillusionment pressing down on him, like a fog rolling in from the sea, soaking through to his very bones. I remember the stories we told, the victories we dreamed of, he mutters under his breath, a mantra of lost hope. But what do we cling to when the dream shatters? Pierre's gaze shifts to the restless sea beyond the palace walls, churning and angry, reflecting the turmoil within his heart. The waves crash against the rocky shore, relentless and unforgiving, mimicking his own internal struggle. As night drapes its velvet cloak over the palace, the tension thickens like smoke, wrapping around them all. The moon hangs high, a cold witness to their despair. Josephine's heart clenches as she watches Napoleon's spirit wane, a stark contrast to the passion that once burned within. What will they remember of you? She asks, her voice softer now, a plea to the man she once knew. Will it be the glory or the defeat? He smiles faintly, a ghost of a smile, bitter and sad. They will remember both, the tyrant and the hero, intertwined like lovers in a dance of fate. But there's a glimmer of something else, a flicker of rebellion, as if a spark still flickers in the depths of his being. But perhaps, Josephine, it's not how they remember me, but how I remember myself that matters. Pierre shifts, the pain of a dreamer watching his idol descend into darkness. What if we could rewrite the story? What if, in this exile, we find a way to rise? His voice trembles with the weight of unfulfilled hope, and for a moment, he wonders if he can ignite something, if they can forge a new narrative amidst the rubble. But Napoleon looks at him, a mix of pity and understanding in his eyes. Oh, young soldier, the ink is dry. The pages are torn, and the story has been written without us. The words slice through the air, sharp and unyielding. St. Helena awaits, and with it, the final chapter of an empire. The shadows stretch, twisting and turning like the paths of fate they cannot escape. The clock ticks, a relentless reminder of time slipping away, each second echoing in the hollow spaces of their hearts. The dreams they once held so tightly are now ghosts, flitting just out of reach, leaving behind the sting of unshed tears. Don't give up, Josephine urges, her voice shaking. You can still fight. But deep down, she feels the despair like a cold hand gripping her throat, suffocating and relentless. A silence envelops them, thick and heavy, as they stand on the precipice of a new reality. The world outside continues to spin, but within these walls, time feels suspended, a limbo of lost grandeur and fading hope. Napoleon looks out at the tumultuous sea, a reflection of his soul, and understands that even the waves must eventually bow to the shore, yielding to the inevitable. Each heartbeat echoes like a drum, reverberating through the silence, pulling them closer to the edge of despair. Yet somewhere within that darkness lies the flicker of something more, a chance to reclaim the narrative, to resist the fate laid before them. But the clock keeps ticking, and the shadows loom larger, whispering reminders of the past, clawing at the fragile threads of their resolve. Outside, the wind howls, and the waves crash violently against the rocks, drowning their cries for salvation. The night deepens, wrapping them in its dark embrace, a cloak of uncertainty thickening around their hearts. What will they become in this exile? What legacy will emerge from the ashes? In that moment, they are not just characters in a tale of defeat, they are a testament to the indomitable human spirit, fighting against the tide of despair, grasping for the remnants of hope in a world that has forgotten their dreams. As the shadows close in, and the darkness deepens, it is the flicker of defiance that binds them together, even as destiny beckons them toward the abyss. And so, they remain, suspended between the past and the haunting echoes of an uncertain future, poised on the edge of their own story, one that is far from over. The clock struck midnight, its heavy chime reverberating through the empty streets of Paris. An eerie silence enveloped the city, yet within the shadows, a storm of uncertainty raged. The air crackled with unspoken words, and the scent of burnt dreams lingered like the ashes of a lost revolution. I stood at the corner of the Rue de Rivoli, the cobblestones slick with the remnants of a summer rain, and I felt my heart pound against my chest, a relentless tattoo echoing the chaos within. I remember the first time I saw Elodie, a fervent spirit wrapped in a tattered dress, her eyes alight with the fire of rebellion. She was a ghost of the past, yet so achingly present, sweeping through the alleys of discontent like a wisp of smoke. "You can't quench the thirst for freedom with mere decrees," she spat, her voice cutting through the night. Her fists were clenched, but even within her fury, I saw the flicker of doubt, the fear that perhaps Napoleon's legacy was not a benevolent one. She was a paradox, an embodiment of the revolution's hope and its despair, caught in a whirlpool of dreams and disillusionment. Then there was Henri, a man of quiet resolve, shoulders heavy with burdens both visible and unseen. He had fought, bled, and lost so much at the hands of a despot who had promised glory but delivered chains. I watched him from a distance, his face shadowed by the flickering light of a distant lantern. "I fought for a new France," he confessed one night, his voice barely above a whisper. "But the dreams we wove feel like a tapestry unraveling before my eyes." His hands, calloused from labor, trembled as he spoke. Each word dripped with the agony of a man torn between allegiance to a figure revered and the crushing weight of reality. The tension surged as the whispers of reform floated through the city like the gentle rustle of leaves in a foreboding storm. The Napoleonic Code, a sweet promise of legal equality, was scribbled onto parchment, but beneath that shiny surface lay a network of control. Freedom, equality, brotherhood, they were words that danced through the air, but did they mean anything when the specter of tyranny loomed? I could feel the sharp edges of betrayal cut through the idealism that held Elodie and Henri captive. Each night, their conversations were a battlefield, a cacophony of dreams colliding against the grim wall of reality. Elodie, vibrant yet fragile, longed for the world she envisioned, a France where liberty was not a whispered secret but a roaring anthem. She saw the people, the masses, swelling with hope, but her heart was a tempest of fear. "What if this is all a facade?" she cried, her voice trembling, echoing through the shadows. "What if we are just pawns in a grand game of power?" I remember the cries of the guillotine, I remember how quickly dreams turned to nightmares. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, a monument to the grief of lost promises. Henri's response was a simmering rage, a quiet storm brewing beneath the calm exterior. "You're not a pawn, Elodie, you're a warrior," he retorted, the tension coiling tighter, the air thick with unspoken emotions. "But what if the war we fight is against our own shadows? The ghosts of those who came before us?" I remember the screams of the innocents. His voice was raw, like an open wound, and I could feel the weight of his past draped over him like a shroud. Each memory was a knife, cutting deeper as the darkness loomed closer. As the days faded into weeks, the pulse of Paris quickened, and revolution brewed like the storm that threatened to break. The streets became a living canvas, painted with the colors of passion and despair. The echoes of old battles rang in the distance, a reminder that the legacy of Napoleon was a double-edged sword. With every reform came a risk, and the line between liberty and oppression blurred into obscurity. In a crowded square, they gathered, men and women, old and young, each face a reflection of hope and struggle. Elodie stood at the front, her voice rising above the tumult, fierce and unyielding. "We are not mere spectators in our fate," she shouted, and the crowd roared back, a wave of emotion surging through them. Henri, standing behind her, felt the heat of her spirit ignite his own, a fire kindling the remnants of his weary heart. But within that swell of hope, doubt crept like a shadow, whispering insidious questions that gnawed at his resolve. Time ticked on, each second an echo of the past, a reminder of the pain etched into their souls. The specter of Napoleon hovered above them, a ghost cloaked in dreams of grandeur and tyranny alike. I felt my own heart race as Elodie's words pierced through the chaos, igniting the air like a lit match thrown into dry grass. We will not be silenced. History is ours to write, not to inherit. But in her fierce conviction, I saw the cracks, the terror that clawed at her consciousness, the fear of a revolution that might consume them all. Henri stepped forward, a man reborn in the fire of her passion. "But what if we become like the very tyrant we despise?" he shouted back, the weight of his question hanging heavy in the air. Silence fell, a collective breath caught in throats, and the shadows danced, teasing the edges of their resolve. The crowd was a living entity, breathing, pulsating, filled with the raw energy of hope but also the chilling dread of what lay ahead. In that moment, I felt the tension crackle like electricity, a heartbeat echoing through the streets, binding them together in fear and hope. The legacy of Napoleon loomed large, a spectre that would haunt them long after the echoes of their voices faded into the night. As the moon hung low, casting its pale light over the city, I realized that the fight was not just for a new France but for the very soul of humanity itself. It was a battle against the ghosts of the past, a struggle to reclaim the narrative, to write their own destiny. And as I stood among them, a witness to their fervor, I knew this moment was not the end. It was merely a pulse in the ongoing struggle, a heartbeat in the relentless march of history. The clock continued to tick, its hands moving toward an uncertain future, but the fight for reform, for freedom, for the legacy of Napoleon, was far from over. Each heartbeat echoed a promise that even in the shadows, hope would always flicker, fragile yet unyielding, like the light of a distant star. The battlefield lay before them, a hellscape painted in shades of crimson and desperation. The smoke hung thick in the air, wrapping around the broken bodies like a shroud of grief. I remember the acrid scent of gunpowder mingling with the chill of impending doom. How could a single moment, a single breath, contain so much loss? Morning was an army unto itself, marching relentlessly through the hearts of those left behind. "Is this what freedom costs?" whispered Lucienne. Her voice was a fragile wisp, trembling as it escaped her lips. She knelt over a fallen soldier, his expression frozen in agony, eyes wide as if still pleading for life. The cacophony of war echoed in her ears, drowning out the whispers of hope that once filled her heart. Did she not believe in the dreams of revolution? Did she not yearn for a world reborn? Yet here was the reality, death, destruction, and a promise that lay shattered like glass at her feet. Lucienne's fingers brushed against the soldier's hand, cold and lifeless. A shiver ran through her, igniting the embers of rage buried deep within. The Napoleonic Wars had not just consumed nations, they had devoured the very essence of humanity. Cities had turned to graveyards, and the laughter of children had been drowned beneath the thunder of cannons. This was not the glorious fight for liberty, this was a massacre draped in the guise of valor. Just beyond her, the ground quaked under the weight of soldiers marching, their faces set in grim determination. Among them was Etienne, a man torn between duty and his own humanity. He had once dreamed of honor, of heroism. The night before he left, he had promised Lucienne he would return, a glittering medal resting against his chest. But dreams had a way of warping in the face of bloodshed, twisting into nightmares. Now, Etienne ran, breath ragged, heart pounding against the chains of his own making. "Lucienne," he yelled, voice breaking. He stumbled forward, panic lacing the air like a poisonous fog. "Get back! We can't linger." But how could she move? The shadows of the past gripped her, memories of laughter, of shared dreams, now felt like specters taunting her. The war had stripped everything away, leaving behind a hollow shell. She looked at Etienne, saw the boy she once loved, now a soldier hardened by the horrors he had witnessed. His eyes, once warm and inviting, were now like shards of ice, reflecting a world that had lost its way. "I can't leave them," she cried, desperation clawing at her throat. "They need us. He needs us." Etienne's gaze turned fierce, a tempest brewing behind the stormy depths. "And what about us, Lucienne? What about our future?" His voice cracked, and for a fleeting moment, vulnerability shone through the armor he wore. "We can't save everyone. We're losing ourselves in this war." But Lucienne's heart was a battlefield, torn between the haunting cries of the fallen and the flickering flame of hope. She remembered the way the sun had shone on Paris, the way dreams danced on the rooftops like fireflies in the night. Was it all gone now? Would she become another ghost, another whisper in the wind? A rattle of gunfire erupted nearby, shattering the silence and sending shockwaves of terror through them. Lucienne flinched, the sound reverberating in her bones. It was a stark reminder, a siren call that beckoned them to dash for safety, to flee the horror surrounding them. But the call felt unholy, like a betrayal to those who could not escape. "Come with me," Etienne pleaded, reaching out, his hand trembling. "We can find a way. We have to survive." But survival felt like a betrayal to the fallen, an acknowledgement of their sacrifice. Lucienne shook her head fervently. "You don't understand. This war is not just battles and blood. This is our chance to change everything." "Change?" Etienne's laughter was bitter, a jagged edge slicing through the air. "You think this chaos can create anything but more chaos? We are drowning in a river of blood, Lucienne. What does it matter if we survive if we lose ourselves in the process?" The intensity of his words struck her like a lightning bolt, igniting the fury that had lain dormant in her heart. "I refuse to become a ghost," she screamed, voice breaking as tears streamed down her face. "I won't let this war take my soul." But in that moment, as cannon smoke curled around them like a lover's embrace, she realized the truth: the war had already begun its insidious work. It was creeping into their hearts, twisting love into resentment and hope into despair. There was no escaping the shadows it cast upon them. Time was a thief, stealing moments and memories, grinding them into the dust of history. Each tick of the clock felt like the death knell of a dream. The sky above them darkened, and the stars shimmered like distant cries for help, lost in the vastness of existence. "Then we fight," Etienne said, a reluctant resolve settling over him like a mantle. "But we fight together. We fight for them, for us," Lucienne interrupted, her heart racing, a fierce flame igniting. "For love, for the future, for everything we've lost." And as they stood, two souls bound by despair and determination, the earth trembled beneath the weight of their choices. The war raged on, relentless, futures intertwined like vines strangling each other as they prepared to charge into the abyss. They were warriors of a different kind, soldiers of hope, carrying the weight of a fractured world on their shoulders. Each heartbeat echoed through the night, a relentless reminder that they were alive, even if the world around them crumbled. The Napoleonic Wars loomed large, a spectre haunting every corner of Europe, each clash of swords and cries of anguish etching scars on the fabric of time. They would not be forgotten. The echoes of their love, their battles, would resonate long after the last cannon fired, lingering in the shadowy corners of history. With every step they took into the fray, they became part of something larger, a movement that pulsed with raw emotion and unyielding spirit. The impact of the wars would carve their names into the annals of time, a testament to the resilience of the human heart, their hearts, caught in the tempest of conflict, love, and loss. The air crackles with tension, thick as a storm cloud pregnant with rain, as the clock ticks ominously in the darkened room. I can almost taste the electricity of the moment. A city lies outside, once vibrant, now a husk, a ghost of its former glory. Shadows dance across walls, flickering like memories I can't quite grasp. I can hear the whispers of the crowd through the heavy wooden door, the muffled roars of a people torn between love for their homeland and hatred for the chains that bind them. The first figure stands, a lone silhouette against the flickering candlelight. His name is Elias. He's a scholar, a dreamer with ink-stained fingers that tremble as he clutches a worn-out pamphlet. Each word is a battle cry, a siren song for those who have lost their way. They want to silence us, he shouts, a desperate fervor igniting in his chest. But these words will set us free. In his eyes, I see the flicker of hope, but it's barely a candle in a tempest. Across from him stands Clara, a fierce spirit wrapped in a cloak of uncertainty. She's one of them, a child of the streets, raised among the ruins of a broken state. Her heart beats to the rhythm of the crowd, each pulse a reminder of those who have suffered. Elias, you don't understand. Words alone won't change the world, she pleads, her voice wavering like the flame before her. They'll come for us, for you, for me. They don't want our ideals, they want our silence. The weight of her words hangs in the air, a shroud that stifles hope. I feel her fear like a cold wind wrapping around my bones. But Elias, oh Elias, his fire burns brighter, casting long shadows of doubt away. And what if they do come, he asks, his voice low, yet resolute, what if we fight? In this moment, caught in their spiraling conflict, I'm pulled deeper into their world. Outside, the city ignites, a spark of rebellion stirring in the hearts of the forgotten. I remember the first time I felt it, the swell of pride, like the tide rising, Clara confesses, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. But pride is a double-edged sword. It can lift you up or cut you down. The crowd roars again, a wave of sound crashing against the very walls that now confine them. They are hungry, ravenous for change, for identity, for something that has been stripped away. What is a nation? Elias whispers, almost to himself. Is it land? Is it blood? Or is it the shared heartbeat of a people? His words are a spell, weaving through the air, igniting something deep within me. But as Clara's face contorts with anguish, I see the truth. Nations are built on sacrifices, the bones and blood of the brave and the foolish alike. I can't bear the thought of losing you, she breathes, the panic in her voice sharp enough to slice through the darkness. You'll be a martyr, remembered for a moment, forgotten as the dust settles. Elias steps closer, the heat of his resolve radiating, yet the chill of doubt seeps in. Then let me be a martyr. Let my voice carry the weight of 1,000 dreams. The conviction in his words is a hammer striking an anvil, forging the future while shattering the moment. Outside, the crescendo swells like a symphony, an anthem of the disillusioned, the raw sound of humanity pushing against the walls of oppression. I feel it thrum through my veins, a reminder that this is not merely a story, it is the heartbeat of history. It is chaos and beauty intertwined, a dance of ash and flame. Clara clenches her fists, a tempest brewing within her. What about us? She cries, her voice cracking. What if you're wrong? What if this dream is just another nightmare? Each syllable is a pulse of despair, rippling through the air. But Elias, resolute, meets her gaze, and I'm drawn into the depths of his conviction. Then I'll dream for both of us, he vows, the weight of his words crashing like waves against the shore of her uncertainty. If we fall, we will fall together, and our names will echo across the ages. In this fragile moment, I see the truth unfold, the intertwining lives of Elias and Clara, bound by hope, fear, love, and an unyielding desire for freedom. Their hearts beat as one in the chaos of the outside world, a rhythm that echoes in the very soul of the earth. Yet, as the crowd roars again, louder this time, I sense an impending storm. The air thickens, pregnant with the promise of violence and upheaval. Shadows stretch and twist, whispers turning to shouts, shouts morphing into cries. I feel the ground tremble beneath me as if the earth itself knows the weight of this moment, the sheer gravity of nationalism on the brink of birth. Clara takes a step back, her resolve faltering, and I see the fear etched into her features. What if we lose ourselves in this fight? She asks, her voice trembling like a fragile leaf caught in a gale. What if we become the very monsters we seek to destroy? Elias, unyielding, pulls her close, his breath warm against her cheek. Then we will fight against that darkness together. The world needs our voices, Clara. It needs our light. And in that moment, I feel the tremors of history, the echoes of every soul who dared to dream. The streets outside pulse with life, a boiling cauldron of hope and despair, a testament to the indomitable spirit of a people rising from the ashes of oppression. But even as they stand on the precipice of change, I know deep down that this confrontation, this birth of nationalism, carries a heavy price. And as I watch them, caught in their fierce struggle, I can't shake the feeling that something is about to snap. Time feels suspended, a ticking clock haunting the air, the shadows of past and future colliding. I breathe in deeply, feeling the weight of their choices, the inevitability of what comes next. The world outside roars, and I'm left standing, heart pounding, caught between dreams and nightmares, an unwilling witness to the birth of modern states shaped by raw human emotion, passion, and the unrelenting quest for identity. There is no turning back now. The storm is upon us. The air is thick with the tension of unsaid words. A candle flickers, casting shadows that dance across the cold stone walls of the dimly lit chamber. A woman stands there, her breath quickening, the weight of the world pressing against her chest like a vice. She is Marie, and her once bright dreams of love and freedom have twisted into chains. The muffled sound of horses' hooves echoes outside, a reminder that the world is in turmoil, and her heart thrums a desperate rhythm against the confines of her corset. I remember, she whispers to herself, each syllable echoing with a haunting resonance. I remember the laughter in the gardens before the war came, before the revolution turned our lives into a haunting melody of loss. She closes her eyes, and in that moment, the memories flood back like a tide crashing against the shore, dresses adorned with ribbons, laughter that fills the air like notes from a forgotten symphony. But now, those days are ghosts, shadows flitting through her mind, leaving nothing but an echo of what once was. Across the room, her sister Lucille stands, arms crossed, her expression a tempest of anger and defiance. Do you think hiding behind these walls will save us? Do you think silence will protect us from the world outside? Her voice cuts through the air, sharp as the blade of a guillotine. We are not just wives and mothers, we are women, and we must fight for our voices. The men may wield the swords, but we hold the power of thought, they underestimate us. But Marie feels the weight of despair, a heavy cloak that suffocates her spirit. What good is a voice when the world is deafened by cannon fire? She replies, her voice trembling like the flickering flame before it surrenders to darkness. What use is our power when all we have left are memories of softer days? Lucille steps closer, her eyes aflame with conviction. No. We are not just memories. We are the pulse of this time, the heartbeat that keeps the world moving. She gestures widely, as if trying to grasp the very essence of their struggle. Remember the women who fought beside the men? The ones who bled and died in the fields, the ones who rose up in the salons, demanding more than just a life of silence. Marie opens her mouth to speak, but the words catch in her throat. She remembers the faces of those women, courageous souls who defied the norms, who wielded pens like swords, who whispered revolutionary ideas in the shadows of the night. I remember, her voice trails off, a whisper of longing that hangs in the air like smoke. But that seems like a lifetime ago, Lucille. Now, we are mere shadows, bound by the chains of expectations, of duty. The silence stretches, thickening with unspoken truths. Outside, the world rages on, the cries of soldiers intermingle with the distant sound of cannon fire, an orchestra of chaos. And yet, within these walls, the greatest battles are fought, not with swords, but with words, with dreams unfulfilled, with the heavy burden of societal chains. Do you think they care for our dreams? Lucille's voice is fierce, an electric current coursing through the air. They only see us as vessels, as shadows flitting by. But I refuse to be a ghost. I will carve my name into this history, even if it costs me everything. Marie looks at her sister, and it is impossible to turn away. There is a fire in Lucille's spirit, an undeniable passion that ignites something within her, something buried beneath layers of fear and resignation. But it is dangerous, she whispers, the words dripping with trepidation. What if we lose everything? What if that fire consumes us? Lucille steps closer, her eyes shimmering with determination. What is life without risk? What is existence if we are mere echoes of what we should be? I will not let them silence us. I will not let society dictate my worth. In that flickering candlelight, time stretches, warping like the shadows on the walls. The clock ticks down the seconds, a metronome marking the heartbeat of a world teetering on the brink of transformation. The air crackles with energy, with the unyielding desire for change. Together, Lucille insists, taking Marie's trembling hands into her own. We can be the voice that shatters the silence. We can be the ones who redefine what it means to be a woman in this era. We are not just wives or daughters, we are agents of change. As she speaks, Marie feels the pulse of something long dormant awaken within her, a flicker of hope, a whisper of rebellion. She remembers the women who whispered secrets in the dark, who dared to dream beyond the confines of their roles. I remember, she breathes, and the words feel like a spell, an incantation summoning the strength buried deep within. Outside, the city is alive with chaos, the sound of revolution echoing through the cobbled streets. The distant roar of the crowd is a siren song, calling to her, beckoning her to step into the light and embrace the uncertainty. Maybe it's time, she murmurs, her heart racing, the fear mingling with a fierce thrill. Time to awaken, Lucille breathes, her voice a fierce whisper, charged with possibility. The walls of their confinement close in, yet the world outside opens wide with promise. The shadows may loom, but the dawn begins to break. In that moment, Marie realizes that the real battle lies ahead, and they must face it together, side by side, hearts pounding in sync with the cadence of the revolution. The candle flickers once more, illuminating their resolve. The echoes of history stir around them, a tempest of voices rising from the depths of time, women who dreamed, who fought, who lived defiantly. The weight of their lineage settles upon them, urging them forward, urging them to be more than mere reflections in a world that seeks to define them. I remember, the words become a mantra, a thread weaving through the fabric of their reality. I remember, and with that, the sisters bind their fates to the storm that rages outside, ready to carve their path through the shadows into the light of a new dawn. As the night deepens, the world waits, hearts beating in unison with the drum of revolution, ready for the awakening of forgotten voices, ready for the fierce embrace of change. The smell of gunpowder lingers in the air, thick and suffocating. A city once teeming with laughter now drowns in silence, shadows creeping along cobblestones slick with rain and blood. I stand in the heart of it, the remnants of the old world crumbling around me, and feel the weight of history pressing against my chest, an iron vice squeezing tighter with every heartbeat. This is Paris, but it isn't the Paris of poets and lovers. No, this is the Paris forged in the fires of revolution, where dreams are smothered by the weight of ambition. I remember the day the posters went up, broad sheets plastered over walls like the skin of the city was ripped open. Napoleon, our savior, they proclaimed, a messiah clad not in robes but in the tattered remains of a soldier's uniform. I remember the faces of the people, their hope hanging like a fragile thread, ready to snap at the slightest twitch of fate. I remember Jack, his eyes wide with fervor, speaking of glory as if it were a tangible thing you could hold in your hands. "The Emperor will save us," he shouted, his voice a tremor of conviction. In that moment, I feared the power of belief, the way it could animate a body, a soul, a nation. But beneath that fervent facade, the shadows flickered. I felt it in Louise's cold hands, clasped tightly in her lap, her knuckles white as she stared at the cracked floor. She had loved Jack like the moon loves the sun, always distant, always yearning. "Can't you see?" she whispered, her voice barely a ghost of sound. "They're selling us a lie." And I knew, right then, she was right. The propaganda was a noose, tightening around our throats, squeezing out the breath of reason. We were caught in a storm. The echoes of gunfire still rang in our ears, the cries of the wounded etched in our memories. This was not the glorious march of a hero, this was survival, a dance on the edge of a blade. I stood by Louise, watching her face twist in anguish. "I can't lose him," she murmured, and I could feel the weight of her love pressing down, suffocating in its intensity. It was a haunting melody, the kind that lingers long after the last note has faded, leaving only the bitter taste of what could have been. Jack, with his big dreams and bigger heart, was the embodiment of hope, imperfect and flawed. He believed in Napoleon like a child believes in fairy tales, his faith unbreakable. "We will rise again," he declared, eyes shining with a fervor that felt almost holy. I watched him, filled with a mix of admiration and sheer terror. The ground beneath our feet was shifting, and yet he danced upon it as if it were solid. But hope is a fragile thing. It can crumble into dust with a single misstep, and I feared that Jack was dancing unwittingly towards his own grave. The night closed in, thick and oppressive, as we gathered in the shadows of an old church. The air crackled with tension, every breath a reminder of what was at stake. I could see the flicker of uncertainty in Jack's eyes, the way they darted around, searching for an escape route that wasn't there. Louise's gaze bore into him, a silent plea wrapped in desperation. "What do you believe in, Jack?" she asked, her voice quivering. "Is it the Emperor's shadow or the light of your own dreams?" And there it was, the haunting question that danced in the air, tangling with the ghosts of our past. I felt the weight of it crush my insides. It was a question that begs for an answer but rarely receives one. Jack opened his mouth, but the words wouldn't come. Instead, the silence stretched into a chasm, echoing with all the unspoken fears and desires. In that moment, I felt a shift, a crack in our fragile world. We were rising, falling, drowning in the same tide of uncertainty. The streets outside were filled with whispers, the kind that curl around your legs like mist, chilling your bones. "Did you hear?" someone breathed, the words cutting through the night like a knife. "He's coming back, the Emperor, to reclaim what's his." The promise danced in the air, intoxicating and terrifying, like a drug that tasted of freedom but carried the bitter sting of betrayal. I felt my heart stop, caught between the coils of hope and despair. As the clock struck midnight, we stood at the precipice of action. Jack, his face pale but resolute, turned towards us. "We have to believe," he said, his voice stronger now, a rallying cry that filled the empty spaces in our hearts. "We must trust in something greater than ourselves." But what greater thing could exist when the very foundations of our reality crumbled beneath our feet? I wanted to scream. I wanted to shake him, to wake him from this dream. Instead, I could only nod, my throat thick with the weight of his conviction. And then the door swung open, and the night poured in, chaotic, exhilarating, terrifying. Shadows danced on the walls, the flickering candlelight casting ominous figures that seemed to mock us. I could feel the pulse of the city, its heartbeat quickening, the kind of wild energy that sends shivers down your spine. This was it, the moment of reckoning. The line was drawn, and we stood on one side, trembling, the other side a dark abyss of uncertainty. I remember the first clash of swords, the splintering of wood, the cries of the damned ringing out into the night. People poured into the streets, driven by a force greater than understanding. And in that chaos, I glimpsed it, the terrible beauty of rebellion, the raw power of hope tangled with despair. It was a dangerous game we played, dancing on the edge of a razor, clutching each other as the world burned around us. And I watched as Jack leapt into the fray, a warrior clad in belief, his spirit ablaze. Louise screamed his name, and I could see the flicker of love and fear in her eyes, two opposing forces that would either consume or save him. I felt my own heart racing, the taste of adrenaline sharp on my tongue. In that moment, everything was at stake. Dreams shattered and rose again, hope flickered like a dying star, and we were caught in the whirlwind of it all, spiraling deeper into the darkness. As the chaos swirled around us, I felt the threads of our lives intertwining, our fates hanging in the balance, a tapestry woven from the fabric of love and sacrifice. I understood then, in the marrow of my bones, that we were all actors in this grand tragedy of power and belief, caught in a narrative much larger than ourselves. I felt the ghost of history behind me, whispering ancient secrets, urging me to remember that the past is never truly gone. It lives on, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its moment to rise again. And as the battle raged on, the echoes of our choices rang louder than the clash of steel, an unending cycle of hope and despair that would shape us forever. In this moment, we were alive, breathless, terrified, and completely unmoored, ready to charge into the unknown. The world around us blurred, and I knew we were standing on the precipice of something monumental, something that would change the course of our lives forever. The night was endless, and we were trapped in its embrace, yearning for dawn but aware that in the darkness, everything was possible. The cannon roared, a monstrous growl that shattered the stillness of dawn. Dust and smoke enveloped the air, thick enough to choke the light, and I could taste the chaos, metallic and bitter. Bodies, man and beast, friend and foe, were strewn across the battlefield like discarded puppets, their strings severed by the merciless hand of fate. I stood there, heart hammering, breath hitching, as the stench of gunpowder mixed with the coppery tang of blood. My fingers trembled, wrapped tightly around the hilt of a sword that felt heavier with every passing moment. I was Julian, a soldier caught in the maelstrom of the Napoleonic Wars, a conflict that spread like wildfire across Europe and beyond, claiming souls by the thousands. I had dreams once, dreams of fields blooming with sunflowers and laughter echoing in the air. Now, all that remained was the haunting silence of what was lost, punctuated only by the cries of the wounded and the dying. I remembered the words of the poets, their verses swirling in my mind like the smoke that stung my eyes. War is hell, they said, but hell had never felt so visceral, so raw. And then, there was Marie. I often thought of her, the flame that flickered in my heart amid the gloom. She waited for me in Paris, with eyes like the night sky, filled with stars and secrets. But how could I explain the horrors I faced? The nightmares that chased me, even in sleep. Would she still love me if she knew how many men I had watched fall, how many screams had echoed in my ears? My hands were stained, not just with blood but with shame. Across the battlefield, I caught a glimpse of Anton, my closest friend, a man who embodied all that was good in this world. He charged forward, a lion among sheep, his courage ablaze. But courage has a cruel price. I had seen the light in his eyes dim, one battle at a time, extinguished under the weight of survival. "We'll get through this, Julian," he shouted, but the words felt like a mockery against the backdrop of despair. I could see it, a shadow creeping closer, a coward's shadow that whispered of doubt and despair. It was a strange kind of intimacy we shared. Amidst the chaos, we had become brothers, forged in the fires of war. I could see the fear flickering in his gaze, and it mirrored my own. I remember the laughter of our youth, I shouted back, but even I could hear the tremor in my voice. I remember the smell of the bakery down the street, the warmth of fresh bread. My thoughts slipped into memories, a desperate attempt to cling to humanity in this fractured world. The ground trembled beneath us as the clash of steel sang a dreadful symphony, and I felt the pull of time, thick and viscous, stretching into eternity. I could almost hear the clocks ticking in the distance, their relentless rhythm counting down our lives, a cruel reminder that time was the ultimate conqueror. Every heartbeat resonated like a war drum, each second laden with the weight of grief and longing. I wanted to scream, but no sound escaped my lips. Instead, I gripped my sword tighter, a futile attempt to anchor myself in the storm. In the distance, the sun broke through the dark clouds, casting an eerie golden glow over the battlefield. It felt sacrilegious, a mockery of the death and destruction sprawled beneath its gaze. I glanced at Anton, his face smeared with dirt and sweat, yet determination burned in his eyes. "For our future," he cried, a battle cry that sent shivers down my spine. He charged forward, and I followed, but with each step, I felt the weight of the world upon my shoulders. Then came the moment, it sliced through the air like a blade. A gunshot rang out, clear and sharp, and time halted. I turned just in time to see Anton stagger, the light in his eyes dimming as he fell to the earth, a flower crushed beneath a boot. I rushed to him, desperation clawing at my throat, but the world around me blurred. "No! No! Stay with me!" I screamed, but the words fell flat against the encroaching silence. His breaths were shallow, each one a battle against the encroaching darkness. "Julian, promise me," his voice was a whisper, a fragile thread that frayed with each passing moment. I nodded, but my heart splintered, shards of grief slicing through me. What promise could I make when all I could see was his lifeblood seeping into the ground, nourishing the earth that had turned its back on us? I remember, I gasped, the way we dreamed of glory, of returning home a hero, but those dreams felt like ghosts now, haunting the edges of reality. The sun, once a beacon of hope, now felt like a cruel trick, illuminating the horrors around us. As Anton's eyes glazed over, I felt the ground shift beneath me, everything trembled with an intensity that was almost cosmic, a reminder of the fragile nature of life. The world was collapsing, but I couldn't let go. I needed to remember. I needed to feel. "I will never forget you!" I screamed, but the wind carried my words away, leaving only echoes behind. Now, as I knelt in the dirt, cradling my friend's lifeless body, I felt the weight of history pressing down upon me. The Napoleonic Wars were not just battles fought on fields, they were ripples that stretched across oceans, forging alliances and enmities that would shape the world for generations. The very fabric of society was being torn apart, and amidst this chaos, we were mere pawns in a game of power and ambition. I looked up, the sky swirling with darkness, and for a fleeting moment, I felt as if the cosmos itself was watching, judging. Each star a soul lost, each heartbeat a reminder of the cost of ambition. The world was vast and unforgiving, a tapestry woven with pain and strife. I could hear the whispers of history, stories of kings and commoners, dreams shattered and reborn. And as I rose to my feet, sword in hand, I felt a new determination ignite within me. This was not the end, it was merely the beginning of a new chapter, one drenched in loss yet ignited by the flicker of hope. My heart raced, not just for myself, but for Anton, for Marie, for a world torn asunder yet yearning for peace. I could not let their stories fade into the shadows of time. So I stepped forward, into the fray, into the unknown, where every heartbeat echoed with intensity, and every breath carried the weight of history. The battle raged on, but I was no longer a spectator. This was my story, our story, and it would not end in silence. The world was about to change, and I would make sure it remembered. The bell tolls, shattering the silence like glass. Its echo vibrates through the cobblestone streets, a grim herald of what is to come. I stood there, heart pounding, breath caught in my throat, as the shadows of the night seemed to dance around me, whispering secrets too dark to understand. The air tasted of ash and salt, a haunting reminder of the past, and I could almost hear the ghosts of those who had come before, their cries mingling with the clang of the bell. What have we done? I thought, and the question lingered in the chill. In the heart of that uneasy night, I found myself drawn to the weight of history, the very fabric of a monarchy that had once burned like a bright flame, only to flicker out in the winds of revolution. The Bourbon name, once a promise of grandeur, now a ghost haunting the corridors of our collective memory. I was Santiago, a historian caught between the allure of dusty tomes and the raw pulse of the streets, where every face wore a mask of complicated hope and despair. From the darkness emerged Elodie, her eyes wild like starved wolves, her hair a tempest of forgotten battles. "They're coming," she whispered, her voice gravelly yet melodic, as if she were singing a dirge. Elodie, once a noble woman, now stripped of her title yet clinging to the remnants of her dignity, was a woman haunted by the spectre of what had been stolen from her. She had lost everything to the guillotine's bite, her husband, her childhood dreams, the life she had cradled like a fragile bird. I could see the rage boiling beneath her skin, and it scared me. "They'll restore the monarchy," she said, as her fingers curled into fists. "And with it, they will take us back to the dark." And then there was Jacques, a man of the people, a tangle of contradictions. He loved the memory of revolution like a lover's ghost, yet he feared what that memory could summon. "The monarchy is a disease," he spat, his words sharp as blades, the echo of his past a constant undercurrent. He was a passionate dreamer, yet crushed beneath the weight of reality. His heart pulsed for the ideals of liberty, yet his soul was shackled by the chains of a violent past. "You want to bring back kings and queens? You'll only awaken the monsters." His laughter was a bitter edge, a war cry that sliced through the tension, but behind it lay a deep-seated fear that gripped his heart. I remember standing in the flickering light, the shadows entwined in the dance of chaos and hope. The streets felt alive, alive with the stories of those who had risen and fallen, each footstep a reminder of the lives intertwined with time and fate. The clock tower loomed above us, its hands moving impossibly slow, yet every tick echoed like a heartbeat, reminding us we had only moments left to decide the fate of our future. Then the news broke like a thunderclap. The Bourbon family would return from exile, a parade of opulence heading toward a nation still reeling from the scars of its own revolution. The streets erupted in a cacophony of voices, some cheered, some wept, and I felt the tremor of hope and fear coursing through the masses. Elodie's face twisted, her anger palpable. "They think they can come back like phantoms and reclaim our hearts," she screamed into the night, her fists clenched. "We are not your puppets." But Jack, standing at the edge, felt a different pull. The echoes of his revolutionary fervor faded as he watched the crowd surge with eager anticipation. "What if they could?" he murmured, his voice barely discernible over the chaos. "What if they returned to heal the wounds?" It was a question that hung in the air, fragile yet potent, igniting the fire of conflict within me. I saw the longing in his eyes, the faint glimmer of hope fighting against the shadows that had once engulfed him. As the royal carriage rumbled into view, adorned with gold and red, the crowd gasped collectively, their breath caught in the moment, a breath of past glories and looming terrors. I felt the tension weave through the throng, a tightening noose around our shared fate. Elodie swayed, her body trembling, her heart screaming for the justice that had eluded her for so long. Jacques stood still, torn between the chains of his past and the uncertain promise of the future. In that instant, the air thickened, heavy with unspoken resolutions and the weight of history. I could feel the pulse of time itself, vibrating through the cobbles beneath our feet, and I realized the truth. The return of the Bourbons was not merely about crowns and thrones, it was a reckoning, a confrontation of everything we had lost and everything we feared to reclaim. The carriage stopped, and silence fell like a shroud, pressing down on us with unbearable weight. The world around us blurred into a haze, the cheers became distant echoes, the cries of the heart resounded in the stillness. Each heartbeat felt like a countdown to confrontation, a countdown to discovery. And then, in that breathless moment, the door of the carriage swung open, and we were all witness to the emergence of a faded empire, stepping into a world that had turned on its axis. The past and present collided, and the shadows I had felt whispering in the depths of my mind coalesced into a singular truth. We were not merely spectators, we were players in this grand tapestry, woven into the very fabric of fate. As the tension thrummed in the air, I could only think of the stories that would unfold, the stories of hope and despair, love and loss, the dance of power and its inevitable downfall. I felt it all, a tide pulling at my very soul, and as the Bourbons took their first step back into our lives, I knew this was only the beginning. The story was far from over, it was merely an awakening in the darkest hour, of shadows long thought vanquished returning to reclaim their place in the light. The clock struck midnight, its echo a ghostly whisper echoing off the gilded walls of the Congress Hall. An uneasy silence wrapped around the delegates like a shroud, thick and suffocating. Tension crackled in the air, a palpable energy that felt as though it could burst into flame at any moment. In that sacred space, where the fates of nations were laid bare, the stakes were impossibly high. Every heartbeat, every breath, felt charged with a history that pressed heavily upon their shoulders. I remember the flickering candles casting shadows that danced like phantoms on the walls, and there was Prince Metternich, his brow furrowed, eyes sharp as daggers. He was the puppet master of this grand stage, orchestrating the future of Europe with the flick of a finger, each decision a thread in the tapestry of empires. But behind that stoic facade, I saw the flicker of doubt. What if the balance of power he sought was a fragile illusion, destined to shatter? Across the room, Talleyrand shifted nervously, a man with a past so entwined with betrayal it was a wonder he had any allies left. His charm was a weapon, a double-edged sword that could charm even the most hardened hearts. Yet behind the charm lay a storm of conflict, a longing for redemption, to rise from the ashes of revolution and make peace not just for his country, but for himself. I could sense the weight of his own history pressing down on him, each decision a haunting reminder of what he had lost and the price he had paid. And then there was Earl Castlereagh, a figure with a heart as heavy as his title suggested. He wore his patriotism like a cloak, but beneath that armor lay a man torn between duty and compassion. The laughter of his compatriots felt distant, and the cheers from London were nothing more than an echo in his mind. He was haunted, the spectres of the wars that had ravaged Europe still clinging to him like shadows in a dimly lit alley. I could see him scanning the room, searching for allies, but beneath that desperation was a glimmer of hope. Perhaps they could forge a new path, one drenched in the possibility of peace. As the hours ticked by, discussions grew heated, voices raised in fervor, words sharp as the finest steel. I could feel the air thickening, a storm brewing, each delegate a raindrop, building toward a downpour. France wanted to reclaim what had been lost, the weight of history pressing down on its shoulders. Austria sought to dominate, its ambitions vast as the Habsburg Empire had once been. And here we were, playing God with maps and borders, each line drawn a potential bloodbath, each concession a possible betrayal. I remember the moments of silence that punctuated the chaos, where a single breath felt like an eternity. In those fragile lulls, shadows flickered, memories of war and suffering swirling around us like a noxious fog. Could they truly create a lasting peace? The spectre of Napoleon still loomed large, a ghost whose presence haunted every discussion, every handshake. Each time a delegate leaned forward, I could feel the collective breath being held, the weight of history pressing down like a physical force. Then came the proposals, bold assertions that sent ripples through the crowd like a stone dropped in a still pond. "Let us redraw the map," Metternich declared, his voice a low rumble, steady and authoritative. A map that reflects the realities of power, not the whims of the past. In that moment, I felt the ground shift beneath me, a seismic tremor signifying a new era, or perhaps the death knell of another. But what was power without empathy, without understanding? The question gnawed at my insides, a relentless ache. Castlereagh, ever the idealist, spoke of cooperation and mutual respect, a vision of a Europe tied together in bonds stronger than mere treaties. I could hear the tremor in his voice, feel his desperation as he sought to convince the others that peace was not just a dream but a necessity. Each word was a lifeline thrown into the turbulent waters, each pause a plea for connection. And as the clock inched toward dawn, the room erupted in heated argument, the clash of ideas a cacophony that filled the hall. I remember the moment Talleyrand stood, his voice cutting through the din. "You speak of borders as if they were mere lines on paper," he shouted, passion igniting every syllable. "These borders divide hearts, not just lands. Do not forget the blood that has soaked this earth. We owe it to our people to create a future where they can dream, where they can live without fear." His words hung in the air, and for a heartbeat, the world held its breath. The delegates looked at one another, faces contorted in a mix of shame and hope. In that charged moment, a fragile understanding began to bloom, a flicker of possibility in the darkness. But could they truly transcend their histories? Could they balance the scales of power without spilling more blood? I could feel the tension crackling, the air thick with unspoken fears, dreams, and the ghosts of those who had fought and died for this very moment. And as dawn broke, casting a pale light through the windows, I felt the weight of the decisions to come pressing down like a stone. Would they choose the path of unity or division? Would history remember this gathering as the moment peace was born, or as another chapter in the tragic saga of war? The questions lingered in the air like the scent of smoke after a fire, unanswered, haunting, and full of potential. The Congress of Vienna loomed before them, a crucible where destinies were forged, echoes of laughter and cries of despair intertwining in a dance as old as humanity itself. The outcome remained uncertain, a spectre waiting to take shape. And in that uncertainty, the heartbeat of Europe pulsed, alive and restless, a reminder that the story was far from over, its final pages yet to be written. The wind howled like a tortured soul, a banshee's wail cutting through the desolate air of Longwood on St. Helena. It twisted around the craggy cliffs, a cruel reminder of the freedom he once commanded. I stood there, heart racing, caught in the tempest of a moment that felt both weighty and ephemeral, a fleeting glimpse into the mind of a captive emperor. Napoleon Bonaparte, once a titan of Europe, now a ghost haunting this remote rock in the ocean. The weight of that solitude pressed against my chest like a boulder, each heartbeat echoing the shadows of his past. "I remember," he whispered, breath hitching in the chill of the afternoon. "I remember the roar of the crowds, the scent of victory hanging sweet in the air like spring blooms. I remember the adoration, the power that surged through my veins." His voice, rich with a blend of nostalgia and bitterness, dripped like wax melting from a flickering candle. Each word was a dagger, piercing the thick fabric of silence that enveloped us. He was no longer the brilliant strategist in this exile. He was a man stripped bare, grappling with the ghosts of his own making. Beside him, the ever-loyal General Bertrand stood vigilant, his eyes clouded with worry, the lines on his face deepening like the scars of a long-fought battle. "Napoleon," he murmured, the name a prayer, a plea. "You cannot dwell on what was. You cannot let the past devour you." But how could he understand? How could the general, loyal till death, fathom the depths of despair where dreams once soared high, now reduced to a crumpled piece of parchment? Time and memory twisted around Napoleon like creeping vines, choking the very essence of who he was. "I am a king imprisoned in a kingdom of shadows," he shot back, anger flickering like a candle's flame before extinguishing. "What is a man without his empire? A mere ghost." His eyes blazed with an intensity that could ignite the very air around us, a fire fueled by unquenchable ambition and haunting regret. The walls of Longwood were not just brick and mortar, they were prison bars forged from the failing fabric of his identity. In the corner, Josephine's portrait hung, a faded remnant of love lost, yet the ache was fresh, a raw wound that would not close. Napoleon's gaze flickered to her, a mix of longing and remorse. "I remember," he breathed, his voice a fragile thread, the softness of her touch, the warmth of her laughter. "I remember dancing in the moonlight, believing we could conquer the world together. Each word fell like a stone into the still waters of his heart, sending ripples of pain that echoed through the chasms of his soul. How could I not feel for him? Here was a man who had touched the stars, now trapped in a cage of his own making, the very winds whispering tales of his triumphs and failures. A king stripped of his crown, his heart a battleground, not between nations but within himself. I found myself lost in the chaos of his conflict, a spectator to his unraveling. And then, like thunder cracking the stillness, came the voice of the doctor, Antimarchi. You must let go, Bonaparte, or the demons will consume you. A wise man, but wisdom often falls on deaf ears when the heart is entangled in its own despair. The doctor's hands trembled as he adjusted his spectacles, scrutinizing the emperor with a mix of compassion and fear. It was a dangerous line, walking between loyalty and survival. The doctor understood that the ghosts of the past could be as lethal as any battlefield. But Napoleon was relentless, memories flooded like a rising tide, threatening to drown him in their depths. I remember the banners, the brilliant crimson flowing like rivers of blood. I remember the sound of cannon fire, the cries of the fallen. And yet here I am, reduced to scribbling my thoughts in this desolate prison. His quill scratched violently against the parchment, a desperate dance, an attempt to reclaim the history that seemed determined to slip through his fingers like sand. Why do you fight the inevitable? Bertrand challenged, his voice sharp, laced with urgency. Is it not better to find peace in acceptance? His words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of unspoken truth. But acceptance felt like surrender, a betrayal of everything Napoleon had fought for, everything he had sacrificed. I will not accept this fate, Napoleon replied, defiance igniting in his weary eyes. I am not a man to be forgotten. My legacy will endure, even if it means carving it into these walls with my own blood. Outside, the wind howled louder, a cruel symphony that mirrored the tempest within. The shadows stretched, elongated by the dying light, a reflection of Napoleon's own inner turmoil. A clock ticked somewhere, its sound ticking away the precious moments of his life, each second a reminder of what was lost. The very fabric of time felt cruel, mocking him as he fought against it with every ounce of his being. I could feel the tension coiling between them, the air thickening with unspoken words and unacknowledged fears. Bertrand's loyalty weighed heavily on him, a burden he bore with grit, yet the flicker of doubt shadowed his steadfastness. Would loyalty lead to despair, or would it ignite a flame of hope? Tell me, General, Napoleon's voice broke through the choking silence, if you were in my shoes, would you not strive to reclaim what was lost? Bertrand looked away, the flicker of vulnerability cracking his stoic facade. I would fight, yes, but I would also learn to find solace in what remains. The words hung there, echoing a truth too profound to grasp fully. The battle raged in the heart of the emperor, but it was a battle of the soul, a war between yearning and acceptance, a struggle as ancient as time itself. In that moment, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a pall over the world outside. Darkness crept in, weaving a tapestry of shadows that cloaked the room. Memories flickered like candle flames, illuminating the room with the faintest glow. The night deepened, wrapping them in its embrace, a silence pregnant with potential, each breath laden with the weight of unsaid truths. I stood, a silent witness to this tragic stage, a battleground of past glory and present despair. The clock continued to tick, each second a haunting reminder of time slipping away. As I breathed in the tension, the atmosphere thick with emotion, I understood that this moment was not merely a turning point, it was a haunting echo of what it meant to be human, flawed, yearning, and desperate for connection in a world that had become a prison of its own making. The story was not ending, it was merely beginning, spiraling onward into the depths of the unknown. The room was thick with tension, the air electrified, as if every heartbeat echoed the pulse of a nation. Outside, the world was shrouded in dusk, shadows creeping like whispers across the marble floors. I can still hear it, the low murmur of the crowd, the rustle of silk, the clink of glasses filled to the brim with wine that promised both joy and betrayal. Napoleon was in the room, a spectre of ambition and power, his presence a live wire that crackled through the gathering, igniting something primal in every soul present. I remember the moment vividly. A painting hung on the wall, the rich color swirling like a tempest, capturing him in all his glory, a hero, a conqueror, a man ensconced in the divine. The brush strokes showed a man who had risen from the ashes of obscurity to stand on the necks of kings. I remember the way the light caught his eyes, those piercing orbs that seemed to see straight through the skin, into the very marrow of one's existence. It was intoxicating, and yet, somehow, it terrified me. In the corner, Lucy stood, her fingers trembling around the stem of her glass, her breath hitching in her chest. She was a woman caught in a whirlwind, a mirror reflecting the chaos around her. The world had celebrated Napoleon's rise, but for Lucy, it was a different story. Her father's lands had been stripped away, the family name dragged through the mud, all because of one man's insatiable hunger for greatness. I could see the conflict in her eyes, the struggle between loyalty to her heritage and the seduction of the fervor that surrounded him. And yet, the very thought of the man who had stolen so much from her haunted her thoughts like a ghost, a lover turned to enemy. Across the room, Jean paced, a tempest of contradictions. He was a soldier, a true believer in Napoleon's vision, his heart swelling with pride as he thought of the glory of battle, the banners waving defiantly against the sky, the sweet taste of victory. But with every triumphant step he took, a chasm opened wider within him. Each victory claimed lives, friends, comrades, brothers in arms, and the weight of those losses became a suffocating shroud around his shoulders. He wore the scars of war not just on his body, but on his soul. I could see it in the way his eyes flicked toward Lucy, a flicker of recognition, a shared pain thrumming between them, though neither dared to speak it. Outside, the stars began to prick the night sky, and for a fleeting moment, I felt the cosmos shift, the universe holding its breath. The laughter faded into silence, and then, like a thunderclap, it began. It was a toast, a shout of Vive l'Empereur, that echoed against the walls, reverberating through the very bones of the room. The crowd erupted, drowning out reason with fervor. Everyone was swept away by the euphoria that Napoleon had created, an empire forged in the flames of passion, dreams, and blood. But Lucy's heart raced for a different reason. "Do they not see?" she whispered, her voice a thin thread of anguish slicing through the noise. "He is making a graveyard of our history." Her eyes, dark pools of fear, locked onto Jean's, searching for a glimmer of understanding, a recognition of the storm that brewed within her. "What can one man do?" Jean replied, the buoyancy of his voice faltering. "He is destiny incarnate. He makes us believe we can touch the sky." But the light in his eyes flickered, the shadows threatening to swallow it whole. The longer he stood there, torn between the electric pull of loyalty and the gnawing guilt of loss, the closer he drew to the edge of a precipice that offered no comfort. "Believe." Lucy spat, her courage igniting. "What is belief when it costs us our souls?" Her words sliced through the air, sharp as knives, but they also bore the weight of her vulnerability. She was a woman forged in the fires of resistance, yet here she stood, trembling before the man who had fought and bled for a vision that shattered her world. Jean's heart sank as the tension between them coiled tighter, a serpent ready to strike. "What do you want from me?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper, fear mingling with a desperate longing. He had chosen his side, yet the ghost of doubt lingered, clawing at the edges of his resolve. "I want you to see," she cried, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. "To see through this facade of glory. We celebrate a tyrant while the world bleeds." The fury in her voice vibrated like thunder, a storm that neither of them could contain. Silence enveloped them again, thick and oppressive, as the celebration behind them surged on, oblivious to the tempest brewing at its core. Through the crowd, Napoleon's laughter echoed, a sound that danced like smoke, intoxicating yet suffocating. He was the embodiment of dreams and nightmares, the duality of the man who could inspire poetry in the hearts of millions while simultaneously turning their lives to ash. In the flickering candlelight, the shadows of history loomed, dark and foreboding, reminding us that every brushstroke of his glory was stained with the blood of countless innocents. And as the night deepened, I felt the world tremble on the cusp of change. The voices of Lucy and Jean intertwined like a somber melody against the dissonance of revelry, each heartbeat a reminder of their shared pain. The clock ticked in the background, the hands moving inexorably forward, pulling them toward an inevitable confrontation that would echo across time. I remember the pause, the moment of breath held tight in the throat before the plunge. Everything hung in the balance, poised delicately on the knife's edge. The air was electric with anticipation, and in that poignant silence, their eyes met. A world of unspoken words and desires lay between them, yearning to break free. The evening's festivity swirled around them, a mix of jubilance and despair, but in that moment, they were alone, bound by their fears and hopes, suspended in time. Would they choose to confront the shadows that loomed over them? Would they dare to challenge the cult of personality that had wrapped its tendrils around their very existence? Time would tell, but as the stars blinked down from their celestial perch, the world awaited the answers, breathless and trembling, echoing the tumult of two souls caught in the tempest of history. The cannon roared, its voice a monstrous echo through the chill of dawn, sending a shiver across the fields. Every heartbeat pulsed with terror, each burst of smoke a ghostly hand gripping throats and hearts alike. I stood there, frozen, the taste of gunpowder thick in the air, a metallic tang that kissed the back of my throat. I remember the faces, pale, wide-eyed, clutching their muskets as if they might shatter under the weight of fear. Sebastian was there, trembling like a leaf in a storm, his brow slick with sweat and terror. He was just a boy, really, not yet 20, but the war had aged him beyond his years. The shadows of duty clung to him, whispering insidiously, reminding him of the glory promised by the Empire. For France, he murmured, but the words tasted hollow, devoid of truth. How far from glory he stood, how close to death. Then there was Isabel, a nurse, her hand stained with blood, both from the wounded and the ghosts of those who would never rise again. She moved like a spectre between the chaos, tending to the fallen, each life a thread she couldn't weave back into the tapestry of existence. I watched as she gripped the wrist of a dying soldier, her eyes aflame with desperation. "Hold on," she cried, but the man's breath slipped away like sand through fingers. The weight of loss clung to her like a shroud, heavy and suffocating. In the distance, the drums rolled, pounding the rhythm of war, a sinister heartbeat signaling the advance of our troops. They had learned, oh how they had learned. The tactics of the past were being tossed aside, replaced by the revolutionary fervor of new formations and rapid movements. The Grande Army marched like a living tide, a wave crashing upon the shores of Europe, relentless and unforgiving. The lines of infantry, neatly arrayed in their uniforms, were a stark contrast to the chaos of the battlefield, a beauty marred by the stench of gunpowder and sweat. I remember the words of the commanders ringing in my ears, fierce and commanding, a symphony of orders that sliced through the fog of war. Maneuver! Flank! Fire! Each command was a spell cast to conjure demons from the smoke, to unleash destruction upon the enemy. It was a game, a deadly chess match where the pieces were human lives, sacrificed for the sake of an empire's ambition. The battlefield was a canvas, painted with the colors of despair. Red for blood, grey for smoke, and the dull earth tones of uniforms muddied by the rain of strife. I felt the air grow thick, each breath a struggle, each heartbeat a reminder of my own fragility. I wanted to scream, to run, but the weight of history bore down upon me, anchoring me in place. The innovation of the time was stark. No longer were we merely soldiers, standing side by side, firing in unison and dying in unison. Now we were fluid, shifting forms, a ballet of violence fueled by the great minds of men like Napoleon. The Colossus, the tactician, the man whose ambition carved new paths through blood-soaked soil. I couldn't help but admire him, even as I loathed the cost of his genius. This was the era of the corps, of mobility, a dance of death that could strike like lightning and vanish like mist. And then there was the artillery, those monstrous machines of war, belching fire and fury. They had changed the face of battles, scattering formations like autumn leaves before a storm. I felt the ground tremble beneath me, the cannon's roar echoing in my chest, a percussive reminder of what lay ahead. The whistling shells sang a grim lullaby as they arced overhead, a deadly ballet that left no one unscathed. In the heat of that moment, I glanced back at Sebastian. His eyes, wide and panicked, searched for reassurance, for a sign that this wouldn't be the end. I wanted to give it to him, to pull him into my embrace and whisper that we would survive this, that we would return to the quiet of the fields, away from the clamor of war. But how could I? The reality was too stark, too sharp, a knife poised at our throats. And there was Isabel, her spirit unyielding even in despair. She pressed on, gathering wounded men, offering them solace as the world crumbled around us. "Stay with me," she urged one young soldier whose face was a mask of pain. "You're going to be okay." But the shadows loomed large, and I saw in her eyes the flicker of doubt, the specter of hopelessness inching closer. Then, the clash came. It wasn't just the sound of metal on metal, it was a symphony of agony and triumph, of lives extinguished and dreams crushed. The battlefield became a hellscape, a swirling maelstrom of fury where men became phantoms, their cries swallowed by the roar of cannons. I watched as Sebastian stumbled, his foot faltering, and for a moment, time froze. The world shrank to the beat of my heart, the pulse of dread that coursed through the air. I reached out, desperate, but the tide of chaos surged, and he was lost among the bodies, the screams, the blood. I felt something inside me crack, a fissure that widened with every passing second. I was trying to grasp the ungraspable, to hold on to him as he slipped away, an indistinct silhouette fading into the smoke. In that instant, the heavens felt heavy, the cosmos an indifferent spectator to our plight. I realized then that war was a cruel puppeteer, dancing marionettes upon strings of blood and bone. Each innovation in tactics, each cunning new maneuver, was a cruel joke played at the expense of humanity. We had become instruments of our own demise, all for the promise of glory, for a fractured dream that fed on despair. And just as despair tightened its grip, I noticed something, a flicker of movement on the horizon. Reinforcements. Or perhaps a phantom. The dawn was breaking, but not with the soft light of hope, it was a bleary, ominous glow that heralded further violence. The battlefield was alive, writhing with the spirit of those who had fought and fallen, the echoes of their cries a haunting reminder of our fate. "Remember," Isabel's voice broke through, fierce and haunting, "remember why we fight." She moved like a warrior, a ghost of mercy amidst the carnage. I wanted to scream, to fight, to hold on to the shreds of my sanity, but as the cannon's roar echoed again, I felt it all slip away. Suddenly, all that mattered was the heartbeat of the moment, the pulse of war, the cries of the dying, the weight of existence suspended in the eerie silence that followed the storm. The world would remember this day. We would become part of its fabric, our stories woven into the tapestry of bloodshed. The innovations and tactics birthed in this crucible would change the face of warfare forever, but at what cost? The echoes of our cries would linger long after we were gone, a haunting reminder of what it means to be human in the face of the abyss. The tension hung thick, charged like the air before a storm, as the next wave surged forth, ready to claim us all. The moment stretched, taut and quivering, waiting for that final spark to ignite the raw chaos once more. The battlefield was not merely ground, it was the abyss, and we were all teetering on its edge, waiting for the inevitable plunge into darkness. The clock struck midnight, and with each chime, a ripple of unease coursed through the cobblestone streets of Paris. In a moment frozen in time, a woman stood alone in the shadow of the once majestic Palais des Tuileries, its grandeur tainted by memories of power and blood. The air was thick with the scent of burnt dreams and whispered secrets, her heart pounding like a drum announcing the end of an era. Through the hazy mist, the echoes of revolutions past haunted the city, whispering tales of hope that had twisted into despair. I remember Margot's eyes, wild and searching, flickering like the dying flames of a once-celebrated bonfire. "We can't go back," she breathed, her voice trembling with the weight of the world. The laughter of children played nearby, innocent and unaware, a stark contrast to the turmoil swirling around us. Time felt elastic, stretching between the vibrant life of the present and the ghostly echoes of what had been. In those moments, I was acutely aware of the chasm separating us, a gaping void filled with the specters of yesterday, the revolution's fervor, the Napoleonic shadows that loomed large, and the inevitable rise of the bourgeoisie. Beside Margot stood Pierre, his brow furrowed in thought, a man trapped in the relentless gears of change. He was a former soldier, once intoxicated by glory, now a ghost of his former self, searching for purpose in a world that had moved on without him. He glanced at her, his heart a battlefield, torn between the remnants of loyalty to the fallen emperor and the oppressive weight of reality. "What future can we hope for?" he muttered, his voice a low growl, barely audible over the rustle of leaves in the wind. The passion that had once burned so brightly in him now flickered like a dying candle. The world had shifted, and he felt his footing slip away, like grains of sand through his fingers. The city around them thrummed with the pulse of change. It was alive, it was suffocating. Every face carried a story, every shadow a secret. The laughter of the children faded, replaced by the bitter cries of the dispossessed. I watched as a beggar, worn but proud, clutched a tattered flag, a remnant of hope that had turned to ash in the harsh light of reality. The rich laughed and danced in their gilded cages while the poor stared hollow-eyed, their souls etched with despair. "Can you not feel it?" I whispered, my own heart twisting with anguish. The weight of history, of expectation? They want us to conform, to bow before the new order. My words hung heavy in the air, thick as smoke in a suffocating room. I saw the flicker of understanding in Margot's eyes, a glimmer of rebellion igniting beneath the surface. "No more," she declared, her voice rising, fueled by a fire that threatened to consume her. "No more will we play their game." But what game was she talking about? The game of survival? The game of blood and betrayal? As I looked into her fierce gaze, I felt the tremor of her conviction reverberate in my bones. It was a message from the cosmos, something magnificent and terrifying that forced me to confront my own fears. We were teetering on the edge of a new dawn, and it filled me with both dread and exhilaration. Pierre's eyes darkened as he stared into the distance, the weight of the past heavy on his shoulders. He had fought for a vision that had crumbled beneath the weight of ambition. "The Empire is dead," he whispered, the words tasting bitter on his tongue. "And we are left to pick up the pieces." The shadows swirled around us as if to mock his grief, wrapping tighter around his heart. "But what pieces?" Margot shot back, her voice a sharp blade, slicing through the veil of despair. "These pieces belong to us. We'll build something new, something brighter. We'll rise from the ashes, together." Her words hung in the air, a challenge and a promise, yet I could see the flickering doubt in her eyes. The ghosts of the past lingered, clawing at her resolve, whispering tales of betrayal, of broken dreams. The revolution's ideals had morphed, twisted by greed and ambition. The very fabric of society had begun to fray, and we were teetering on the brink of something dreadful. I could see the shift in the air, the cracks forming in the societal facade. The bourgeois were climbing the ladder, stepping on the backs of the weary. Factory chimneys belched their smoke into the sky, the stench of progress mingling with the cries of the laborious. Families were being torn apart by economic strife, and those who had once fought for liberty now found themselves shackled to a new master, the rich man's gold. Will we let them dictate our lives? Margot's voice rang with conviction, a clarion call echoing through the darkened streets. Are we not the children of revolution? Our blood runs red with the sacrifices of those before us. But in Pierre's silence, I saw the shadows creeping in, doubt, fear, despair. What will it cost us? He murmured, grappling with the weight of truth. What we do not know can destroy us. I felt the tension between them crackle like electricity in the air. The city around us vibrated with an unspoken promise, teetering on the brink of chaos. The laughter of children mingled with the cries of the suffering, creating a symphony of discord. And in that moment, I understood, the future loomed ahead, shrouded in uncertainty, yet radiant with the possibility of change. The clock chimed again, a haunting reminder that time waits for no one. The shadows danced along the cobblestones, and the city held its breath, caught between what was and what could be. Margot stepped forward, her heart a beacon of defiance, and I felt the pull, a magnetic force drawing us together, forging bonds in the crucible of despair. We were at the precipice of something monumental, yet the ghosts of our pasts loomed large, whispering caution. The air crackled with unease, a palpable tension that threatened to consume us. As we stood in the shadows of history, I knew one thing for certain, there was no turning back. The city roared with the urgency of change, and we were caught in its relentless grip, propelled forward into an uncertain future. Margot's eyes gleamed with determination. We will be the architects of our destiny, she declared, as though the very universe conspired to echo her words throughout the streets of Paris. And as I looked into her eyes, I felt the tide begin to turn, the ghosts retreating for a moment, the dawn of something powerful on the horizon. With a shared breath, we stepped into the unknown, a fragile unity forged in the heart of chaos, ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. The clock strikes midnight, but in the valley beneath the moonlit sky, time feels suspended, as if it holds its breath. The air is thick with tension, electric, like the charge before a storm. Shadows dance across the ground, flickering like ghosts of the past, whispering tales of blood, ambition, and iron-willed men. There, amidst the creeping fog, a figure stands, a general, eyes aflame with purpose, a heart caught between glory and despair. I remember the first time I felt the weight of command upon my shoulders. It was at Austerlitz, a field drenched in fog and raw ambition, where the ground trembled with the echoes of cannon fire. Napoleon's silhouette loomed in my memory, a titan wrapped in the colors of his empire, every decision a brushstroke on the canvas of fate. He taught us to dance on the edge of chaos, to wield strategy like a blade. But as I stand here now, I am haunted by the agonizing realization every act of brilliance can birth a cycle of torment. Beside me, Lieutenant Mark, his brow knitted tight with anxiety, glances at the horizon. "What if we fail?" he murmurs, his voice a mere whisper lost in the vastness of night. A man of fervor, eager yet inexperienced, his fingers twitch nervously on the hilt of his sword. I recall my own navid, the thrill of the first charge, the intoxicating scent of gunpowder and valor. But Mark? He carries the weight of a future he cannot see, haunted by doubt. "Failure isn't an option, Mark," I reply, though my voice trembles as if I'm lying to myself. Napoleon understood that to win, we must think differently, act swiftly. We're not merely soldiers, we are the architects of our fate. The words fall heavy between us, but I can see the flicker of hope in his eyes, a fragile flame that staves off the encroaching darkness. And then there's Clara, in the distance, a medic tending to the wounded. She moves with grace, yet her hands shake as she stitches the torn flesh of a soldier, a body once vibrant now reduced to a canvas of pain. I remember her laughter like a summer breeze, the way it could chase away the shadows that clung to our souls. Now, that laughter feels like a memory, a haunting echo of the life we once believed in. You can't save them all, I want to tell her, but the words stick in my throat. Every heartbeat rides the tension of the moment. I watch her, the way she cradles the wounded, her eyes swimming with unshed tears, reflecting a heart that knows the weight of loss too well. "I can't lose you, too," she once whispered to me, a plea wrapped in vulnerability. The battle ahead looms like a monstrous specter, a reminder of the fragility of our shared dreams. A distant gunshot shatters the stillness, a jagged reminder of our mortality. In that split second, I am transported to the echo of Napoleon's voice, barking orders, shaping destinies. "To win, one must be audacious," he once declared, his eyes glimmering with fire. I can still see him, pacing in front of maps sprawled like the intricate webs of fate, his mind a whirlwind of strategy that transformed the battlefield into a stage for his grand ambitions. But at what cost? Lives were mere pawns in his game. I turn back to Mark, who is staring into the void, the remnants of courage fading. "What do you see?" I ask, sensing the storm brewing inside him. "Failure," he whispers, the word curling like smoke around us. "A thousand strategies, yet none can save us." His vulnerability cuts deeper than any blade, a wound that festers in the silence between us. I want to shake him, to unleash the fire that Napoleon ignited in my own heart, but I catch a glimpse of Clara, and my resolve falters. With each passing second, I feel the universe contracting, the weight of our choices pressing down like the cold grip of death. Napoleon's strategies, his audacious flanks and deceptive retreats, echo through time, an unyielding reminder that brilliance often walks hand in hand with tragedy. Our plans bear a haunting resemblance to the very chaos we seek to control. "Remember," I finally say, my voice steady despite the storm in my heart, "he who dares wins." But each victory carves its own scars. I think of Austerlitz, the cheers of triumph ringing hollow in my ears, the ghosts of the fallen linger, shadows woven into the fabric of ambition. The night deepens, shrouding us in a cloak of uncertainty. Clara approaches, her eyes aflame with battle readiness, but beneath that fierce exterior, I glimpse the weariness that threatens to consume her. "They need us," she whispers, her voice a lifeline in the encroaching darkness. Mark straightens, determination blooming in the despair. "Then we fight," he says, as if the act of saying it weaves a fragile thread of hope. I nod, knowing that with every step we take into that valley, we honor our fallen, our dreams, and the haunting legacy of a man who reshaped war, leaving an indelible mark on the tapestry of history. As we march toward the battlefield, the tension swells, a crescendo of emotion and fear. The echoes of the past swirl around us like phantoms, tales of glory and heartbreak woven together, reminding us that victory is a double-edged sword. We are but players in this brutal theater, clinging to the dream of triumph even as the weight of our choices threatens to crush us. I remember the taste of gunpowder, the scent of sweat and blood mingling in the air. I remember the faces of those who have fought and fallen before us. I remember the dreams we dared to weave amidst the chaos. And deep down, I know Napoleon's legacy is not merely a blueprint of strategy, it is a shadow that looms over our every decision, a reminder that in the theater of war, brilliance and tragedy entwine in an eternal dance. As the first light of dawn breaks over the horizon, reality rushes in with the coldness of a blade. We are on the precipice, the moment suspended like a breath held in the lungs of fate. The battlefield awaits, and so do the ghosts of our ambitions, each one a testament to the cost of glory. The ground trembles like a restless beast, echoing the distant thunder of cannons. I stand in the heart of a battlefield, the acrid scent of gunpowder mingling with the metallic tang of blood. It's not just a war, it's a roar, searing wound across the face of humanity, and I am caught in its grip. I remember the faces, haunted, desperate, alive with fear and fury. Each moment stretches, and in that stretch, I see them, Henri, with his fervent dreams of glory, and Amina, a shadow among the ruins, clutching her child as if that small life could somehow shield her from the chaos. Henri's eyes are wild, glimmering with the intoxicating lure of conquest. For France, he screams, a battle cry laced with fervor, as he charges forward with reckless abandon. The sun glints off his uniform, a brilliant contrast to the grim soil beneath his boots. Yet, amidst his bravado, I see his uncertainty, the flicker of doubt that shadows his every rush into the fray. A young man, barely a whisper away from boyhood, swept up in a tide far larger than himself, a current of ambition and arrogance that threatens to drown him. And then there's Amina, her world reduced to the small sanctuary of her child's embrace. She watches the chaos unfold, a spectator in a theater of horrors. "Oh God, protect us," she murmurs, her voice breaking like fragile glass, shattering in the din of gunfire. Her heart beats in sync with the chaos, each pulse a reminder of what she stands to lose. She is not a soldier, but her struggle is a battle of its own, fighting to keep her child safe, to maintain the fragile threads of hope in a tapestry fraying at the edges. I remember the night sky, once a blanket of stars, now overshadowed by smoke and shadows. The world feels both infinite and impossibly small, a reminder that empires rise and fall, yet the human spirit perseveres, even in the face of death. I catch glimpses of soldiers, faces streaked with grime and despair, each one a mirror reflecting the soul of a world teetering on the brink. The cannons roar again, and in that moment, everything blurs, time warps, and I'm pulled into flashes of past and future. Henri's laughter, the wild, reckless joy of youth, cuts through the fog of war. "We'll be legends," he shouts, but with every cheer, I sense the weight of the world pressing down on him. Each charge into the unknown is a dance with the specter of mortality, and I can see the cracks in his bravado, the flicker of fear battling against the flames of ambition. He fights not just for France, but for a place in history, a desperate attempt to carve his name into the annals of time. But what is glory when it comes at such a cost? Amina feels the chill of the night as she huddles against the remnants of her home, each creak of the wooden beams a ghostly echo of lives lost. "This is not my fight," she whispers, but the war has a way of entwining lives, pulling the unwilling into its maw. She is a mother, a protector, yet the world sees her as a casualty of conflict. "I cannot lose him," she breathes, the plea hanging heavy, a prayer clinging to the air thick with despair. And then, chaos reigns. I remember the ground shaking beneath the weight of thundering hooves, the screams piercing the smoky haze. Henri charges forward, a warrior lost in a dream, each step echoing with the heartbeat of a nation. "Courage," he bellows, but the word catches in his throat as he sees the lifeless form sprawled across the battlefield. Courage? What a cruel joke. The specter of death waits just behind him, a shadow stalking the bravest of souls. In the chaos, I witness moments that cut deeper than any blade. A soldier falls, his uniform bright against the muddy earth, and Henri stumbles, grappled by the cold fingers of fear. "What have I done?" he whispers, and in that moment, he is no longer a soldier, he is a boy, terrified and alone, wrestling with the weight of a decision that seems to stretch into eternity. The cries of the fallen weave through the air, a haunting symphony that lingers in the corners of my mind. Amina watches from the shadows, her heart pounding with a rhythm that echoes the chaos around her. She cradles her child, each breath a prayer. "Please, let him live. Let him survive this nightmare," she murmurs, desperation clawing at her throat. The world outside her walls is a tempest, but within her, a storm brews, a mother's love fierce enough to rival the fires of war. Time bends, and the battlefield morphs into a grotesque panorama of humanity's darkest impulses. I see the ghosts of empires long gone, their shadows whispering through the smoke. It is a tapestry woven from ambition and blood, a chaotic dance of colonial dreams and the nightmares they birthed. With every shot fired, with every cry lost in the cacophony, the world shifts, teeters, threatens to collapse under the weight of its own sins. As night descends, the cries fade into an eerie silence. I remember the darkness wrapping around me, pulling me into its embrace, and for a moment, all I feel is the chilling certainty that nothing will ever be the same. Henri stands on the precipice, torn between the exhilaration of glory and the nauseating realization of the cost. Amina, lost in her own battle, feels the tremors of the earth beneath her, a reminder that the world is shifting, and nothing can be salvaged without sacrifice. The war rages on, a relentless tide sweeping across continents, reshaping destinies, tearing lives asunder. I remember the faces, the voices, the dreams caught in the crossfire. The future hangs in a delicate balance, and as the shadows deepen, I realize that amidst the chaos, humanity is both the architect of its fate and the prisoner of its choices. In the heart of that turmoil, I find myself caught between the embers of ambition and the stark reality of loss. The battle may rage on, but so too does the longing for a world where dreams do not end in blood, where hope can flourish in the desolation. As I stand witness to the unfolding storm, I feel a flicker of resilience, a whisper of a future yet unwritten, and I cannot look away. The pulse of history beats on, raw and relentless, and I am forever changed in its wake. The clock strikes midnight, its chime slicing through the stillness like a knife through flesh. Shadows stretch and writhe across the cobblestone streets of Paris, each corner whispering secrets long buried beneath the weight of history. In the heart of the city, a statue looms, a figure draped in stone, forever caught in a moment of triumph. Napoleon. To some, a hero, to others, a tyrant. And in that cold, haunting night, the echoes of his legacy ripple through the air like the remnants of a forgotten dream. I stand at the foot of that statue, grappling with the weight of expectation and memory. My breath fogs the air, each exhale a ghost of the past, tangled in the rustling leaves of nearby trees. I remember the tales told to me as a child, the fervor in my father's voice, the way he spoke of glory and conquest, as though he had walked beside the great man himself. But now, standing here, it feels more like a tombstone than a monument, a place where dreams and disillusionment collide. The night is alive with tension, I can feel it in the pit of my stomach. Somewhere nearby, the distant murmur of a protest rises like a tide, a chorus of voices demanding recognition, liberation. They chant with fervor, their words thundering through the night like cannon fire. A battle rages, though it is not fought with swords and muskets but with ideals and convictions. I think of Clara, my sister, her heart aflame with revolutionary zeal, her eyes alight with the fire of purpose. I remember her laughter, so full of hope, as she would spin tales of a France reborn, free from the shackles of tyranny. But hope, I've learned, is a fragile thing. I clutch my notebook, pages filled with scribbled thoughts and half-formed ideas. Words dance on the brink of clarity, but they evade me, slipping through my fingers like sand. I remember the time I tried to write a letter to Clara, trying to capture the essence of my admiration for her passion. But the ink ran dry, and in the end, all I could do was admire her from the shadows, too afraid to breach the wall between us. She, the idealist, and I, the cynic, the divide yawning wider with each passing year. A gust of wind picks up, swirling fallen leaves around my feet, and I shiver, not from the cold but from the weight of memories that threaten to suffocate me. In the depths of my mind, I see Clara, standing on the edge of a precipice, arms outstretched toward the unknown, daring the world to embrace her vision. "We must remember, we must commemorate," she would say, her voice a clarion call, inspiring those around her. But as I stand here, I wonder, what does it mean to remember? To commemorate? Is it to immortalize the glory of a man who reshaped a continent, or to acknowledge the suffering left in his wake? I'm jolted back to the present as a figure appears, cloaked in darkness, a silhouette against the faint glow of the street lamps. It's Antoine, Clara's husband, his face taut with tension. "What are you doing here?" he hisses, his eyes darting around, filled with a mix of concern and urgency. "This place isn't safe tonight." I want to tell him that I'm searching for answers, for a way to bridge the chasm between my sister's fervor and my own resignation. But the words die in my throat, swallowed by the gravity of the moment. "I need to understand," I finally manage, my voice barely a whisper. "What it means to remember him. To face the truth of who he was." Antoine's gaze hardens, and I see the conflict simmering within him. He, too, is haunted, his dreams of a new France interwoven with the specter of a man who shaped destinies and devoured lives. "Remembering isn't simple," he replies, his voice low and strained. "Napoleon was a man of contradictions. We cannot honor his legacy without acknowledging the bloodshed, the pain that followed in his wake." Each word lands with the weight of a guillotine's blade, and I feel the weight pressing down on my chest. How can we commemorate a figure whose very name ignites a firestorm of passion and resentment? A silence envelops us, thick and suffocating. I can hear the distant shouts of the protesters, their chants weaving through the air like smoke, carrying anguish and hope, despair and defiance. In that moment, I'm reminded of the duality of remembrance, the way it weaves through the fabric of our identities. Each of us carries the burden of history, like a shroud draped across our shoulders. I remember Clara's haunting words, "We are the ghosts of our past." We must remember, even when the memories tear us apart. As Antoine speaks, I watch the statue of Napoleon glinting in the pale light, a sentinel watching over the chaos of the world. He stands there, proud and unyielding, a monument to ambition and hubris. I wonder what he would say if he could hear us now, if he could feel the pulse of this city, alive with voices demanding to be heard. Would he feel remorse for the lives lost in his name? Or would he revel in the power that his memory still commands? I can't believe in him anymore, I confess, the words spilling from my lips like a confession long held in the dark. But I can't forget either. It's a curse, isn't it? To carry this weight of history. Antoine nods, the lines etched on his face deepening. We stand together, two souls adrift in the tides of history, grappling with the remnants of a man who has long since turned to dust. The protest grows louder, the voices converging into a cacophony of defiance. Clara's laughter echoes in my mind, mingling with the chants of the crowd, each syllable a reminder that memory is a living thing, breathing, shifting. I remember her words, "We are not just the sum of our past, but the choices we make in the present." The weight of the moment hangs heavy in the air, and I feel the shadow of Napoleon looming over us, a spectre not just of glory but of failure, a reminder that history is never simply black and white. We turn towards the sound of the protesters, their faces illuminated by torches flickering like fireflies in the dark. As I step forward, a sense of purpose ignites within me. In this moment of chaos, I realize, this is our chance to redefine what it means to remember, to commemorate not just the man but the ideals that fought against tyranny, the voices that rose above the din. Let's go, I say, gripping Antoine's arm, the pulse of the city thrumming beneath our feet. Together, we move toward the crowd, no longer mere spectators but participants in a living, breathing commemoration that transcends the stone and shadow of the past. In that moment, under the watchful gaze of a long-dead emperor, I understand, this is not just about Napoleon, it's about us, about the choices we make, the memories we choose to honor, and the futures we dare to imagine. The night swells around us, alive with possibility, and I feel Clara's spirit lifting me, urging me onward into the fray, into the heart of the storm. The air is thick, electric, alive with anticipation. Around me, shadows flicker, dancing in the dim light of a Parisian cafe, their forms mingling with the past, swirling with the smoke from a half-burned cigarette. A clock ticks somewhere, a reminder of time slipping through fingers like sand. Each tick, each talk, feels like a heartbeat, a pulse resonating with history, whispering secrets that claw at the edges of my mind. I can almost hear the ghosts of the Napoleonic Empire, their voices low and urgent, reminding us that the past refuses to die quietly. I sit across from Lucienne, her eyes stormy pools, fighting back tears and regret. She's a paradox, fierce yet fragile, caught in a web of ambition and despair. She doesn't speak, but I can feel the words clenching her throat, the weight of unfulfilled dreams lingering in the air between us. Her fingers trace the rim of her glass, the condensation pooling, mirroring her own internal chaos. I remember the day the empire fell, she finally whispers, her voice breaking with the weight of it. I was there, in the shadows, watching as everything I knew crumbled like dust. And then there's Henri, a man shaped by war and loss, his very essence stained with the blood of battles fought in the name of glory. His laughter is sharp, bitter, cutting through the fog of nostalgia that envelops us. Glory, he scoffs, his smile a mask for the gnawing despair beneath. What is glory but a fleeting moment, a flash of light swallowed by darkness? He leans in, the intensity of his gaze locking onto mine, as if daring me to challenge his pain. You think you understand? You don't. You can't. It's etched into every scar, every sleepless night. The cafe feels like a time capsule, each sip of coffee steeped in the remnants of an empire that once swept across Europe with the ferocity of a storm. A portrait of Napoleon hangs on the wall, his eyes staring down at us, judging, mocking, reminding us of the high price of ambition. The ghost of his legacy lingers in every corner, intertwining with our fears, our desires, our very existence. I can't help but feel the weight of history pressing down on us, suffocating yet intoxicating, as we grapple with our own identities forged in the crucible of that time. I remember, I say, my voice barely above a whisper, the stories they told us in school. The battles, the strategies. But they never spoke of the fear, the desperation, or the betrayal. Lucienne interjects, her voice fierce now, laced with a raw edge of pain. They never taught us what it meant to love someone who wore the uniform of a conqueror. What does it mean when your heart beats for a man who is both your hero and your jailer? Henri's face hardens. He shifts, his body taut with the tension of unspoken memories. And what of those who fought for the empire? We were soldiers, yes, but also pawns. Used and discarded. I saw my brothers fall, one by one, their dreams extinguished like candles snuffed by the wind. His eyes flare with the fire of remembrance, a wildfire raging just beneath the surface. And now? Now, we're left to pick up the pieces of a shattered world. Lucienne's gaze drifts to the window, where streetlights flicker like stars in an indifferent sky. Do you think we can ever escape it? The shadow of Napoleon hangs over us still, shaping our politics, our identities. She shudders, her vulnerability laid bare. Every election, every war, it feels like we're still fighting his battles. A silence engulfs us, thick and suffocating. The clock ticks on, relentless. I can feel the pulse of history beneath my skin, a constant reminder that we are products of our past. The cafe transforms into a haunting theatre, the patrons mere spectres lost in their own swirling thoughts, much like us. The weight of our emotions hangs heavy, palpable, as we confront the ghosts of yesteryear and the echoes of their choices. The night stretches on, each moment steeped in nostalgia, each word a brushstroke painting the canvas of our shared pain. I reach for Lucienne's hand, my fingers brushing against hers, a small comfort in a world fraught with uncertainty. What if we turned the tide? What if we could reclaim our narratives? Her eyes flash, a spark igniting in the depths of her despair. Reclaim? We don't get to rewrite history, but we can redefine our future. The fire ignites within her, a flicker of hope battling against the shadows that threaten to consume us. I refuse to let the past dictate my future. We are not merely echoes of an empire, we are the architects of change. Henri's laughter erupts, bitter yet full of yearning. Change? It sounds so beautiful, doesn't it? But the ghosts, he pauses, his voice lowering to a whisper, they never truly leave. They linger, whispering doubts. What if we fail? What if history repeats itself? I can see the flicker of fear in his eyes, the fear that shapes us all. It's a haunting melody, one that plays on repeat, echoing through the corridors of time. We fail if we remain silent, I remind him gently, my heart pounding with the urgency of the moment. We have voices, memories, the power to forge a new path. We owe it to those who suffered before us. And just like that, the air shifts. Suddenly, the cafe is alive with possibility. The ghosts watch, perhaps intrigued, perhaps disdainful, as we lean into the fire of our convictions. Outside, the world shifts, the rhythm of life continuing its relentless march, a reminder that the legacy of the Napoleonic Empire is not a weight we must carry, but a history we can transform. The clock strikes midnight, the sound echoing through the cafe, shattering our reverie. With every chime, the past collides with the present, leaving us breathless, caught in the storm of our own making. The shadows grow longer, swirling around us, as we grasp for light in the encroaching dark. In this moment, we are not just witnesses to history, we are its unwritten pages, trembling with the weight of our decisions. The ticking clock, the ghosts, the shadows, they all remind us that history is alive, weaving its threads into the fabric of our lives. And as the night deepens, we breathe in the legacy of the empire, feeling its pulse, knowing that it is up to us to mold it, to shape it into something that will sing of resilience, of hope, even in the face of despair. Time flows, and with each passing moment, we are drawn deeper into the dance of memory and ambition, the shadows of the past entwining with the light of our dreams, forming a tapestry that will continue to unfold, endlessly, without conclusion.